Yeah,
chosen to not.
that
Yeah,
one.
Star Wars is vegan. Yeah, I didn't list everyone, but there's a lot of people here who are vegan, and all of
Yeah.
us chose for the same reason that we just discussed, to not kill an animal, because us ourselves wouldn't want to be killed if we put ourselves in that situation. And we don't need to. You can get food satisfaction, you can get nutrition, you can get anything you want or need on a plant-based diet. Hey, VPM.
Mori.
Well,
The snow. Snow is up.
Oh, it's
A lot of snow.
kaputted. It's kaputted. I never said anything. I just asked if it was kaputted. Okay. The moron bus has been here, and I think most of them have been through.
Moron bus.
That's it. I'm using that.
Yeah, you should. But if you don't want to be part of the moron bus, you should have a good excuse for
You should
paying
be
for animals
vegan.
to be exploited. Yeah, you should be vegan.
Nah, I'm using it. I'll stay on the Moran bus and I'll use it.
Dude, those square wheels aren't comfortable.
Depending on the ground, depending where you go, they can be very comfortable.
But I gotta ask you, Beans,
Yeah.
do you think that being vegan is the moral thing to do?
I think it's a moral thing to do.
Do you think it can be moral to pay for animals to be killed when there's no necessity behind it?
I mean, the necessity is the food. Not everyone has the.
No. Food is a necessity. Nutrition is a necessity. The nutrition source to be animals is not a necessity.
Does everybody have the ability to live entirely vegan diet? Because I feel like most people would need
What about you?
access to meat.
What about you? Are you shopping in
Me?
supermarkets?
Yeah, yes, I am.
Okay. You have access to alternatives. Thousands of other options.
got it.
Hold on, give me a second.
People do be run away when they're told that they do have alternatives.
No, I'm still here.
You know, generalizing the way
I'm not
you've been
scared.
generalizing.
Sorry?
I'm generalizing into people the way you just generalized. Well, can everybody go vegan? It's called, it's like a psychological thing that people do. They generalize into the wider population in order to avoid talking about their actions. Just something
Cognitive dissonance. Or is that something else?
Yeah, one of the things that cognitive dissonance creates is like diffusing the responsibility of horrendous moral actions onto other people. Yeah. Totally.
Anyways, times where you...
Settings.
I'm gonna go start my stream also. I'll be
go
back.
for it.
Okay.
Bro, I'm unsuccessful in understanding what the fuck do I do with the kick thing because it keeps like overriding the previous video. I don't know how to prevent that. It just really sucks. DC drops and woods. I don't know how to do that. And the AI is like, what do you mean? It shouldn't be doing that. Well, it is. It is doing that. Doing exactly that. Every time I go live, it's just fucking eats the previous video. Which sucks. Well, I guess we have no choice.
Where is Axel?
Sleeping.
What? Oh.
Where is Axel?
Sleeping. It's about 4 a.m. for him.
Axel is my baby boy.
Well, your baby boy is fast asleep.
Settings. Oh shit, that might.
Do you want to be my baby boy?
I think I'm a bit old for that one.
Okay, that's freaky.
What is your favorite food?
Okay, we're gonna mute that for a second. Jesus Christ, today is the day. The next action, guys, might actually eat the stream. I will restart it if that happens. I hope it doesn't. Oh, do I have to do that every single fucking time? Oh no. It's no kick. There is no kick in there. Oh, that sucks, man. Oh, 7. So what do I put in 7? Okay, you can listen to the people.
And actually, like, look at my profile, like the
no
actual
idea,
profile. You realize that, like, my nickname is Dark Mage Chef. So I really am.
Did you kick him?
Obvious troll is obvious.
Tom gives 0 fucks.
I think this one arrives via Moron Uber.
Oh, that was definitely an Uber.
Yeah.
Channel, stream URL and key. I don't know what I'm doing. Channel. Open mode dashboard. I don't know what I'm doing. Where is the actual fucking... I did it the first time, but now... God damn it. This sucks. Oh, there you go. Found it. Where are you sending me this? Oh, there you go. Sorry, guys. This is fascinating. I'm pretty fucking sure. This is really good
Whenever
for you
people
guys.
joke about animal abuse like that, it just shows that they're very immature.
7.
Was somebody making a joke about animal abuse?
Oh, he's a dog meat chef.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna unmute Sleepy Puma, okay? Let's see if Sleepy Puma has the argument down, okay? So Sleepy, I'm gonna unmute you, but I need you to answer the question. Why is it, if there's a dog in front of you,
We're going.
and you can get a sick pump by beating the shit out of that dog, should you beat the shit out of that dog?
Not settings. Channel.
Dude, can we agree to certain things before we start?
Oh.
No, I need you to answer the question.
Can we agree to certain things before we start? So we can have a conversation.
I replied to you, no. So can you please answer my question?
There's no conversation then. Like, I want to make sure we're not being disrespectful.
Okay, I thought we could have a conversation. Okay. So let me know, Sleepy, in the chat. You can try if you want,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
he's not going to answer questions.
Well,
He's
let's
dodging
see.
questions.
Let's see. I'm dying to know what the agreements are. Sleepy.
So I want to have a conversation, by the way. I want to make sure that first we're not calling names because I was called names.
What were you
Second,
called?
Poor baby.
What were you called?
hypocrite. And second,
Poor
I
baby.
would say
Hypocrite is not a name, bro. It's a
hold
state.
on.
It's a state.
Second,
You are in a state
hold
of
on.
hypocrisy, so that means
on.
you're a hypocrite.
Hold on. Second, we're to listen to each other without cutting because you did the same for so many people. Someone's stating their point and you go like, no. Like, that's not how you have a conversation.
I mean,
like at least
it kind of
a
is. Here's the
civil
thing.
conversation.
Yeah, here's the thing. I don't agree to that stipulation. I'll agree to the not name calling because it seems to hurt your feelings, and I don't want to hurt your feelings. But I will not agree to not cutting in because people can filibuster about something that doesn't answer the actual question. You call that a conversation. I call that derailing.
Okay, see, I just heard you. I wait for you to finish and I'm talking. I could stop you right there and be like, but
that's fine.
That's what I mean, right?
Yeah. And I answered
so,
and I answered why we do this. Is that was I not clear?
Can you agree with those two things?
No, I'm not agreeing to the second one because, as I said, incredibly often, I'm asking a question, and then if I let the person actually talk for like an hour without answering my question, I'm wasting everybody's time. So no.
Well, because I noticed the guy there, he always tries to impose his question, even though sometimes people are trying to say,
What the fuck do you mean by imposing a question? When you ask a question, somebody's better answer and not go on a rambling tangent, regardless of what the question was. So imposing a question is a word salad. And that's not me calling you names. That's just me stating a fact.
The question may be set up for a logical failure. So that's why you're saying, hey, this is not
that's an
the right
assumption
question to be asked
on your
here.
part. So would you agree not making assumptions in this conversation?
I mean, everybody's making assumptions.
Sorry?
Everybody's making assumptions, but the thing is,
no, you wouldn't agree to not making assumptions.
I have a conversation with you guys. I will not have a conversation with you guys. No problem. So I'm going to leave.
Yeah, bye.
But peace for you all.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
So are you going to answer questions or not, Sleepy?
No, they're going. That's
I just told you I'm not going to have a conversation because we
You're
can
not going to answer
Goodbye.
questions. Okay, that's fine, Sever. If you can't answer questions, that's perfectly fine. You can sit and listen if you want, or you can leave.
I mean, I was charitable. I tried. That's okay.
I mean, VPM, I just what he's talking about is I just repeated the question like 8 times until he eventually said that he doesn't want to talk to and that he doesn't like this type of discussions.
Yeah.
The ones where you insist on somebody answering the question.
Yeah. Oh my God. Poor baby got called a hypocrite. I'm like flabbergasted by you people /s. I can't believe you acted that way /s.
Oh, they're always a
/s
bit
means sarcastic,
Yeah.
right? Just for everyone, yeah.
All right. I was thinking, I'm actually like itching for a conversation because I was thinking of doing something new. If I can do that, I'm not sure if I can. What is the name, Felix? What's the name of that canvas thingy that you were working on? I can't find it all of a sudden. No, I did find it. Hold on. I know. It's called Exalidraw. And I just want a new thing. How do I open a new thing on Exalidraw?
Sorry. Yo, I'm back. What's up?
Oh, it's not free.
What?
The Exalidraw thingy. Is it free?
Oh, the draw thing? Yeah, it should be free.
I just need to sign in or something? Fuck.
Oh, what? Hold on.
I don't know.
What?
It's telling me free whiteboard, and then it goes into your whiteboard. I just want a new
because
one.
the URL. You want to change the URL to like a blank one without the additional stuff. Hold on. I'll find it for you.
Yes, please. And so I want to try and create like a flow chart for somebody's conversation. I want to see if we can learn something from that. Sometimes I feel like I'm like losing.
I did that with ChatGPT, by the way, VPM. Because all my conversations that I have on the street, I transcribe them. So I did that with ChatGPT, and I learned things about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean. Hold on. I see. Oh yeah, how do you open a new canvas?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
A minute. What the hell?
How do you do it? How do you open a new one? Let me just really quickly. Should probably have. Is it muted?
Somebody said, I eat too many avocados to be vegan.
The fuck?
It's funny.
The damage quote unquote that Piers Morgan has done is palpable.
VPM.
What a
Just do Control A and delete. It's not going to delete anything on the specific link. Just Control A, delete.
And it's just going to be like a new board. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Because if you want to save the board, you just sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to ask VPM, do you have like any notification or something when there's somebody in the other not channel, server?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up in front of me so that I have it.
I can keep an eye. Don't worry.
Yeah, Tones.
As I usually do.
Yeah, we're gonna funnel a few people in
Hello.
there today. Hey, what's up?
There you go.
Hey, hello.
Hello.
So are you wanting both URLs, Discord URLs on your stream chat?
No, let's just keep the one from VPM. Let's do that for now and see where it goes.
You just want side feed, okay.
Yeah, only side feed. That's what I put.
Wait, I was just scrolling Instagram. Yo, hold on, Chip. You were talking to a guy who dropped LSD and was talking to trees?
Oh, yeah. The whole thing is ridiculous. Yeah. Well, his whole argument was that plants are sentient because you watch them grow and you get attached to them. Therefore, they are sentient.
What the fuck?
Wait, we have somebody
So
here.
Teddy bears are sentient as well because people grow attached to them.
I mean, my laptop is sentient by that logic because I'm attached to my laptop. ASDF, do you want to have a conversation? Hey, SDF, do you want to have a conversation? Hola, Rufi, do you guys want to mic up and have a conversation?
Rufi is a strange name to give yourself.
Well, Rufi, mic up, man. If you want to learn about veganism, there's no better time to ask questions.
Yeah, we're nice. We're only insisting on people answering questions so that they get the point. Because, people become dissonant if they don't go through the thing.
Your vote of confidence in me already is heartwarming, but also true. Also, 100% probability that I will lose patience. And by the way, guys, I know I haven't been on the predictions.
That's going to be a completely one-sided vote.
A little out of whack with my timeline.
Maybe we can tell people why we're vegan. Rufi, I'm vegan because I believe in justice. I believe even if the world isn't a just place, I would like the world to be a just place. And in a just world, we wouldn't just be treating somebody like an object, using them or killing them against their consent and against their interest simply because we can or we want to. And that made me be vegan. Was that too convoluted?
Here's the thing, Hummus. I don't think most people care about that until they had the conversation. It's a good conversation ender or towards the end. As a conversation starter, people are like, yeah, as many as possible, pile that meat on, you know? I don't know if that would
And
be...
if there is somebody, we should respect what they...
I mean, maybe.
Unless we're doing it for their benefit. But if we're doing it for our benefit, we shouldn't intervene in their experience of life. Because if we don't need to, why would we?
I should stop drinking coffee, though. It fucks up.
And Rufi asks, okay, but animals can't give consent to anything. Well, that's exactly the point, Rufi. When somebody cannot give consent, we don't simply assume consent, we assume lack of consent. Take, for instance, if you find a passed out person, you wouldn't be saying, well, I can do whatever I want to them because they can't consent. No, you assume they wouldn't consent. A child...
No, thank you. First of all, black tea potentially harms like yellow's teeth even more than coffee. But then you add lemon to it. You add acidity to it. That's with Tifa's junkies mine. That's a recipe for disaster.
Oh.
Nah. Also, I need the caffeine kick.
Hey, Sin Eradicator, do you want to have a conversation?
Pew, 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 pew,
Oh,
pew.
you're vegan.
Can be a short conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
Right. Hallelujah.
Yes, Conspiracy is good documentary.
You always change your name.
The clue is at the end of it.
Yeah, follow the cross, bro.
Okay. Vulcan, do you want to have a conversation?
Me?
I just want to try something new. I don't know what.
Okay, I have to say about only talk about the what is veganism. Okay, I have to say veganism.
Well, how do you feel about animals?
I like them.
You like them?
I like
do you think
animals.
Do you think we should treat animals like objects?
No, I don't. We have to treat them. we have to treat them as something alive. I mean alive.
Well,
so
do you think an animal is a somebody? Do you think that behind the eyes of an animal is there somebody there, or is there nobody there?
Of course, there is somebody. Okay.
So there is somebody, right? They're not a something.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Do you think it's okay to put them? Do you think that if we choose to use them for our benefit and against their detriment, as in we benefit from it, but they don't, they get exploited, abused, and slaughtered. Do you think it's okay to do this to them without any need behind it?
Okay, I know where we are going. I can see each of us, right? I can see from the title, veganism, or
sure.
Okay,
but you see, Vulcan, the key to having this conversation go to the right place is for you to understand the perspective. And if you already know where it's going and you're jumping the gun, you might get to a point where you're missing some of the points. So let's just go point by point. Do you think, and then as obvious as it seems, it's all good, okay? So do you think, I'll ask you the question again, do you think that if we choose to use them for their bodies for our benefit without caring what they want, and then maybe kill them when we can no longer use them. Is that us treating them like an object?
Okay, we have to consider various aspects of life. For example, okay, it's something about it's about some emotions. Okay, something about there is something about emotions, and there is something about real life. For example, actually, maybe there are other.
Do you mind if I ask you, like the question I asked you? Can you please answer it? Are we treating them like an object when we're only care about their body, and we're about using their body? We don't really care who they are or what they want. We just want what their body gives, or the shape of their body is important to us. And when we can no longer get what we want out of their bodies, we disregard completely what they want, and we kill them and then use them. Is this objectifying them?
I don't agree with that. Okay, I don't like that. First of all, I want to make it clear.
Do you mind answering the question before you go, like, explain this? Can you answer the question, is it objectifying to them or not?
So I would say that I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. If we don't...
Is it objectifying, though? You don't agree with the objectifying of treating animals as if the only thing that is important for them for us is their body?
Okay, what I'm saying is objectify is very complicated words, okay? Is
it objectifying them or not? Is it objectifying them or not?
I don't know.
All you care about
I don't know.
Is their dead body.
I don't know, because objectify is very complicated words. So if you are asking me, so you like it? If you ask me,
I mean, when you answered the question, should we treat animals like objects? You knew what we are asking, and all of a sudden you don't.
Food, meat.
You use the word objectify, okay?
Yeah.
And
you answered it, right? So I think you knew what it means. It means turning a somebody into a something.
If you mean what I think the objectify, I
just told you what I mean by it.
But the objectify means various, okay?
I just told you what it means. Did you listen? What did I just say objectifying means?
You didn't say anything, but ask me, okay?
Did you hear what I said about objectification?
Why don't you just tell it again?
Okay, so if I ask you...
Did you hear it? It's a yes or no. Did you hear what I said about objectification? No. Can you shut the fuck up?
So, I mean that if you ask me, is this objectify or something, do you think it's right to objectify
I'll repeat
something?
my question. I'll repeat my statement, rather. When I said, or when Chip said, we're treating animals like objects, what they meant by it is we're turning a somebody into a something. Do you agree with that definition of objectification?
I think the animal is between something or someone, okay? If I think. There is a between.
Earlier,
it's not a something, but it's...
Earlier, when Chip asked you, should we treat animals like objects? You said no, definitive no. But all of a sudden, animals are kind of like objects to you?
When I think that object means some kind of, what I say, just something very bad mean, okay? Bad meaning. But now you said objectify. Mm-hmm. Now you use that object means like the other meanings.
Well, that's the only meaning that we meant, and you had no issue answering that question earlier. What did you think we meant by the word objectification? Should we treat animals like objects? What did you mean by that? What did you think we meant by that?
I think you meant by you think the object?
No. So I described it, Vulcan. So Vulcan, I described it. Imagine if this happens to you, just to be clear, okay? Imagine if somebody, like you obviously have a will of your own. You obviously have something that you like, something that you don't like. And imagine if somebody who has power over you disregards that completely, doesn't really care who you are, what you want, or anything about what goes on in your head. They just care about the shape of your body and what your body gives. They will be concerned about how big you are and whether they can kill you now or later. Is it them treating you like an object if they don't care at all about what you have in your head or what you want to do, when they're essentially just concerned about your body, the piece of flesh that is on your body?
I mean, I'm not sure what's funny
Animals
to you.
too.
Not gonna lie, I'm not sure what is funny here.
I know.
He's just
I know.
uncomfortable.
Hey, you have to. At least you have to consider this is complicated matter. Okay, I don't agree with one part or the
What's
other part.
complicated, Vulcan, if somebody did that to you?
I think you're right. I think you're some levels you're right. But first of all, I think you have to consider this is complicated. Okay? It's not simple. Okay, I think that's my opinion. It's not simple. It's complicated. We have to
What's so
consider very
complicated?
things. So that's the thing we don't agree. Okay, that's the first thing we don't agree. I think it's
Just
complicated.
tell. You cannot
but you don't
explain
think
yourself.
why? Do you want me to? Do you want me to
Yeah,
explain why
yeah.
it's not simple?
Yep.
Well,
You want
it
me
seems,
to
Vulcan,
explain you? What?
Vulcan,
Yeah.
it seems that if you were in the position of the victim,
I asked
if you were in the
something, okay.
position of the victim, would it be complicated? Would you feel like they're treating you like an object if they're only concerned about the flesh that's on your body?
Meat.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Okay, first thing, do you think it's simple?
Vulcan, can you please answer my question? We're not going to go anywhere. I explained to you from the beginning that in order for you to understand it, you have to go through the questions. So if you were in the position of the victim and somebody would only be concerned about the flesh that's on your body, on your bones, and the size of it, and based on that, they decide to kill you or not. They don't really care if you want to live or what you want to do. Would that mean that they're treating you like an object or not?
Of course, they're treating me like object. Okay, like you said.
So if we do the same to animals, why would that then all of a sudden become complicated?
So if we do the same to the animal, but first of all, how do I say? First of all, I don't want to do any. I don't want to. How do I say? But first of all, okay, just there is some difference from human and animals. Okay,
but
don't think
we are
animals.
A lot of difference between animal and human.
I like animals.
Wait,
okay,
one second, before everyone gets into this. The things that I mentioned don't matter if there's a difference or not. Because an animal has wants also. An animal doesn't want to die also. An animal has feelings also. An animal has thoughts also. They have memories also. They feel love. They feel anxiety. So whether we're the same to them or not, it doesn't really matter. Because what we named in this example, I didn't even say that you have some form of cognitive ability or anything. I just said they don't consider what you want. They use your body only. If we did the same to an animal, would that be treating them like an object or not?
I have a little different opinion over there. Okay, because I said I think I answered your question. So let me ask you something like this.
You didn't. Is it objectifying them or not? That's the question. It's a yes or a no.
So
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Yeah, sure, bail him out, sure.
maybe it can be objectifying, right? Maybe. So my position is like this, okay? I strongly object that we kill or we harassing animals for fun or some other reasons.
Why would
We
it be
don't-
okay to do that to animals? What reason? What would be a good reason to do it to animals?
First of all, I don't think when it comes to the situation like life or death, okay?
So when you need it,
That's one thing. No, yeah, life or death.
for you.
Example, every humans. I'm people with every humans. Okay, if when humans is in some kind of life or death situation, and for example, okay, there is two things there. One is human and one is animal. Okay, and we have to only save one. So
let me ask you a question. Do you mind, Vulcan? I have a question. Do you mind?
Yeah.
Just to make it like a little shorter. So let's say you have the ability to slaughter a human being, the ability for food or whatever you want, right? The ability to slaughter an animal for food, or the ability to just like eat plant food. Which one of those things do you think is the most moral position to take? The most moral action to do?
Moral.
Yeah.
So I don't think that goes to the moral, okay? I don't want to
You don't
involve
think it's
the
a
moral.
question of morality whether you should kill a human being?
Yeah, that's right. I don't think it's not about morals.
You don't think it's a question of morality whether we kill a human being?
Yeah, morals is only about humans, okay?
What stops you from killing a human being then?
We can expand the moral. Usually the moral is about humans, okay?
Yeah,
That's
so
not
I'm
us.
asking you, is
I
it not a
didn't say
moral
that.
question to kill a human being? And you
If
said no.
if we
You're
want
just
to
talking
expand
to
the moral
yourself. That's cool.
to animals,
I'm like, just like, if you're talking to yourself, you're not gonna like interact. Why are you wasting air, frankly, right? Is my question. Why are you wasting air? Air is precious. Stop wasting air, frankly.
Yeah. So Vulcan, first of all, morals do not only apply to humans, and I can prove that to you very simply. Imagine there's a dog in front of you right now, and if you kick the shit out of that dog, you would get a sick pump. The question is, would it be moral if you choose to kick the shit out of that dog, knowing that your muscles would grow by doing that?
First of all, it's very extreme, okay? Extreme example. So it's a little unfair.
The question is, would it be moral? Would it be moral for you to kick a dog to get muscle out of it?
I don't have to apply the moral to that, okay? Because I don't like it, okay? I don't want to do that. Just
so
for fun. I don't kick out of
Must
dogs
be
just for fun, okay?
hard being you. Like if you can't even answer one question, must be really
But
hard
usually,
being you.
Okay, just about moral, okay? Sometimes
but
if
Vulcan, moral means right or wrong. Is it right or is it wrong to kick a dog to get a sick
No.
pump?
Moral is just not about wrong or right. Moral is
so
about.
Is it right or is it wrong to kick a dog? I'm not interested. Okay, I'll use right and wrong. Is it right or is it wrong to kick a dog?
Okay.
For a sick pump.
Can I ask you? Okay, if there is a tree, okay, there is tree. Okay, you just
no. Please answer the question,
wrong?
Vulcan. I explained to you from the beginning that we cannot go through this unless you answer questions.
Bruh. Yeah, answer questions. Yeah.
So, if there's a dog in front of you, and you could get a sick pump by beating the shit out of that dog, would it be right for you to do so?
Morally, you mean? Morally?
Right.
Yeah,
right
morally,
or
yeah.
wrong? Yeah.
Just right, don't wrong. What you ask me? It's morally wrong or right? Morally.
Morally, right.
Okay. So I just suggest that moral is complicated, a
I think
little
both of you need to
complicated
get
for the
out of the
animal.
English.
I always said that.
Stop
Okay?
stop wasting people's time.
So
Go.
if you just keep saying about moral about
So wait,
animals,
Vulcan, just to
I
be
think
clear,
it's
Vulcan,
little-
just to be clear, Vulcan, just to be clear, you're saying the matter of whether kicking a dog to get a pump is right or wrong is a complicated matter.
It's wrong, okay?
Oh,
okay.
It's wrong,
So
but that's not.
Well, so the intuition.
I don't depend that. Okay, I don't depend that kind of brute actions for the animals. Okay, you don't just drive me to the way. I don't. Okay, I don't
So it's the
depend
idea that like it's weird that he
idea.
eats meat, but
But
won't beat
it's
up a
moral.
dog
If
for a
you
pump.
ask me,
Is that the idea?
that's morally wrong, and that's also, for example, you extend this conversation further. It's illegal. Well, if you go there, if you want to go there,
wait.
it's morally wrong, and it's very easy to make it illegal. Okay, and
All right,
just
this non-English speaker is spazzing out, so let's be linear
Can we
here.
please go back to Chip talking to him?
I mean, it's not so Vulcan. It doesn't really matter whether it's legal or not. The question is, it's moral or is it right or wrong? Because there are several legal things that are not right or wrong. For instance, Vulcan. For instance, just to be clear, for instance, cheating on your wife or cheating on your partner is legal, but it is also wrong. So legality, whether something is legal or not, does not make it right or wrong.
I'm gonna move on to the person who wants to have a conversation.
Can I ask you something? Okay, can I ask you this question? Okay, just ask you.
Hey, what's up? Sorry about that.
All good. All good.
Yeah. Chip will
Can you hear
join
me
in
all
a
right?
second. If you want to wait for him, that's fine. But like, I'm streaming as well, so you can just talk to me if you want.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah. Well, I just came on and saw people getting asked these questions, and I was like, I reckon I'd be able to answer
Oh, cool.
some question.
All right. So you want me to remind you what the questions were? Like Chip was asking, but I bet I can recreate it somewhat.
Yeah. Go on.
All right. So I think he asked, "What do you think about animals?"
They're all right. They're all right. I eat a few of them, and lots of them I just leave alone.
I eat a few of them, and the rest I leave alone. Is that what you're saying? Sorry, I'm writing it down as well, so that we have like something to go back to, because sometimes.
Yeah, I eat livestock. I feel pretty good about that.
Okay, and what is the difference between those that you eat and those that you leave alone? What is the difference between those two?
Well, usually the ones that I eat are much easier to farm. Pretty hard to eat. Go and have dolphin or shark.
Okay.
Yeah, and yeah, carry on.
Yeah. What do you think is easier to farm, an animal or a plant?
Oh, well, they both have their own unique challenges.
Sure.
Plants are very.
You
very
sound like a farmer to me.
seasonal.
Are you a farmer or?
I'm not, but I'm from New Zealand, so lots of farming going
true,
on
true.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
well,
like
plants are
generally speaking,
seasonal.
if you could give like a rate
Yeah,
from
well-
1 to 10, which one is easier to farm? Like
Well,
where it would be
no,
plant?
I'm breaking it down. So plants, you need to, like many plants won't grow in specific areas, so you're only able to grow specific stuff in specific areas. You need like you'll need different chemicals and all sorts of stuff if you need it, if you want to actually have a vast selection of propagation. Sheep and cows and chickens, pretty much everywhere. There's a lot more work involved in it. I think, you know, you've got to share your sheep, you've got to fucking look after your chickens. So I reckon, well, yeah, I don't think you can. It's like apples and oranges, plant farming and animal. That's my thought.
Okay. If it was easier to like farm humans, would you say that it would be morally permissible to farm humans?
Well, we're sentient.
Wait,
we are
animals are also
aware.
sentient.
No, they're not.
What's the evidence for that?
Because they'd be clawing at the walls, they're clawing at the fences, going. Rah, rah, rah. They've got
Excuse
no
me,
clue
what's the evidence
going on.
for animals not being sentient? And I'm looking for scientific evidence, frankly, and not just like your perception of it. You know what I mean?
Whoa. Okay, well, I'm not a great scientific mind, but they seem pretty chill. They just stand there and eat grass.
Why is that?
and-
Sorry, what's the evidence for animals not being sentient?
Well, you asked me for scientific evidence, which I can't exactly give you, and I don't
here's
think
the
you
thing.
can find evidence.
It's a scientific claim, right? If you are making a scientific claim, you should probably provide scientific evidence. And if you don't have evidence, hold on. If you don't have evidence for a scientific claim, then your credence in that claim should be incredibly low, like zero. Frankly,
You're making a huge scientific claim, claiming that
which one?
Cows
What
have,
claim did I make?
They're sentient. That they're sentient.
Yeah, sure. I can provide evidence. Would you like me to? Scientific evidence.
Go on.
Okay, cool. So give me a sec.
Just got to get the Wikipedia page up.
No, I wouldn't do you like that. You know what I mean?
Oh, stream, no.
So one sec. Ethics. Sorry, let me just get to the right page. It's so big, the site that I'm building, that sometimes I get confused by it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, so sentience, you know what it is?
Why don't you? I'll hear your spin.
Sure, no problem. So it's the biological ability to be conscious, right? There are several things that need to happen in order for an organism to have the ability to be conscious. One of those things is animal cells. So like plant cells can't facilitate consciousness because the moving of information between cells is way too slow. Another thing that should happen is the brain and the spinal cord. So spinal cord, and then the consciousness actually arises from this feedback loop between the five senses and the brain through the spinal cord, through the nervous system. It's called the central nervous system. When you have the conjunction of those things, animal cells, a brain and a spinal cord which are connected, which creating a central nervous system, then there is an ability to be conscious. So we have several, almost all animals like have this, right? Like cows, pigs, chickens, fish have this. So they are indeed conscious. Another thing that, it's like a scientific consensus that most animals are conscious anyways.
I have evidence.
Could I jump in?
I can show you a study that they're sentient. Would that help?
No. Okay. I've got a point I'd like to jump in on.
All right.
This is probably a classic. You probably hear it all the time, but I'd just like to hear your spin. Is that, well, I'm assuming they're all conscious. they've been mauling each other for millions of years.
Mhm.
And so why is it suddenly not okay if we maul them?
Well, first
Wait,
of all,
before we go there, I'm sorry, VPN, but before we go there, don't you think we should finish this animal sentience thing and then move on? Because I'm like, are animals sentient or not? We can go down that route and we can explain it to you, and we do hear it a lot.
Yeah, but if your argument is that you shouldn't do it because they're sentient, then what about the animals being sentient, killing other animals that are sentient?
Sure.
What's the difference
we
from us
understood
being
the
sentient?
question. We're just like, what Chip is trying to do is finalize this because,
Exactly.
sorry, what's your name? Made the claim, sorry, Culture made the claim that animals are not sentient, and it was based on like him observing animals, which was weird. And so just like, I would like to know if you changed your mind on it, is the question, right?
I'm willing to concede the point that they're sentient.
Yeah, we'll finish the conversation with Culture and then we'll continue other stuff.
So, do you think a cow can love
Sorry, can you
as much
please
as you?
like participate in the structure of this? I would love to know if you've changed your mind on your scientific
It's not
claim.
much of a debate if you don't. It's not much of a debate if you don't let me ask you questions as well.
Well,
so Culture, we can go through all the questions you want. We just got to go to them point by point. By us trying to go to them point by point, we are respecting your time, your concerns, and we are trying to have a civil debate. But if we jump from one point to another, then we cannot go to the next point because we just go towards assumptions without claiming the validity of those assumptions.
That's fair.
So the first assumption was that animals are not sentient. We already debunked that, and we've come all of us have come to the conclusion that animals are sentient. So we can move on to the next claim. VPN, do you wanna go?
Yeah. Well, I'll just also
just concede.
Sure, I'll go along with you.
Yeah,
I'm
just
not.
concede.
My mind changed, but I'm with you.
You haven't changed your mind when presented the scientific evidence countering your unscientific claim, which you came to the conclusion of without knowing the science behind it?
Well, I think there still remains quite a large difference. Don't you think?
Sure, no problem. I just want you to concede that animals are sentient based on the definition that I provided to you. And Chip can provide you with like a scientific paper. I can provide you with a scientific paper.
It's in the chat. It's in the chat already.
Yeah, there you go.
So if I don't agree, we're not allowed to proceed.
I mean, it's just like
Well, we
would
gotta
be
finish-
very
we gotta
hard
conclude,
to do.
yeah.
It would be very hard to do because you would be sticking to your scientific claim for which you don't have scientific backing. And that just like would be like a dishonest way to continue.
And it's
well,
a
no,
very
it's not
good
dishonest.
basis
I'm
for
still,
all our
I'm
argumentation.
waiting. It's not dishonest. I'm waiting for my mind to be changed, and I haven't gotten enough points yet.
Okay, what would you need to see to believe that animals are sentient? What type of evidence do you need to see?
Well, I don't know. You guys are the experts.
Well, no. I provided you with empirical evidence right now in the chat, a study that debunks and explains the scientific consensus on why are animals sentient. It also discusses the concerns of farmed animals, but you don't need to go through all that. You can just go and see or acknowledge that animals are indeed sentient. So, if you don't believe
we'll go with that. We'll
if
go
you don't
with it.
believe that, then I'm going to ask you, what type of evidence do you need to see? If this form of evidence does not convince you that animals are sentient, if the fact that they exhibit forms of sentience in regards that they do have wills and wants, they do have forms of thinking, they do think both slow and fast, they have emotions, they have experiences, they have trauma, they have anxiety, all of these are clearly signs of sentience. But if
Can I
you
ask
don't
a quick
want
question?
to...
Would you believe that plants are sentient?
No.
No, we also have evidence against that.
There you go.
What evidence do you have that plants are not sentient or don't experience suffering?
So there are a bunch of neuroscientists saw the bullshit online and they created this paper going through all the bullshit and debunking one by one all the claims that plants even can be sentient. They cannot biologically. There is a physical impossibility for plants to be conscious. And this paper summarizes it and explains it all.
I've got one thought before I agree on sentience. Well, so say they are sentient. I'm just going with that.
So you agree that they are?
How many neurons have cows got? 3 billion. Ish, round about there.
Are
How
you
many
using
do humans
ChatGPT?
have, people? That's my one question before I will agree.
Are you using ChatGPT, or where did you get the 3
No.
million neurons? Just
Well,
Just
look at
answer his question.
why
How
don't you
many
do your
neurons
own?
do neuron
Do your
have?
own.
Shun, can you
Human have?
let
There
us
is
finish the
a
conversation with Clunch, and then we can address you.
there is a colossal difference in the number of neurons between us and
Sure.
cows.
So let me ask you a
Hello.
question.
Should
Yeah.
we-
I'll accept your claim, right? I don't even want evidence for it. So if a human being, for instance, was mentally challenged and had only 3 million neurons, would it be okay to farm?
That's a good question. I don't.
Hydroencephaly is a condition where they can be born with parts of their brain missing and thus having considerably less neurons.
Yeah, well, I think it would. Doesn't seem very likely.
Well, it doesn't matter, right? We're
well, it
asking
is.
you like a moral question, right? Like,
Yeah.
So do you think that
Yeah, I
would be
don't-
like morally permissible to farm mentally challenged people who have the same amount of neurons as cows?
Yeah, I don't think I have an answer for you. So I will say that they are all sentient and we can move forward.
Okay.
They're
was
all
your
sentient,
question?
and I am assuming that you're also coming to the conclusion that the number of neurons doesn't matter. Because
I
if you're
think
saying
that-
that the number of neurons matter, then you have to go through the question that you were asked. If we find a
Well-
human being who has less neurons than the average human being, let's say even as low as 3 billion as a cow does, would it be okay
pretty
to
impossible.
farm them and exploit them?
Well, I don't have a straight answer for you, but I think that there
Holy
is
shit.
no shot that they have their even close to the same like emotional bandwidth or thought
Well,
bandwidth.
people with
that.
hydroencephaly,
But
people
what
with
I am saying
hydroencephaly,
but what I am saying is that they very may well still be sentient.
but culture, no. So before we move on, is because you made a claim, and we have to move on also from that claim. So you made the claim that they're not sentient. Now we've debunked that, and they're sentient. Okay. Now you made the claim that they have way less neurons, and you were asked the question, because if you're going to go down this route, you're going to have to say whether them having less neurons matters or not. And when you're saying a human being cannot have as few neurons as a cow, well, there are cases, and as I explained to you, it's called hydroencephaly, where they might. And the question isn't even whether they might have the same neurons as a cow. The question is, why should we treat somebody differently, morally, based on the number of neurons that they have in their brain? Why is that a moral way to discern whether somebody should be exploited or not?
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm with you. They're sentient. They have the neurons must be triple as powerful. We're good. I'm good. You've got me. You tied me up in words. We're
So
good.
your next question was, well, they have like less emotional stages, right? Like less ability to feel emotions. Do you think like if we found like a race of human beings who like generally biologically had less ability to feel emotions, it would be okay to farm them?
Well, you kind of just asked that.
No, that's
You've
a
already
different
asked that.
question now, right? Because we moved on to a different
If we
claim
found a
that
race
you
of
made.
them.
You made a different claim, though. You made the claim that they have like less ability to feel emotions, the cows. So I'm asking you now, okay,
We
let's
already
put a
covered
human
that.
being
You said
in that
if
place.
you found a person, would it be okay to farm them if they had less neurons? You've
No,
already
well,
asked it, and I
there's a difference. Yeah,
conceded.
there is a difference between neurons and the emotional states. Sure, humans
It's
are more
all in the
capable of
neuron.
feeling like a larger array of emotions. But if we found a human being that can only feel the basic emotions of, you know, joy, fear, things like that, would it be okay to farm them?
And so we're talking, so they're incapable of speech.
Sure, if we found a human being that is mute,
Like
would
animals?
it be okay to farm them?
Well, I mean, if they're like brain dead, they can't speak.
No, we're not talking
Yeah.
about brain
They're not
dead,
brain dead.
right? Like there are human beings that can't speak, but they have a brain
they're
activity.
like cows. Well, if they're like cows, they just stand around and eat the grass. They're not going to
Sure.
be helping much.
So a human being that is sentient, has a brain and a spinal cord, has the ability to feel limited amount of emotions, but can't speak. Would it be okay to farm them?
Well, yeah, I reckon we do the same thing to cows.
So yes, it would be okay.
So,
It would be okay
just because they're called, they just look
to
like us.
farm
suppose.
human. Hold on, I'm not writing. It would be okay to.
Well, you're not really describing humans there.
Human.
Yeah,
of,
we
of
are,
course,
we
I
are.
am. Babies are like that.
Oh well, that's pretty. It's hugely
Babies
off
are
a
like
human.
that. Beings
What about pigs? And pigs are quite
who
similar to
are
humans.
sentient, but have a small emotional array and can't.
Yeah, babies don't. Babies are babies. They're
Yeah.
going to grow
So
into
babies,
full adults.
babies are like that. So it's okay to farm babies, according to you.
What do you mean farm babies?
Yeah, just farm
That's-
babies for
They're,
meat.
they're gonna. Well, no, because they're gonna grow into fully developed
Well,
emotional
not if I
humans.
kill them. Not if I kill them first.
Well, cows don't develop it. Cows can't learn to speak.
Yeah, and the
go
babies
to
won't
school.
won't develop speech either. Like if I like cut off a part of their brain and kill them
Yeah, but
early
we're-
enough before they learn how to speak. It's just gonna be fine.
Yeah, well,
I can
well,
farm babies
if you
according
can
to you.
leave a cow alive as long as you want, and it won't do those things. But you leave a baby, and it grows and
Well,
flourishes
not all
and
babies.
gets smarter.
You know what? There are some grown human beings who can't speak, have a small emotional array, but are sentient. They are experiencing life, but they feel only the basic emotions. They don't like grow up ever. Right? Mentally challenged people exist and they can't speak. So according to you, it's okay to farm mentally challenged people, even if you're not biting
No,
the
you
bullet on the
said if we
babies.
discovered a new set of humans.
No, I didn't say that.
That's
I
what you
said if...
No, oh, okay. Well, you just
Bro.
gone back on your point. I'm kind of lost interest now.
Okay, see ya.
Well,
Going back on
Kutcher,
your point.
Kutcher,
You changed your
the question was pretty clear, and let me rephrase it. This isn't a who wins, who loses type of situation. We're trying to steel man arguments, not straw man them. Okay, so
Yeah,
you
well, she asked
said.
if we
So
discovered
the question, first of all, it's they, and second, not she, and second, you were asked if we find human beings who are cognitively impaired, the same, and they have the same cognitive abilities of animals, emotional abilities, would it be okay to farm them for an
already said-
optional product?
I already said sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what makes it okay to farm them for optional products?
Oh, I've already gone through this.
Sorry, I don't
Well,
remember going
you
through
see,
that.
culture. Yeah, well, see, culture. The thing is, you are in favor of farming humans who are cognitively impaired up to a level that you deem them as it's okay to farm them. Because you just arbitrarily chose one level, right? Why would your level be the right level? Why would you saying that, well, your cognitive capabilities are at this level, therefore it's okay to farm them? Where's the logic in that? Because
Well,
I could say that
we've been doing the
culture,
same for cows for years, right?
if I cognitively I'm much stronger than somebody else, even if they would be normal, I could use the same logic that you're saying and say, well, you should be farmed because you're not as cognitively strong as I am. So why is that level? What makes that level okay?
Well, if we're getting
Where's the
brutal
logic?
here, if we're getting into like species survival, and I think, and okay,
No.
just to hit the record, I don't have anything against mentally challenged people.
Then why are you agreeing
But
to
they're
farm
not,
them?
they're not. Well, no, I'm talking about real life here. Some people.
Yeah, there
but
are
then,
real life people who
mentally
have the same
challenged people
cognitive abilities
exist.
of animals.
What's the problem?
But we're
Mentally
talking
challenged people
hypothetically
exist.
here, though, so I care about those people. So I'm not
Why?
going to farm them in real life. That's just what I'm saying.
Well, then.
So why not?
Wait. Then it's a contradiction what you said. You said, well, a cow has like low emotional states, is sentient, but the AQ is very low or something like that, very little neurons. Therefore, it's okay to farm a cow. So when we put a human being with the same traits, you're saying, no, I have like an emotional attachment to them. All of a sudden, it's not okay to farm. Well, sorry, why is your emotional attachment so deadly? Please, let's talk logic instead.
Well, where I was going earlier was that if we're getting really gritty into species survival and progression, is that they're not helping our survival or progression.
Excuse me, what's the
so
claim?
why wouldn't you?
Okay. That intellectually challenged human beings do not help our species survive. Well, first of all, that's not true. You would argue that Stephen Hawking was an intellectually challenged human being to some extent, right? He had a disease that did affect his brain well, no. He has that disease also affected his capability to certain capabilities in his brain, but it was a how do you call it?
Neurodegenerative disease.
But the point of it, thank you. But the point of it, culture, is that do you think we should exploit or slaughter people based on their capability to help the species thrive or advance?
Well, shouldn't we be thriving and advancing?
That's not the question.
Culture. We should, but the question wasn't that. The question was if we find human beings who are not helping our species survive or improve, would that mean it's okay to exploit and kill these people because they're not helping our species survive and improve?
I'm gonna say sure, and before you jump in,
when I talk about
man. I think if we
So you're in favor of genocide?
Okay, before you jump in, could you please let me finish? We don't.
Chief, let him finish.
We don't want. I wouldn't want to kill a cow myself. I don't like it, right? But we'd be having other people do it, right? That's how farming's worked for years. You'd just be disconnected. You just go to the grocery store and it's in a pack.
What does this have to do with you being in favor of killing people who don't help our human species survive or progress?
Well, I mean that I don't have to take the moral weight, you know? You never have with farming. No one ever has, except for the people that actually kill them.
Okay, so if we take, for instance, if we found out that a certain country is keeping us from surviving and thriving, should we kill all the inhabitants of that country?
I guess if they're like oppressing and not letting us have food or growth or
No, wait. You see, culture, you already changed the situation. The situation was pretty clear. The situation, you could have asked if you didn't understand the situation.
Okay, sure.
You said, culture, that it is okay to kill humans that don't help our species thrive or advance. It doesn't mean that they keep our species behind. It just means that they don't help our species thrive.
Yeah,
They just keep it at the level that it is. So you said it's okay to kill these people, correct?
Okay.
Is it correct or not?
Sure.
So culture, that means that if we found out that a certain country or a certain individuals from that country, take for instance, if Jewish people from Germany would keep us from advancing as a society or as a species, as you claim, then you would be in favor of killing all Jewish people, correct?
Wait, they're cognitively equal to us, right? Same.
Now you're inserting a new variable.
Well, no,
because
you didn't.
culture. No. So culture, you're not following. So let's go back. When we asked you about you're saying the cognitive capabilities, the question remained, why does that matter? And you said it matters because it helps our species advance. And then I asked you, is that an important factor on whether to kill somebody or not? Whether they help our species advance or not? And you said, yes. It no longer matters what cognitive capabilities they have if the important factor is whether they help our species survive or not. Take, for instance, if they're highly intelligent, but don't help our species advance, Should we kill them?
Oh, they should be farming us.
If they're highly
Alright.
intelligent and they don't help our species survive or thrive, should we be killing them?
I'm finding it trouble to. I don't know how to answer that because finding it trouble.
You don't
to
know
find
how
stuff-
to answer whether we should be killing people who are highly intelligent that don't actually help our species advance.
The situation doesn't really make sense because how would we be able to kill more advanced people than us if they're more intelligent, more, and why would they just be
There are
doing
several
nothing?
intelligent people. There are several intelligent people that actually do worse for humanity. Are you in favor of killing those people?
If they're doing worse for humanity, sure.
Yeah, and if they're not doing anything?
Yeah, I don't know. Let's sweep up all the streets of the homeless. Give them something to do.
By something to
I don't
do,
know
you
if
mean
you're
farm
making a
them.
joke right now. Yeah, you're in favor of. So, Culture, what exactly are you against slavery, Culture?
Oh my gosh, yes.
Wait, why? Because it seems like when it comes to slavery, it's only logical that you would be for it because our humanity would advance much faster if we enslaved part of our population.
I suppose, but they're equals, right?
In what way? They're not helping our society advance as much as they could if they were slaves.
Yeah, they're equal.
What the fuck does that mean? The equal.
All right,
Yeah.
you guys have got me. Oh, I better go vegan.
Yeah,
No, I'm actually
Culture,
not.
it seems like so Culture. I get it. Like, but you see, the bullets that you bit today were that we should be killing intellectually challenged human beings, that we should be killing human beings that don't serve a purpose to humanity, that we should be. What else? You said it's okay to kill a whole country off, so you're in favor of genocide.
You didn't elaborate either. Explain that. Yeah, carry on.
What else? Let's see. What else did you agree to? Are you really in favor of all of these, or are you just trolling or biting a bullet?
No, I'll tell you what, mate.
You're realizing
you're
you're losing a debate.
No, yeah, I'll tell you what. You guys cooked me up. You guys did a real good job.
By the way,
was,
Culture, just like the last nail in the coffin, it's incredibly detrimental to the human flourishing and human survival even to farm animals. So I like Chip was incredibly nice with you by accepting your claim even. I wouldn't accept that claim. It's incredibly detrimental to humanity to farm animals.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I am right. I know. All right, let's continue to Shun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm just good on. I just don't want to take all those supplements, I just don't want to.
Oh no!
Have to take all the
taking pills is so fucking hard.
Culture, mute yourself, please.
Oh yeah, I'm out. Have a good night, guys. That was a good chat.
Have a good night, man.
Yeah.
All right.
Stop being a
By the way,
genocidal.
can I start this off by saying I'm not here to win or anything. I'm just here to have a conversation.
That's the best one.
Thank you.
That's the best start of a conversation. Yeah.
I'm more here just to understand why you guys think the way you do, and to explore some of these topics in a chill way.
Cool.
Do you want to go through a set of questions to understand it, to understand the perspective that we're trying to show?
I'm not going to claim to be an expert or anything, but I do have a limited knowledge, which poses me to have some questions about this topic. So I'd first like to go into, I think that the only reason we can be here to have this kind of intellectual discourse is because of me. What I mean by that is way back when we were still evolving, we didn't really increase our cranium capacity in terms of how big our brains are until we started roasting meat. So what do you think about that?
What's the evidence for that?
Well, because we were getting more nutrients from cooking meat as opposed to trying to eat it raw, and that's when we evolved. There is evidence for that.
Yeah, there is also evidence that it's like cooking the tubers did the same thing. It just increased the calories and the nutrients. So like,
that's what I'm saying.
It's just thrown in like as a false dichotomy, in my opinion. This like fact because it's like the increase of calories and the nutrients and not meat, right? If we could find like a way to roast shit and not be grossed out by it, it could be that cow shit would actually have like more nutrition and would grow our brains even bigger, become like even more Chad-like. But we didn't do that. We just did meat, right? So it's not the meat.
But that was the only thing we had available to us, and that was the only thing that actually worked.
We were hunter-gatherers. We had like the gathering available to us as well, and cooking that stuff did the same thing as the meat.
But there's no evidence that berries and plants gave us the nutritional benefits to evolve. It was the meat that did that.
What's the evidence for that claim?
Can I nip this
I
in the
don't
bud?
have it to hand, but there is some out there. Go on.
So, Hon, it doesn't really matter because maybe in the past was you claiming that was the best way or only way for us to get more calories in is by cooking our food. In the reality, it wasn't that us eating the meat was the thing, it was us cooking that provided us with more calories. But nowadays, as I'm sure you're aware, we have enough sources of calories, protein, and everything, macro and micronutrients that our body requires without us needing to consume animal products.
I partially agree with that. I think the thing I have the biggest issue with is I don't think everyone does. I think if you're a wealthy person and you've got access to disposable income, it's easy to be a vegan. I've been a vegan myself in the past, just so you know. But for a lot of cultures, especially, you know, parts of the world which aren't doing as well as us, they can't actually afford to be vegans. They kind of need to eat meat in certain parts of the world.
Sorry, can we concentrate on you if you don't mind? Because like talking about other people is just like seems a little pointless. Why did you go vegan in the first place?
I don't know. I don't think I even did it out of a moral stance, to be honest. I just, for whatever reason, I went through a part of my life where there was a lot changing with how I was seeing the world, and I just decided to do it. I never did it based on any moralization, I don't believe.
Okay, so well, first of all, that wouldn't be like veganism, because veganism is a moral stance, right? It would be some kind of a plant-based dieting or something like that. Just like FYI, right? Like,
but why are we not allowed to talk about what's happening in the world and why some people in the world can't be vegans?
Because it doesn't apply to you.
Pertinent to the discussion.
It doesn't apply to you.
But this isn't about me. This is about veganism, right?
It doesn't apply to you.
So
we're talking to you, not the entire world. We're talking to people who are on Discord, who have access to Discord, access to the internet, access to a fantastic microphone that you have.
I've gone through times in my life which were very turbulent, and I've been homeless in the past. There's been times in my life where I would not have been able to. There's been times in my life where I could try to be a vegan and be unsuccessful in doing so. Yep. So that is quite
What
pertinent.
does it mean to be vegan? What does it mean to be vegan?
I don't know. That's why I'm here to talk to you about it. I can make assumptions based on what I've heard from like social media, but I'm not here to make too many assumptions.
Yeah, so veganism is an ethical stance against exploitation and slaughter of sentient animals.
Okay.
Anything else would be not veganism, because it wouldn't be based on the ethics of doing something right or wrong, right?
So just to be clear, does that mean that you would never eat meat under any circumstances? Or say if you were like stranded and the only thing you had access to was meat, would you then eat it out of necessity, or what's the deal with that?
Well, there are different contexts in which meat would be either justified or even absolutely 100% vegan, in my opinion, because if it doesn't if it doesn't come from the exploitation and slaughter of an animal, then it's a vegan meat.
If it doesn't come from the slaughter of an animal
and the exploitation.
What I'm proposing to you is say hypothetically you're in a plane crash and there's some packaged meat there. It's been slaughtered. You have nothing to eat for a month. Are you eating that, or are you starving to death?
Sure, I'm eating that, of course. If there is like just packaged meat that doesn't like, and I'm on a deserted island, that would go like absolutely like rancid, and it by me not going into the supermarket and paying for another piece of meat, obviously. That's like permissible.
Okay, so is your main objection to the participation of that.
No,
So
to the
it's more like
exploitation
you
and
don't-
slaughter of animals, and my action of eating meat on a
Yeah.
deserted island wouldn't increase exploitation and slaughter. Wouldn't like facilitate it in any kind of way. Yeah, I want to like.
Yeah, it wouldn't demand it.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, but there will also be people out there that think, well, hang on a minute, one person not buying the packaged meat rather than letting it go rancid, that's not going to change the exploitation of animals either. The meat's already packaged. It's either going to go to waste or
But
it's
that's
going to get
not true.
eaten. How is that not true? Do you know how much food gets
you
thrown
can-
out?
So I can tell you why it's not true, because my parents did have a store. And in a store, it works fairly simple. Based on the demand, they based on how products sold, that's how many products they order next. Take, for instance, including perishable, especially perishables like meat. So if you have, let's say in kilograms, if you buy a ton of meat per month to sell in your store, and you only sell 900 kilograms, then next time you're not going to order a ton of meat. You're going to order less.
But this
And
sounds
not
like
only
a
that, but
smaller
with the
scale operation,
perishables,
right? I'm
with the
more talking about
perishables,
industrialized
you order
size stuff.
with the perishables, you actually order less than what you did, because you don't want to end up with the products in your inventory, because then you lose money. So you order way less than the demand. So demand does change. So the question is,
I sort of get what you're saying.
do you
but
not understand how
more of-
supply and demand works?
Keep, I
What's
think
the point?
Shun
It's more of a
understood.
case for smaller. Yeah, I understand that completely. I'm more talking about the more industrialized scale of things, like really big supermarket chains and stuff, because that's not how they do it. There's so much food wastage that goes
do.
on because they don't
They do.
account.
My product, my family.
I'm in
Just to be
agreement with
clear, my parents had a really big operation, not a small one, a really big one, and they did it the same way. Yeah, that's how it's done.
Yeah,
Well,
there is a
props to
thing
your family,
called.
but I would say they're more the exception than the rule as far as that's concerned.
I don't know about that. There is a FIFO definitely going on, right? Like order when something is about to run out.
I agree that that's a common business practice, but if you look at like how much food gets wasted in first world countries, I'm not even a vegan and I find it disgusting.
Yeah, it's about 34% globally, but most of it is wasted on the consumer in the consumer house. So people buy over.
Maybe, but
people.
there's also a
No,
lot
no,
that
not
just
maybe.
gets
I looked
thrown
into
in the
this.
garbage.
No, not maybe. I looked into this. So it's people over consuming and then throwing that food out. That's the biggest chunk of food waste. But if you're asking, would it be permissible to like go dumpster diving for meat that was expired and thrown out? I would say yes. It's called a freegan. You're welcome to do it. I think it's dangerous as fuck, but you know.
If I'm not mistaken, they also sometimes like put locks on the garbage disposal, so it's harder for people to dumpster dive. Isn't that right?
Sure, maybe.
But-
I don't
but
know.
Han,
Like you could
like-
just go vegan.
Like the question, like Han, the like you could look at it that way from that perspective, but why don't you try to look at it from the perspective of should you be demanding the exploitation of animals? Because that's what we're asking. Should we be demanding that animals are exploited and killed for us if we don't need to? Like, should you be doing that,
I don't
knowing
think
that
we
you don't need
I
to?
don't. No, I personally don't like exploitation of anything, but I think that we as humans are exploitative of everything. I think we exploit each other. I don't think we only exploit animals. I think we do exploit people too. I
Sure,
think that
and that's
happens on a
morally wrong,
world scale
right?
thing.
And that's morally wrong. And
I
if we
agree.
can, we
I
should stop.
completely agree.
Yeah, if we can, we should stop, right?
I think if we can, we should. But the problem is that
So you can go vegan now, right now, right?
No, not necessarily, because you're speaking more of like an ideal world which won't exist. Like you can't just flip a switch and make everyone
No, no,
just
no.
you know
Yeah,
forget
sure.
their.
We're talking
Why
to
are
you
you
though. We're
demanding
talking
it?
to one person at a time. It's
Well,
going to take us
personally don't-
ages.
I personally don't exploit people.
Okay.
I can't speak for
Do you
others.
exploit animals?
I suppose I participate in
In the
eating meat.
exploitation
Yeah.
and slaughter, yeah.
However,
You demand
I also see some hypocrisy because you can't really farm for food of any kind, be it plant, meat, or anything, without global catastrophe. You're killing animals to make vegan food, right?
Yeah,
you
so
can't get away from it.
That's not a hypocrisy. That's the opposite of the appeal to nirvana fallacies. You are making an appeal to nirvana. We're more than aware that some animals are killed for plant food. But first of all, I can make the argument that it's happening because of the exploitation of animals anyways, right? That it's not our fault. It's actually the fault of the people who pay for exploitation and slaughter of animals. But also it's one of those things that it's one of those things that we can't avoid right now, right? So the whole concept of veganism is predicated on what you can do.
Can we define veganism at this point? I think there may be some confusion.
We did.
I think we defined it already. Yeah. But the point that you shouldn't be missing is that the question, Han, is if you have the capability to not demand the exploitation of animals, don't you think you have the moral obligation to do so?
No, I don't, because I'm not going to create any change by doing so.
Well, what's the evidence for that? Or what's the
you
argument
guys are
for that,
vegans. There's plenty of vegans in the world, and nothing has changed.
That's
yes,
that's
it
not
has.
true, and B, there are not plenty of vegans in the world. People keep resisting it. They keep resisting the change. Even if they agree with the vegan ethics, they keep not doing it. So we are around 1 to 3% of the world, but also the changes are palpable, and we can point them out to you if you want. The changes are crazy.
Okay, but I still don't understand how you basically don't want to harm or exploit animals in the process of acquiring sustenance.
Sure.
But do you understand how detrimental agriculture is? Do you know how many rabbits, frogs, insects, mice are killed just by plowing fields?
Wait, Han, before we go there.
Every vole, every shrew, every snake, every turtle, every frog, every bird, every rabbit.
Can I just?
I
just want to. Can I just say, I think we should deal with this first, because you seem to be under the impression that a change is not established, but then you're moving on to something else instead of being like, oh, that would be good to see the
I didn't
evidence.
move on to this. That was one of the things I said before that.
Yeah, let me address it then. So I made the claim that it actually, going on a plant-based diet, reduces... well, I guess I didn't make that claim, right? I'm making it right now. So vegans are aware that some animals are killed for the production of plant products, right? We're just making the...
Very many.
I would like to see evidence for that, except for the Joe Rogan podcast, but never seen yet. But our claim is, my claim is
nigga.
Are you okay?
You need help?
Jesus, what the hell?
Did you get it out, sweetie? All right. So I'll make two claims. The claim number one, this is the fault of animal agriculture, that any animals are killed, frankly, right? It's the production of animal agriculture that moves the killing of animals for plant food. And second, going plant-based or vegan reduces the number of animals killed, and obviously eliminates the number.
Just fucking niggers.
Okay? Like, what would be the point of this? Anyways, it's
They
not
find
like
it funny, I guess.
it's not like the live streams are gonna be yeeted. YouTube now has like an extensive AI to differentiate between the things that are said on your platform. Anyways,
So ridiculous.
Yeah, going on a plant-based diet actually reduces the number of animals to an astonishing degree, and I can provide evidence for all of those claims if you don't mind, right? So I'm sharing my screen now. Let's start at the beginning. Let's start at the cropland. Okay, so you can see the breakdown of current global diet, right? So 2.89 billion hectares are pasture, and making the claim that on this pasture less animals are killed, well, you're going to have to provide evidence for that. But also, if you look at the cropland, actual cropland, right, that produces plant foods, 43% of that are used to produce animal food, right? And only 57% are produced to
Yeah.
create the entire global population's plant foods, right? If we went
I do
vegan,
agree that a lot of agriculture is used to feed animals. Yeah.
yeah, so if you allow me to finish, though, I did make claims, so I should provide evidence for them. If we all went vegan, right, we would not only eliminate entirely the pasture land, we would also reduce the cropland by 200 million hectares. So it's actually the fact, in my opinion, that animal agriculture is the thing that facilitates monocropping and stuff like that. Because the reduction to only 1 billion hectares surely would oh, for the love of God. How many alts do you have, sweetie? How much do you want to use the N-word? It's just fucking amazing. So it's if we all went vegan, we could actually stop monocropping. It's the monocropping that's the issue. And the second claim that I made is that much less animals are killed for this dietary intervention. Well, first of all, I've already showed you that it just uses much less land than all the animal agriculture, including the cropland. But also, where is it? Where would it be? It would be in crops. Literally, like, more animals are killed for animal production through the feed as well. Crop deaths. Let me just show you this number of animals killed, right? They checked for 8 products, right? And chicken flesh kills the most. Then after that is eggs, then beef, then pork, then milk. And vegetables, fruits, and grains are this, like, tiny sliver of animals killed for anything. And in fact, where did this, like, myth that vegans kill more animals even come from? There was this study that I don't have right now that claimed that vegans kill 7 animals per year. And that's like an accidental killing, right? Or incidental killing.
Yeah.
Just like something sometimes happens. And people like blow it out of proportion as well. Like the claim is totally unfounded that like every wall, every mouse, every bird, every whatever, every shrew is killed when plowing the field. The fuck it isn't. Do you know what it would look like? The crops would be like covered in blood because those are mammals. The small mammals, but they're still mammals. Everything would be absolutely covered in blood. Do you think like the plant products are covered in blood when they're like
I don't
harvested?
think the mice have very much blood in them.
It doesn't
frogs,
matter. You're
but
saying
I understand what you're trying to
every
get at.
fucking mouse you're saying on the field, the shrews are pretty big, the moles are pretty big, right? And then like people sometimes extrapolate about pigs and shit. Those are huge mammals considerably, right? Like a chicken, I think, has like 1 liter of blood, and a mole is about as big as a chicken. So everything would be covered in blood. It's like when the harvesting goes through, I think I have like harvesting somewhere here. When the harvesting like goes through, the harvester only goes through the top of the crops, and it makes so much sound and moves so slowly that animals just like run away. And
I've put it in chat.
yeah,
There's a
Maybe
video
you're
in the
right to
chat.
some degree, but I haven't got it to hand right now. But I have seen evidence where quite literally billions of those animals die every year to agriculture deaths.
well, agriculture, yes,
It's
sure,
it's
but
hard for them to get exact estimate numbers because you're not going to go through the ground and count every insect and frog and mouse and
Exactly.
rabbit that you're killing while you're farming.
so how the fuck
But
would we know how many animals are killed even?
Yeah, because
My point is that if
produce
we are-
crops for more than just food. We produce crops also for a lot of other situations. I think like 30% of the crops we produce are for food, something like that, or 40%.
Yeah.
I already conceded
so-
that we use a lot of agriculture to feed the animals. So I'm
Yeah,
I'm
and also
already in
for like
agreement with that.
biofuels and shit like that, right? But like, let me show you this. Like, this is harvesting combine. right? I'm gonna mute it because it's like very loud. It's moving super slowly and it's not running over this human. How would it like run over
This is
a
a
mouse or
harvester.
something?
It's not plowing the field. It's just harvesting what's on the surface layer. I'm more talking about when you're interfering with the ground itself, not just harvesting. Yeah. I'm not talking about the harvest. I'm talking about the actual plowing process.
So Tone plowed the field like a bunch. Tone is like an ex-farmer. Maybe Tone, you can tell us a little bit about that.
When you're plowing a field, you're plowing dead material. There isn't very much in that field in terms of biomass or live animals because everything is dead already. They've all moved on. And when you're plowing, you will find there is very little there until you plow. And then you're digging up worms and things where the seagulls and the crows will come down and they will follow you in the tractor. And that's about the most damage you're going to do. But as for live animals, they're all gone. There's nothing there for them to eat.
Okay.
And some of the worms are not even sentient, so I don't know why I should care. Other worms are sentient, probably. Like, the problem is, right? Like, vegans are aware of this, and we do think that it's something, if we can, we should prevent. At this moment in time, when people are like are really conservative with their consumption, or like really want to stay in status quo, we can't move that. We can't do anything about it. What we can is have conversations with good moral people and ask them to stop paying for exploitation and slaughter of animals. And then in the future, hopefully, when animal agriculture is gone, we can fix the plant agriculture as well. Maybe move it all fully indoors. That would be preferable to me, in my opinion.
Who knows? Maybe in the future, AI is so advanced that AI can think of very good solutions to that farming problem. It's possible, right?
Yeah, it's one of those things that we just can't solve right now. So we, like, you know, it would be like weird to tell people, well, you should kill yourself because there are like 7 animals that die for the consumption of plant products. It's weird.
And even if we could solve it right now, just to be clear, like even if I don't subscribe to this this waterfall model, but even if we could, even if we could, Jesus Christ, man, even if we could fix it right now or in a moment or tomorrow or whatever, there are different problems to be solved, right? Just like animals are killed in the production of houses, just like animals are killed in the production of roads. These are issues we should deal with, but they have nothing to do with our choices when we choose to demand the exploitation of animals.
Okay.
Because that's what we're doing. And that the question still stands, Hon. How is it moral to demand the exploitation of a sentient being?
I don't know, but I guess I would pose a question to that. So how do you feel about sentient animals killing other sentient animals to survive?
Terrible.
But that's the nature, right? Like every animal that's not a herbivore is doing that.
Can we stop them? Can we do anything about it, Hon?
I don't know. There's probably omnivores. There's omnivores that could only eat vegetation but choose not to.
Can we do anything about it? This is yet again another issue. And by the way, this issue is split amongst vegans. Some vegans have one issue. Some vegans have one suggestion. Other vegans have other suggestion. But this has nothing to do, yet again, with you demanding the exploitation of a sentient being when there's no need for it. So how is it moral for you to demand exploitation of a sentient being when there's no need for it?
I honestly don't know. I haven't thought about it a whole lot, but I would like to figure out the logic of why shouldn't we do what the animals do? Like they're sentient, we're sentient, they're animals, we're animals. Why shouldn't we do what they do?
Oh, because we're also sapient. Because we're also sapient. And we have the ability to reason and the ability to have like our consumption reduced to a plant-based diet plus a few supplements. So we can avoid exploitation and slaughter of animals. Therefore, we know that animals are sentient and we are able to have compassion for them, the logical compassion. Therefore, we should spare them this bullshit. Like, if I could go to a lion and tell the lion, listen, I have this, like, really cool formulated food for you right here that's gonna make you survive and be, like, happy. Can you like stop ripping zebras apart, like, and eating them alive, starting with the testicles? I would, but I can only talk to people, so I do.
Yeah, plus, I'm just like, do you really want to do anything that an animal does? Because animals commit infanticide, they rape each other, they do all sorts of things.
Yeah, they
don't
do
just do things because they do it, right?
I've seen a dog eat the own feces, so.
Yeah, like we don't just do whatever an animal does because an animal does it. We have to have some form of logical statement behind it. And as Postmortem just clearly said, we are also in a situation where we understand the harm that we're causing to the sentient being. We understand the harm. We understand that we have options. And not choosing those options, choosing to put them through exploitation, abuse, and slaughter, how can that ever be moral when where we consider ourselves moral beings?
Well, I don't think it's moral. I'm actually not here to argue or talk about whether or not it's moral, because even though I eat meat, I don't think it's moral. I think the way we treat animals isn't moral. And I've seen the videos of the factory farming. I see how mistreated a lot of these animals are. So I actually agree with you that it's not moral, but my question isn't about whether or not it's not moral. That's not my point. I don't think it is moral.
Okay, so what's the question?
So then,
my question was more to do about why are we moralizing it? Like, why do we?
Mean? There's an animal involved.
Okay, well,
the sentient animal is our victim. Trillions of them per year. They are our victims. Why wouldn't we moralize it?
You're looking, that's a moralization in of itself, right? You can't. I'm asking for the logic behind the moralization.
Sure.
Rather than just going straight to the moralization.
Sure, I can deal with that. So, so I actually have this like on the screen right now. My argument for veganism, right? From the point of the human being, right? So my claim is, why are we granting rights to human beings? Why is it not okay to like slaughter and farm human beings, for instance? I think, and I think most people will agree with me, it cashes out into the ability to be conscious, which is sentience, right? It's the ability to experience life around you, to feel all kinds of feelings and emotions, feel pain, fear, anxiety, all of that stuff. I think that's the reason that it's not okay to kill a human being. Because I can give you an example of a human being who has the same capability to reason as a cow. I don't think it's okay to farm them. I think we should consider that being morally, as long as they are sentient, as long as they are experiencing life, it's not okay to take that life away from them. Well, animals have the same thing. Animals have sentience. And therefore, it's not morally justifiable to exploit and slaughter them en masse for unnecessary food, mind you, a food that is easily replaceable in the 21st century.
I agree that there's lots of parts of the world where it's easy to avoid eating meat, but there's plenty parts of the world where it's not easy to replace that diet.
So when we reach the consensus in the parts of the world where it is easy, and I'm hoping you are in that part of the world, we can just like all the money that we save on animal agriculture, we can just send food to people. Because right now, there is farming in Africa where they grow crops. And instead of feeding the children in Africa who are starving, they are sending it to the West in order to feed to animals. We could reverse that if we all went vegan, all the people who have the privilege that I have here in the West, if we all went vegan, we could allocate that food to help the poorer communities, the people who are starving.
Well, I think the problem there is they don't share your moral values, that a select small amount of people care more about profit than doing what's right.
I'm not sure how that interacts with my claim. If you give them food, there is no profit to be had.
You keep like coming up with ideal solutions, but the problem is that there's exploitation from people that can't really be avoided. Even if you don't contribute, there's going to be greedy so-and-sos out there that will only care about their individual profit and will do whatever they're going to do regardless of what you say or I say.
Sure, but then I can say that I'm not participating in the shitty stuff that they are doing.
But what does that do for you? Because
what do you mean?
You're creating.
What does that do for me? I'm not doing this for me, man. I'm not doing this for me. I'm doing it to spare the animals my blight.
I kind of disagree because you're not having that much of an impact, but you are
What's the
gaining
evidence
from
for that?
having the moralization.
What's the evidence for that? That I'm not having much of an impact.
Because one person is not having much of a difference on
I'm
the
not one
industrialization
person.
of slaughtering of animals.
There are like 6 or 7 vegans in here. I'm not one person. We're 1 to 3% of a population. But also, this is a circular argument. You're saying I'm not going to go vegan because right now there are too little vegans to make a difference. And by the way, we can present the differences that vegans made to you. We did give you that option. Even as 1 to 3%, we did make a difference. So
I think in the future, go for it.
So Han, I want to ask you something. So, do you think that you, like, if you were to find out that you make a difference and it's only 1 animal per year, only 1 animal, you could save 1 animal, you could spare them the exploitation, abuse, and slaughter by you going vegan. Just 1. Let's imagine that it's just 1. Don't you think that then you have a moral obligation towards this sentient being?
No, because I haven't imposed that upon myself in the same way that you guys have. I'm not necessarily saying what you're doing is wrong.
What morally justifies? What would morally justify you making the choice knowingly to exploit and slaughter a sentient being, even though there is no need for it? I asked you this question several times.
But what I'm trying to say is,
you keep saying that you don't make a difference, but when the difference is one individual, you don't seem to care. But then, Hun, if you are on the other side of it, there's 8 billion people on this planet. If I only choose to kill 1 person out of the 8 billion, it means nothing to the population of the planet. The world will move on. The world will continue. But if you're that one victim that I choose to kill, it means everything to you. So why is it that you can't think from the perspective of the victim?
Because
even you can only think from your perspective.
Because even in that example, it comes from a place of individual selfish interest. Therefore, I don't agree with it.
Wait, but what makes you support the exploitation, abuse, and slaughter of sentient beings? Is it not selfish?
Yes, we are all inherently selfish as creatures.
No. Let's not homogenize it. Okay, you're making a selfish.
Yes, we are all selfish.
Choice, right?
We all act in our own self-interest.
So if I made a selfish choice, to kill you, would there be any issues? Because I don't see, like, the world would continue.
I would be dead, so I couldn't have an issue.
Humanity would continue. Would that be right or would that be wrong?
Define right and wrong. Who are we to decide what is right and wrong?
According to you. Don't be disingenuous, please.
I'm not being disingenuous. I'm being totally
real. So
you're
saying you don't know. So you're saying, wait. You are being disingenuous because when I ask you if it's right or wrong for me to kill you, you're saying, who are we to question whether that's right or wrong? Really?
No, the response to that was I would be dead, so I couldn't have any opinion on it, was my first response to that. But I'm saying
I intend to kill you. Would that be right or wrong?
What? I don't think that I would like it. Me being a selfish individual, I would say no.
Would it be right or wrong?
Can you
please don't be disingenuous? Come on. Right or wrong?
I'm not being disingenuous. I don't think any...
Because the answer is pretty clearly wrong.
Yes, we as a human society has deemed that wrong. But there's many things in human society that we deem right, which shouldn't be right, or vice versa.
If I gather enough votes and every single person on this planet, or the majority of the people on this planet, agree that it would be okay to kill you, then are you saying that me killing you would all of a sudden be right?
But are you saying that? Do I think it's right or wrong, or is it like universally
We're talking to you,
right
man.
or
Yeah.
wrong?
Is it?
I've already
There's no
told
such thing
you
as
in my
universally
own-
right or wrong. We're talking to you.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. I said to you already that if it's you asking me, I'm a selfish person who cares about self-interest and self-preservation. Of course, I'm going to say that's wrong. What I asked you was, how do you even define what is right and wrong for things that aren't involving you? How do you presuppose knowing what is right and
golden
wrong,
rule.
and what gives you
the golden
go on.
rule?
What's the golden rule?
I would not do to others what I wouldn't want somebody to do to me. Or let me put it this way: a property of sentience is that I have an interest to experience life. That's a property of sentience. I'm a sentient being. Therefore, I have an interest to experience life. You should respect my interest to experience life because you also are a sentient being and you have an interest to experience life, and you don't want anybody to go against that interest. So if you don't want anybody to go against that interest, then you respect others' interest to experience life.
Yeah, I respect you having a human experience, and I would expect you to respect mine.
No, I don't respect you having a human experience because I don't. Just like I don't expect you respect you having a Hoon experience, or I don't know, European experience if you're from Europe or wherever you are from. It's not about the category that you're in. It's not about the category. It's the fact that you have an experience. If you have an experience, I ought to respect that experience if there's no need for me to intervene within it. It's simple. It doesn't matter the species. It doesn't matter the race. It doesn't matter the ethnicity. None of it matters. What matters is that you have an experience, and I ought to respect that. That's why human rights work, and that's why animal rights work.
Yeah, but just by existing, we are having influence over the experience of others. Like just by living in concrete jungles, we're interfering with the ecosystem and the animals.
So this, I'm not asking you, like when you're making a choice, if you're faced within the choice between intervening in a sentient being's experience or not, you should make the choice to not intervene in that sentient being's experience. If, however, you have no choice, that's a different concern. Nobody's forcing you. Nobody's telling you you should die or anything. All we're saying is you could live in a way where you could be putting sentient beings not through exploitation, abuse, and slaughter, which is what you're doing now to them. You could be getting food enjoyment, nutrition, and everything that you want without exploiting sentient beings. So you're just choosing to exploit sentient beings because you've always done it, or because, as you call it, you're selfish. But you don't even have a good enough reason to do so. So we can debate all day long whether you should be doing it or not. You know that you shouldn't be doing it because there's a simple experiment, Hoon. If there's a dog in front of you, right, and you could kick the shit out of that dog and get a sick pump, should you kick the shit out of that dog?
I don't need a sick pump.
No. But, okay, let me put it. If you could kick the dog, and by you kicking the dog, you get to exercise, should you kick that dog?
No.
But you exercise. You need to exercise to be healthy.
You don't need to kick a dog to exercise, but you do need meat for vitamin B12 and other things.
Whoa. Hold on, Chip. You need meat for vitamin B12?
Well, there's lots of other nutrients that you gain from eating meat, yeah.
Yeah, but you need meat for vitamin B12? You say?
Well, you can take supplements, but your body doesn't even absorb the supplements fast enough.
So you don't need meat for vitamin B12. You can just take a supplement.
Yeah, but also false.
Sorry, what's the evidence for that?
Supplements work better than
What's the evidence that it doesn't absorb fast enough or whatever? What's the evidence for that? That's a scientific claim. Please provide scientific evidence for this.
I'm pretty sure if you go on to Google right now, you can find that.
Yeah, don't send me to Google. You made the claim. Sorry, Shun. You made the claim. Therefore, you should present evidence for it. There you go. Go for it.
And I can disprove your claim by telling you that when I was not vegan, I had the B12 deficiency when I was consuming animal products, and my vitamin B12 deficiency got solved by consuming supplements. So that means that I couldn't extract the B12 from animal products, but I could from vitamins. So it goes against exactly what you're saying. And that's the general rule,
even
by
just
the way.
by doing one quick Google, it's already showing that you only absorb a fraction of those nutrients.
Sure. You can, in a supplement,
the
you can
evidence?
put like a huge amount of it and you're going to absorb all of it. Like enough of it. But also, yeah, I would need to.
But that can also
see
be
evidence for
dangerous
that.
because if you're taking,
So
if you're
in the chat,
taking
so
certain,
Shun, instead
you're
of talking, instead of talking, put the evidence in the chat so that we can examine it together, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
hang
what if we did this? What if we showed you evidence that you can thrive on a plant-based diet? That means be as healthy as you need to be on a plant-based diet. Be at your best health-wise.
Hell,
Evidence,
I can show you
top
my
of the line
fucking,
evidence, not just.
I can show you my fucking B12 blood tests so that like they're like supreme. Much bigger than
Yeah, like
when
at the
I
end
was
of the day-
a meat eater.
Yeah, and by the way, Hun, we can debate B12, we can debate protein, we can debate I don't know, whatever
particularly have a
other.
fondness of that.
Yeah,
No,
I
but
don't
just
see
to be
anything in the
clear,
chat.
Hun,
Can you put
all
something
these
in the
debates,
chat?
Yeah, all these debates get us nowhere because none of us are experts on the matter. Well, I'm a nutritionist theoretically, so I do know a little bit more, but I'm not an
Let's skip
expert. I
over
wouldn't
the
consider myself an
nutritional
expert.
stuff. Neither of us are that well versed in that, so we can skip over
Okay.
that.
Sorry, can
Okay,
you show me the
so,
paper that
well,
you were reading from? Like, I'm so sorry, Cheap. I'm just like, people are like pulling shit out of their ass and then they're
It's
not
okay, it's
providing
okay.
evidence for it. It annoys the fuck out of me. So, I don't see anything in the chat. Can you provide evidence for your claim in the chat?
I'm not a fast reader, but if you give me some time, I'll give it to you in a minute.
Okay, so maybe we can like pause the conversation with you and
Move
move
on.
on to Cicada.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
So
We
Cicada
all
already
should
has
be
some
dead.
questions.
I've been vegan for 10 years. There are people in my chat who's been vegan for 25. We should all be fucking dead without meat. And yet every single person comes in, well, there are nutrients in that you can only get from meat. How the fuck am I surviving? How the fuck did I lift weights yesterday?
How the fuck did I do a PR yesterday? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Can I
how the
ask you a
fuck do I still
question?
do?
Why are you
Yeah,
being
go
so
on.
hostile to people about this? Because I just came in here for a casual conversation about it. I didn't
I'm
come
not
in here
being
to be
hostile.
attacked or anything.
Because
I'm not being
because
hostile.
the
I'm
basis of your
frustrated with
claim,
people.
Hun,
Yeah, go on.
I just
yeah,
made
and
one
also
brief
the basis
point.
of your claim. Yeah, but
Scientifically, you
Hun,
don't absorb all of the
no.
nutrition before you
Yeah,
pass it out of your
Hun,
body. That's
Hun,
not really
Hun.
crazy.
No, that claim was not in isolation. You made that claim as a motivation or as a reason for you to not stop your support or your demand of exploitation, abuse, and slaughter of sentient beings. That's the claim you made.
Yeah, you said we
So
need
your claim,
meat.
yeah, it's not just in isolation. I would have no problem if you would have your own belief in isolation that harms nobody. But your
But I didn't
claim
actually make
is
that
actively
claim.
harming and is actively causing the exploitation, abuse, and slaughter of sentient beings.
All I said was that you gain certain nutrients from meat. I didn't say like we had to do it.
No, you backtracked
No,
and you
you
said
did.
we need meat. You said
Yeah.
we need meat.
So
No, you
So
no, no,
do
no.
you- do
You
we
asked
need-
me the
do
question.
we need meat?
You asked me the question, why do you need to eat meat? And I said, well, you
Do
gain
we need
certain
to
benefits from it, like vitamin B12 and other nutrients.
No, I never asked you that question. Do we need to consume animal products? I'll go by this. Let's just
Absolutely
move on.
gaslighting.
Do we need to
By
consume
the
animal
way.
products?
No, I don't think you and me necessarily need to, because we might live in
Okay.
parts of the world
So-
which
so
are
Hun,
better off.
Sure. So Hun, if you don't need to consume animal products, how can you ever say it is moral? Or how is there any difference
I never
between
said
you
it was
choosing? No, Hun, how is it any difference between you choosing to kick a dog for exercise or you choosing to stab a cow in the throat to eat their flesh when both of them are optional?
Because kicking an animal is just straight up abuse. Whereas if you let a
their
cow
throat isn't.
graze, if you let a cow graze,
Cutting a throat, Hun, no. Cutting a throat isn't.
if you're you're not eating the dog by kicking it, are you? You're not even gaining anything
What if
out
I
of
am?
that. What do you mean?
I'm kicking them to death and then I'm eating them.
Yeah, but you could kill them in a more humane way, could you not?
Why would I? Why would I? I'm benefiting twice. If I do it this way, I get both exercise and nutrition.
I wouldn't agree with that because you're abusing the animal rather than just
And why
killing
would
it
that be
humanely.
bad? Why would that be bad, Hun? Why would me
Because
abusing
you're
an animal be bad?
causing more unnecessary suffering.
Oh, so why would I be concerned whether the animal suffers or not? Why would I care about that?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, you're the one who doesn't know. I get it, you don't know, because they're sentient, because they don't want to suffer. Do they want to die?
Well, I don't think many things want to die unless they're suicidal.
Do these animals want to die?
No, I suppose not.
Okay, so if I shouldn't cause them suffering because they don't want to suffer, then shouldn't that logically entail that I shouldn't kill them because they don't want to die?
I don't think that logically entails, because you're not even gaining. You don't need to kick them and abuse them to gain their flesh to eat it.
I mean, you don't need to gain flesh.
Yeah. Like
there's like an
you're
extra
missing the point,
step
Hun.
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't understand
so-
about the kicking the dog thing. Like, what's that?
Well,
got
it's
to do
pretty
with it?
simple. Why is it wrong to kick a dog? And do you agree that the reason why it's wrong to kick a dog is because they don't want to feel the pain of me kicking that dog?
I don't even think about that aspect of it. I just wouldn't want to kick anything or anyone.
Why?
But that's not a question whether you want to do it or not. The question is it right or wrong to kick a dog for exercise? Let's
Well,
just for the
me
sake of
personally, I would say it's
conversation,
wrong.
for the sake of conversation, let's just imagine that this dog was even given a shot so they don't feel any pain. So this dog doesn't feel the pain when I'm kicking them. Is it
Okay.
right or is it wrong for me to kick the dog?
I would say it's more right, but I would still disagree with it and say it's wrong.
Why? Because I need to exercise.
Personally, I think it's disgusting and cruel. However, if you were to tell me, should I stun the
I do it
animal before I
humanely.
slaughter it, I would then
Wait
say
a minute.
yes. That's
I
a
do
lot
it
better.
humanely. I do it humanely. Why are you saying it's cruel?
How can you
I
kick
give
a
them an
dog to death
injection so that
humanely?
well, they don't feel pain. Just like how you can cut their throat humanely, isn't it? What's the difference
Yeah,
between
I
them?
would say it's more humane. I don't think it's right to kick a dog to death either way, especially because I
Why not?
consider them to be a working animal.
Why is it not wrong to kick a dog to death, knowing that I get exercise and nutrition from it?
Because you're murdering something for very superficial gains, not to sustain
Oh.
your life, just for your own ego to be more
Wait a
buff.
minute. No.
And you,
I
and
need
you
to
don't-
exercise to be healthy. I need to exercise to be
but
healthy.
you-
Exercising is
you-
part of a healthy
Chill.
balanced life.
Chill a second. I understand what you're trying to do. You're trying to compare the two of like, well, you don't need to kill animals to survive. You don't need to eat them to
There
survive.
you
So
go.
why would you kick them? I understand all of that, but I don't agree with the analogy.
It doesn't matter whether
Why
you
not?
agree
It's
with
one
it
to
or
one.
not. They are very much, they're analogous. They're very much analogous. If
No,
I
because-
do it humanely, as you say, I get something that in order for me to live or for my health to be
You
good,
don't
I
need
get something
to
for
kick-
my health.
Yeah, but there's many
You
people
don't need to kick a dog.
There's many people that are not even educated enough on how to even
Let's not
prepare.
talk about other people. Shun, we're talking to you.
Yourself. Yeah. Why wouldn't I Hun? I'm getting exercise. Why would that be wrong? The dog is tranquilized. They don't feel the pain. Why would it be wrong? I'm getting exercise. I'm getting a meal after. It seems like I'm satisfying exactly what I need in order to be healthy. Exercise and nutrition. Why would it be wrong then?
I just think it's wrong because you're not even eating the animal, and exercise is nowhere near as important
Wait,
as
if he was to,
sustenance.
Wait, if he would eat the dog afterwards, when there is like in his fridge, they have like a full meal, like plant-based meal.
Well, that's a false equivalency, isn't it?
Why is it a false
No, it's
equivalency?
not.
If he kills the dog by kicking them,
If he's already got the food and he already like is a vegan,
Yeah,
he doesn't
you
need
also
to
have-
kill the dog for meat.
well, it doesn't matter, right? Like, let's
Do
say
you
they're
need-
not vegan. Sorry,
If you're
he's not
starving and you
vegan.
have no other option,
No,
to
no, no,
eat
no, no.
food,
He's
then
not
maybe
starving.
in certain
You're not
circumstances-
starving. You can go vegan tomorrow, right? Because you sound European. In Europe, it's like incredibly easy to go vegan. You can go vegan tomorrow.
sounds
You can
British,
go to a supermarket
Yeah, but I
tomorrow
choose not
and
to.
get a bunch of plant foods. Exactly. So if Chip is choosing to kick a dog to death, is it wrong?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I choose to kick them. What's the difference
Then-
between me choosing to kick a dog and you choosing to stab a cow?
I'm not stabbing any cows.
You're paying
Oh,
for it.
you're paying somebody to do it. Yeah. So what's the difference if I pay somebody to kick a dog and you're paying somebody to stab a cow? What's the difference?
Well, you're not doing it yourself, but you don't need to kick the dog. It's not
And
providing
don't
you
need
don't
to
need to
slaughter the
slaughter
cow.
the cow. You don't need to pay for slaughter of the
Yeah.
cow.
Yeah, but I want to eat meat.
Exactly, and he
Oh,
wants
so
to
I
have
want
like
to kick
a
the dog.
exercise.
Sorry, you both talked over each other.
I want to
Go on,
kick
Chip.
the dog.
Well, I would think you're not a great person for doing that, and you can think I'm not a great person
But that's
for
not the
eating meat, and
question.
that's okay.
No. So Hoon, you see, the thing about it is that I don't know if you're doing this intentionally or you're actually extremely dissonant at this moment, because these situations are highly analogous. You're saying, and just to recap, I'm saying I'm going to kick a dog for exercise. You're saying you don't need to do that. You're right, I don't, but I want to. And now when I bring it back to you and I'm saying you don't need to stab a cow in the throat, you're saying you don't need to, but you want to. How are these situations any different?
Well, cows are going to be stabbed in the throat regardless of whether or not I go to the supermarket and buy some meat
That's
or
not true. That's a fundamental misunderstanding of how supply and demand works, as we've just established.
But
That's not true.
We've also already established that there is a lot of food wastage still, regardless.
And
Yeah,
that
no,
food
but-
wastage was tackled because it's from the consumers, not the supermarket. So that was also tackled. So again, we're in the same position. What's the difference between me choosing to kick a dog because I want to, not I need to, and you choosing to stab a cow because you want to, not you need to?
You already because you're not eating the dog.
Doesn't matter. I'm getting some form of health outcome out of it. If all of the sudden their flesh goes through my mouth hole, if their flesh goes through my mouth hole, it doesn't really matter.
Well,
I
in
need
what way
it.
is
I
it
need to
apple-
exercise to be healthy.
In what way is it apples and oranges? It's highly analogous.
Yeah, it
It's not,
surprises
because
me that
you're-
you don't get it.
No,
It
I get
surprises
it,
me that
but
you don't
I
get it.
disagree. I agree
You
with it. I
don't.
feel like it's
What's
a
the
bad
di- what,
faith
what, what,
argument.
Chip? Let them give us the disagreement. What's the disagreement?
I disagree because I don't see how kicking an animal to death for exercise has anything to do with the slaughter of animals to eat them. I understand what you're trying to do with that argument. It just seems bad faith to me.
Why?
Am I right in assuming you've posed that question to many people? I'm guessing
on.
you've
It's not bad.
used
First
that
of all,
argument before.
First of all, it's not bad faith. These examples are highly analogous. Have I posed it to a lot of people? I mean, I don't pose it to everyone if that's what you're asking. I have these conversations.
How
I've had
many
these
times?
conversations with.
Fair enough.
What I've had with more than 2,000 people, I've had conversations. More than 2,000.
But what I'm trying to get at is this
asking
doesn't
me
seem
if I do
like
it with a lot of people means nothing. This
Hang on a
argument does not
second.
make it. This
That's
argument
not
is
what I'm
not
saying.
less or more valid based on how many people I ask them this question.
Yeah, but
So,
your
Hoon,
intention
the question is
isn't.
yet again. No. My
Hang on.
intention is to show
Let
you.
me ask
My
something.
intention is to
Let me
show
ask
you.
something.
My intention, Hoon. I will let you. But my intention, to be clear, my intention is to show you that there is no difference between me kicking a dog for exercise and you stabbing a cow for optional nutrition, for optional
But I'm
exercise,
not
for
even
optional
stabbing the
nutrition.
cow. We already established that. My point is that this seems like a bad faith
God
argument.
damn the disingenuity. You're talking about bad faith, like honest to God, man, like the sheer the sheer hypocrisy of saying my argument is in bad faith when we've already established maybe you're not stabbing the cow yourself, but you're demanding it to happen. It doesn't matter. You're responsible for it. Are you responsible for the stabbing of cows or not? There you go.
Maybe I already conceded that I'm complicit in this and that I want to do this.
Not complicit, responsible.
So
Responsible,
Shun,
not complicit.
Yeah, sure. Why
Sheep,
not?
let me for 1 second. So Shun, I wrote it down a little bit. It's not like perfect, right? But I wrote down the two arguments just to show you that they are analogous, right? So I want to do action X, even though I don't have to, right? Is the argument. So if I say I want to kick a dog, even though I don't have to, is analogous to I want to pay for slaughter of a cow or killing a cow, even though I don't have to. They are completely analogous. The only thing that is replaced is what kind of a harmful action we're doing to the animal and the type of animal, right?
I understand what you guys are getting at. My point that I was trying to make after the fact was this doesn't seem like we're having a conversation about veganism anymore. This seems like you're trying to tie me up in something you pre-prepared and you postulate to more than just me. I just wanted to have a conversation about this. I'm not here to try and catch you out.
We are directly addressing your arguments. What do you mean by that? We are directly addressing your
I disagree.
arguments.
I would bet my life that this guy has postulated this exact argument to more than just me.
Of course.
Why would that matter?
Why would that matter?
Why would that matter?
Because you're trying to win rather than trying to understand one another.
No.
Yeah, wait, if I was coming out against the rape of children, I hope you understand what I'm saying, and I was going from one person to another who are paying for raping of children, if I was going to and giving them the same argument, you shouldn't rape children because they are sentient beings and they don't they can't consent, right? That would be the argument for not raping children. Would that invalidate my argument somehow?
Don't think so. I didn't fully follow everything you just said. I apologize.
I think we should move on. I think Hoon is pretty clearly disingenuous, and we're not. Hoon,
No,
I mean, I don't know if you're intentional. I don't know if you're. I don't think you're intentionally disingenuous. I think you're just being cognitively dissonant. And to be clear, when we speak, when you say we need to have a conversation about veganism, we need to have a conversation about you and why are you not vegan. This isn't a conversation about why are other people not vegan, because we cannot speak. We cannot speak on the behalf of others. We can only speak on your behalf. You can only speak on your behalf. You can make arguments for your case, and we can debunk or discuss those arguments. And that's what we did. And you claiming that we're tying you up in a situation, it's maybe because you're finally realizing that you have no good argument or no valid reason for you to not be vegan.
I'm not here to argue about whether or not what I'm doing is right, though. I literally came in here just to understand you guys better. So I don't think it's fair that you're calling me disingenuous.
So what you're doing is wrong, correct?
From the way, I guess from the way that you see the world, maybe what I am doing is wrong.
No. You see, this is the disingenuity. Because when I ask you if it's wrong, you're not saying yes, it's wrong. You're saying from the way you see it, you're mitigating the wrongness. You're saying you're minimizing it. So is it right or is it?
I don't think it's wrong because I don't see what I do involving eating animals is any different from what animals do to each other.
So you don't think that demanding of exploitation, abuse, and slaughter of sentient beings is wrong because other animals do the same, correct?
I don't think their abuse is right. I actually don't agree with a lot of factory farming and stuff. I've already established that.
You think the slaughter is right, right? You think the slaughter is okay because other animals also kill other animals, correct?
Yeah, personally, at the moment, I think that's okay. I'm not here to say that I'm the arbiter of what is right.
Lions eat animals alive, so that means it's okay for you to eat animals alive. You could take an animal.
I would eat them while they're alive. I would wait for they were dead first. But
that's what lions do, so it's okay to do it. Lions do it. They don't kill the animal first; they just eat them alive. So I guess that's okay now.
I guess what we're doing is better than that. Then, if we're like, you know, stunning the animal and then killing it somewhat humanely rather than just tearing it apart.
Why would it be wrong to eat an animal alive since an animal does it? Since lions do it.
Well, me personally, I think that, you know, it causes a little bit too much in unnecessary suffering. And there's a lot of animals that don't eat animals alive. They try and, like, you know, say crush their skulls or tear out their throat as quickly as possible, so they die pretty fast.
Why aren't you doing that? Why aren't you crushing your skull of like a, I don't know, like a chicken?
Because I don't have the bite strength to do that. I don't. Why are you asking me that?
Well, you have hands. You can crush the skull of a chicken. Homesteaders do it all the time.
Disingenuity. This is
how
the
is that disingenuous?
I'm talking about. You're not you're essentially saying the reason why I am not killing animals, why I am not eating animals while they're alive, is because I can't. But if you could physically.
No, but I don't need to do that, do I? No, and if I had the choice, I wouldn't.
You don't need to kill them also. Wait, you don't need to kill them at all. You don't need to kill them at all.
The same way as if I was to cook a lobster, I wouldn't just put the lobster in the boiling water. I would put a knife through their brain first.
No. Can you address what you just said? You don't need to kill them at all.
Yeah.
I said I didn't need to eat them while they're alive. I would kill them humanely.
You can just like you can just like leave them alone at all. You can just like not do it at all. You know that. You know this. So why are you lying to yourself mostly? I think. Why are you lying to yourself right now?
Let's imagine that there's three examples, Hun. There's three choices you're having. 1, kill an animal inhumanely. 2, kill an animal humanely. Or 3, not kill them at all. Which one do you think is the better choice?
In a utopia, I guess not kill them at all. In the world that we live in, I think killing them humanely for their flesh is okay.
I'm talking about this, adding in the utopia, because when you're saying in the utopia, what you're essentially doing is you're saying that, maybe I should choose that, but we don't live in a utopia, so therefore I'm not going to choose that. But the fact of the matter is you have these 3 options, and whether there is a utopia or not, what justifies you choosing the other 2 options, which you yourself are claiming are worse?
Moral values to all of this. I've never ever stated that it's moral or right to do these things. I even
why are you immoral?
The very start of this,
why are you immoral? Why are you immoral?
Because I'm a human being. We're very innately immoral.
Yeah,
a lot of things that we do, not just eating meat. There's a lot of things we do that are grossly immoral.
So, do you agree with me? Hold on. Sure, I'm not gonna let you like filibuster for like hours about how we're human beings, we're flawed. Do you think child porn is moral? I hope you know what I'm saying. I'm on the internet, moral. So I can't say it exactly. Do you think it's moral?
No, I get you. It's not right. Yeah, it's not right.
Yeah. So if somebody wants child porn, but look, they're just like a faulty human being who acts immorally, is it okay for them to buy child porn? No. There you go. So there are some actions that are horrendous that we can avoid, and therefore we shouldn't do. Even if we have other actions that we can't avoid right now, and we like suffer to continue like participating in them, some actions that can be avoided and are immoral should be avoided. You understand that in the child porn section, you understand that in the dog kicking section. I'm not sure why you don't understand that in the cow stabbing section.
Maybe you've got a point. Maybe at some point in the future, I'll eventually have enough information. I'll be able to convince myself that, hey, this is the right thing to do. But as it stands right now, I'm here to learn
you
more
already
about
know
why
that it's immoral. You already know that it's the wrong thing to do. You said it.
Yeah.
So one day I'm gonna stop doing this immoral thing that I can stop doing tomorrow or today even. But one day I'm gonna do it. What if a child porn payer would say that? Would you say, yeah, that's fine, take your time, sweetie, keep paying for child porn that exploits children. Take your time, no worries. Or would you throw them in jail to prevent them from buying child porn that increases the rights violations of children?
I don't know how we got onto this topic from talking about veganism.
We got from it. We got because it's a moral conversation. It's a conversation about what moral and immoral to do. And you're saying, yeah, I'm being immoral, but maybe one day I will stop. So I'm asking you analogous questions, or not analogous questions, I guess, like exemplary questions, to see if you're like consistent across morality. It's just like it seems to me, Shun. Sorry. It seems to me, Shun, right? It seems to me that because you are participating in this immorality, you are excusing yourself from like doing better. But because you're not, I'm gonna assume, participating in child porn, you can definitely say, no, that's immoral. They should stop doing that. But because like you're biased is what I'm trying to say. Because you're already participating in this moral atrocity, you're saying, no, it's okay to continue doing so.
I think
we're all biased inherently as humans, though.
No, so Hoon, I think we've established a couple of things. One is you acknowledge your responsibility. 2 is you know that what you're doing is wrong, and 3, you just don't want to change. We've already presented to you with other outcomes where harming, exploitation would be similar or analogous situation, and in those situations you wouldn't want to be the person demanding that to happen, but in this situation you want to continue demanding it to happen. We cannot force you what you're doing, but for me, in my opinion, if you acknowledge that it's wrong, that means you shouldn't do it, and if you acknowledge that you are responsible for it, then there's nothing more I can tell you. I mean, we can give you resources to help you, and I think it's kind of fucked up to continue putting animals through this situation, but we can't force you.
Yeah, I didn't come here to like say what you guys are doing is wrong or anything, or I just wanted to have a better understanding of it. I feel like we got tied up in the circular,
Did you get the understanding?
Analogous arguments.
I
got some understanding, but to be honest with you, it did feel like you were more trying to tie me up rather than have a conversation. I didn't get many chances to change the topic or anything.
Shun, why would we change the subject from this? We are vegan activists, and you are admitting that what you're doing is immoral, but you keep doing it. So yeah, we're gonna harp on that, trying to show you with extremely analogous examples, and I showed this to you in formal logic form, kind of, that they are extremely analogous. Just like hoping that something wakes up in there and makes you go, yeah, fuck, I'm doing something immoral. I just admitted it. Maybe I should fucking stop. Not one day, today. But it seems to not working. So we're just going to continue to somebody else. How about that?
You're more than welcome to do that. I'm sorry we couldn't come to a better discussion. I was hoping we wouldn't get tied up in just the same analogy for too long, but it's okay.
It sounds like his logic is, or I don't know, logic's our word, but he's morally licensing any behavior because lions do it. So lions commit rape, lions commit infanticide, lions eat their prey alive, and so he's justified if he wants to rape whoever he wants, commit infanticide, eat animals alive. He's justified to do it if he feels like it. He has the moral licensure to do it. But if he doesn't do it, then then that's just being really nice. Like, so he chooses not to eat his animals alive. He chooses not to rape or commit infanticide. But if he ever decided to do it, it would be okay because lions do it, and that's natural.
Let's just move on.
Just for the record, I never once said anything about lions. Someone else mentioned lions, just to say.
Well, you said animals eat other animals, therefore it's okay for me to eat animals. Direct quote from you.
But let's move on. Hoon, I hope you, Hoon Shun, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I hope you keep coming back, because regardless of what your position is, I hope you keep coming back. Maybe sit around, listen to other conversations, because if you did make some progress here, so it's a pity to not, I think you should keep coming back.
Okay, let's move on to Cicada. Sorry.
Yeah.
Let's move on to Cicada. Mic up.
So Cicada, you had some questions, right?
Hey, sorry.
That's all right. What's up?
I think all of the questions are in the side channel. I just told them to just type it down so they don't forget.
Okay.
Yeah, why sentientism over life? Sorry.
Yeah, no, you were talking about sentientism. Sentientism. I'm like, why sentientism over just kind of animal life or life like plants, mushrooms?
Yeah, sure. So, like, do you mind, Chip, if I answer this one?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So, it's a matter of which one is like the moral value cutoff. So, I think like a living thing, right? Like something like a plant or a bacteria. I mean, if I wanted to, I could take the precautionary principle and say, well, whatever is alive, I'm not going to kill it. But I don't know why I should care about something that doesn't have an experience at all, right? Whereas I think sentience is the moral cutoff because, once a being, right? Like, let's like condense like millions of years of evolution into like one nugget of a second. A being crawls out of like a puddle or something like that, and poof, something happens and they become sentient. Well, a second ago when they weren't sentient, they didn't care about their experience. That would be silly. There was nobody in there. So why would I care about their experience as well, right? Unless like for my personal gain or something like that. But the second their poof magic happened and all of a sudden they do care about their experience, that's where they're becoming morally relevant. I'm not saying it's never justified to kill a sentient being. In fact, I can give you a bunch of reasons to like where it would be the most moral thing to do is to kill a sentient being. But I'm saying now we should care about them because now they care.
Yeah, okay. My own stance is that I care about all the critters. I like the worms, I like the bugs.
Sure,
I like the
bugs
trees.
are likely sentient, so I don't know. You're welcome to care about them. I think even the precautionary principle applies to bugs because maybe they're sentient, maybe not. We don't know. Our evidence either way is kind of not incredibly well established. But like, yeah, you can, if you want to care about the possibly sentient life, well, absolutely, I do.
Mm-hmm. Personally, I don't understand the moral cutoff between sentience and none, or like I don't think it's binary. I think that is very much more of a
Yeah, so like for bees, there are like some evidence that they are sentient, other evidence that they are not sentient, so at least that they don't feel pain, shit like that. That's fine, but like I'm not understanding why this is juxtaposed against like you can move the moral cutoff into between non-sentient at all and like possibly sentient. You can do that. I don't know why you wouldn't. Why would that like interact with veganism in any kind of way? Vegan, like the plant-based consumption reduces the killing of.
I can talk about like why I can talk about why I'm not vegan myself if you would prefer, but I just had these questions about sentientism on itself.
But can I ask you before we go there, Cicada, to finish with the sentientism? Do you agree that the animals we farm, the ones whose exploitation we support, are definitely sentient?
I'm not sure because we farm bees, we farm bugs, we farm cows.
So you say that cows,
it's
chickens,
grey. It's grey. Not all of them,
cows,
but yes,
pigs, and
some of them I don't think I can deny.
Sorry, guys, you're talking at once. Can you let them finish, please? Sorry. Oh, Cicada, I'm sorry. Go on because Chip was talking as well.
Okay, I think there's pigs that are shown to be as smart both emotionally and logically as human children. I think I cannot say no, but I do not think it is a heavy yes, like a binary yes. It is more leaning yes, but not always yes, because we farm a lot of different animals.
So to be clear, cows, chickens, pigs, and sheep, are they sentient?
I haven't met a lot of sheep, I'm not gonna lie, but pigs and cows, yeah. Chickens are scary. I don't like them.
Wait, is that your, like, we're not asking whether they're scary, whether you met them, we'll ask them if you think they're sentient. And by the way, like, if you say yes or no, please provide evidence from which you, like, acquired this knowledge.
I I've met chicken, but I don't like to interact with chickens. I've met cows and
That's
sheep, and
again
I
not
can-
what I'm
I-
asking. This is becoming frustrating really quickly. Please interact with the question. The question was, are they sentient? Not whether you like to hang out with them.
I'm saying per my experience, I've experienced chickens, but I have not experienced them enough. But I've experienced cows and sheep enough to say, yeah, I think so.
Okay, Chip, go on.
Yeah, so if we show you evidence that they are sentient, we can either deduce it logically, because sentience, we know, is an emerging property of brains and central nervous system. We know that essentially, but by that simple deduction, we can assume that anybody who has a brain and or a central nervous system does have sentience, correct?
Gray. I can't say yes.
Okay,
I can't
so
say
if
no.
I show you, so if I show you evidence that they are sentient,
You asked me if because they have brain and central nervous system sentient.
no, that's just one. That's just one deduction, one logical deduction. But I can also show you evidence.
I don't. I think their sentience goes beyond just having a brain.
What does sentience mean to you? Let's establish that.
Being able to experience, being able to experience life, show signs of pain, show signs of preference.
Yeah, so to have an experience of life. So do chickens have that?
Yeah.
Okay, so they are sentient. Do sheep have that?
Yeah.
So they are sentient. Okay, so it would have been easier if you just said yes to the fact that they are sentient. So then, why do you think, or why are you demanding the exploitation of sentient beings?
You very quickly jumped to this.
Yeah, because we said we're going to go through this afterwards, right?
I feel like we've defined what you think is sentient.
Wait a minute. Wait. What do you mean we defined what you think is sentient? I asked you, what do you think
because
sentience is? Did you just respond in order to give me an answer that I want? Or did you respond what you actually think sentience is?
Because I feel like going through with this is important to get what both sides understand what sentience is, so that we can have.
So what is sentience to you? I'll ask you yet again. What do you, Cicada? What do you, Cicada? What do who? You, Cicada. What do you, Cicada? What do you think sentience is? I hope I've repeated it enough times.
I think sentience is the ability to feel, the ability to react, the ability to live life.
At least two of those things
based on experience.
There you go. So out of 4 of these, 2 of them are just like traits of life, and 2 of them are traits of sentience. But that's good enough, right, Chip?
Yeah. So let's imagine that 2 of those traits that are experience of sentience, right? Let's imagine that we've already established that these animals have those experiences, right? They do have those traits, correct?
Yeah, I just think it is not defined to just like mammals and like bigger creatures.
Sure, but we never said just mammals. Chickens are not mammals, and they are sentient.
Okay.
So, do you think it's okay to exploit sentient beings, knowing that we don't need to?
What do you mean by exploit?
Treat them unfairly. Treat them like an object. Use them as a means to an end.
Treat them like an object, use as means to end? No.
No. Okay. Do you think that we're doing that when we're farming them?
I think the modern farming industry does.
No. Whatever farming. I never specified factory farming. Whatever type
whatever
of farming.
Great.
Yeah. Do you think
Great.
bringing into existence a sentient being to use their body for what their body gives, and then when their body can no longer give, you kill them and take and use their body for whatever you want, disregarding completely what this being wants out of life, or if they want to live or not? Do you think that's treating them like an object or not?
Hard to answer. Not really, because I see farmers out there, like small farmers, who treat every.
So if we did that to you,
each animal.
I'm sorry for interrupting you today. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but if we did that to you, if somebody were to not care what you want out of life, would only be interested in your body, how big your body is, what your body produces, and when they can kill you so that they can get more from your body, would that mean that they actually care about you as an individual, or they simply care about your object, your body as an object that can give something to them?
It depends if they give me a happy life.
Wait, so if they give you a happy life, what they consider a happy life, FYI, that means that they have the right to do whatever they want to get from your body, correct?
If someone could guarantee guarantee me a happy life, given
no, what they consider a happy life, not what you consider a happy life. What they consider you want a happy life. For instance, you might think that you like the color blue and you would want to live in a blue room. They wouldn't care about that. They would put you in a room and they would fulfill your needs, not your wants, your needs. They don't care about your wants.
Is this to make a comparison to farming?
Well, this is what farming is. Farming isn't about looking at what the animals want. It's about looking what the animal need and then you harvesting as much as you can from them. That's what farming is, on a small scale or a large scale. I grew up on a farm. So yeah, it is that.
I grew up around farms, and I see farmers that make sure that observe to see whether animals are more joyous or more depressed. And
do
try to
animals
make
have
sure
names on farms?
Sorry?
Do animals have names on farms?
Yeah, I've seen smaller farms, yeah.
Yeah. Well, up until what point do they have names?
I don't agree with the big farming industry. I think it's disgusting.
Wait.
Okay,
Does
no.
small farming industry cut throats and shoots animals in the head?
Sorry?
The small farming industry cut throats and shoots animals in the head.
Yeah, but a big farming industry also keeping right next to each other without any place
then
to live.
how? Yeah. How can you justify small farming then if it shoots sentient animals in the head for unnecessary production? For profit, frankly. That's why they're doing it, for money.
Yeah, that's why I don't agree with big farming industry. It's for profit.
Yeah, the small farming industries also shoot animal in the head. So please justify shooting animals in the head for profit, please.
Again, I don't agree.
The small farming industry does the same. It shoots animals in the head, correct?
Yeah,
then
it does.
Then you not agreeing with the large farming is irrelevant to the point. Please justify to me the small farming that shoots animals in the head for profit.
I don't think, and I don't logically justify it. I think
How about morally justifying it?
One thing you assumed is that that is small farming for profit. I like small farm to feed people.
So what's a good reason? Wait, Cicada, what's a good reason to shoot an animal in the head?
To feed.
So wait, Cicada. So let me put it this way. I already got all the nutrients that I want today. But I'm gonna go out there and shoot an animal in the head just to eat extra. Is that fair?
No, but some people like me don't have that choice. I try to go vegan.
Wait. Cicada, so why is it not fair for me? Because it's for nutrition, as you said. It's for food. So I still shoot the animal in the head for food. Why would that not be fair?
If it's for food, is for nutrition, yeah, go ahead. If it is for you to survive.
Yeah, so Cicada, I like to shoot puppies in the head for nutrition. I eat everything that I need on a day-to-day basis, plant-based, but then in the evening I go around shooting puppies in the head. Once I shot one in the head, I cook them and I eat extra. Is that moral or immoral?
I'm not talking. I did not say that extra. I said if need to survive.
Oh, okay. So if we don't need to eat them, then it's immoral to kill them in the head, to shoot them in the head.
Yeah, same way cats should be kept indoors.
Okay, so Cicada, do you think we need to consume animal products?
Some people don't have a choice.
Do you think you need to consume animal products?
Yeah, I try to go vegan. I get sick.
No, Cicada, do you need to consume animal products?
To survive? Yes, I do.
Okay. What exactly do you need from animal products that you can't get from plant products?
I do not know. I try to have a balanced diet when I was vegan, when I could afford it. I try to keep up my protein, try to keep up my nutrients, my macronutrients, my macros. For some reason, get sick. I take blood tests. Nothing shown blood tests.
Did you go to a nutritionist?
Yeah, I go to GP. I get my nutrition checked out. My nutrition seem healthy.
Wait, how does a GP check nutrition? Because a GP doesn't have any nutritional knowledge.
GP send me for a blood test.
Okay, but how did you go to a professional, to a nutritionist or a dietitian?
I cannot afford. That is in Australia optional. It is extra cash.
Okay, so let's do it this way then. Let's test this theory of yours, Cicada. If we give you access to a dietitian that would help you adopt a plant-based diet, are you going to stop supporting animals being shot in the head for you?
For me, yeah. But I
so
will
you're
not
going to go vegan if you have
process.
the option. So you are going to go vegan if you're given the option on how to do it, correct?
Yeah, if you give me the option and if you give me the option to do it, no, 90%. I go 90%. I probably cut 90% of my food.
You what?
I probably cut 90% of my meat.
Wait, so you would still shoot animals in the head even though there would be no need for it? I thought that's immoral.
The animal's going to be only 10% dead.
Yeah,
I would,
wait a minute.
I
thought that's immoral. I thought
90% of my meat.
Cicada, I thought that's immoral. I thought you just said that if I want to shoot animals in the head simply because I want to get extra food, it's immoral. You said if there's no need behind it, it's immoral. So if we provide you with resources, then there would be no need for you to shoot animals in the head. So what would make it moral for you to shoot animals in the head?
There is, unfortunately, I'm an animal. And I know socialize and stuff, but unfortunately, I'm an animal. I get sad, I get depressed when I'm not eating enough meat. Maybe
I get sad
if
whenever I'm not having enough
vegan long
sex.
enough, that instinct go away.
Cicada,
but it is instinct.
I'm sad when I don't have enough intercourse. Does that justify me forcing myself onto somebody?
No.
Oh, but does it justify if I cut their throats now because I got sad?
It is. I feel like. I feel like the difference of sex. There's differences in sex.
Wait. So I'm not allowed to force myself onto them, but I'm allowed to cut their throats if I'm sad. Correct? That's what you're saying.
I'm a pack animal. I care about other humans. I'm an animal. I'm a pack animal. I care about other humans. I care about the suffering. I care less about other animals suffering.
It just sounds like you wanna make an argument, and it's not very well founded, Cicada. Because why would you care about humans? Let's go there. I'm genuinely interested. Why do you care about humans?
I
No,
think
these are humans that are not part of your pack. These are not humans who are part of your pack. These are not humans who are part of your pack. They would be outside. They would be on a different continent.
Is human. I don't know. Is human. I recognize as pack. Yeah, any human, even homeless men side of the street. I go and have lunch with because I recognize as pack.
No. These people are not part of your pack. They're in a different part of the world.
Well,
Cicada, if you were to be acting like an animal as you claim you are, then you would only care about the animals that are in your pack, not other packs. Animals don't know what a species is, and an animal doesn't say, an animal does not say that my species matters more. They don't. But Cicada, regardless, the question stands. What justifies you shooting animals in the head for optional products?
I do not have justification. I do not have your
wrong.
moral or logical justification you're looking for.
So it's wrong.
No, I don't think so. The same way it is not wrong for a lion to feed.
So what makes it okay? No. Are you saying? Wait a minute. Are you saying it's not wrong to shoot animals in the head because other animals also kill animals?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Okay.
I-
It's okay, Cicada. I'm gonna take your logical statement and I'm gonna replace it. It's not wrong for me to force myself onto other animals because other animals force themselves onto other animals all the time.
Logical.
Your section. I wish I could make a logical or moral argument. I just know that in my subconscious, my animal says
So you are being illogical. So we established that you're being illogical. Okay. So you're not being logical, and you're also not acting morally, right? So, okay, let's just define whether you're acting morally or not. If Cicada, if there's a dog in front of me, I'll ask you the same thing I ask Shun. If there's a dog in front of me, and I want to exercise, and I'll kick the shit out of that dog, because I will get exercise from it. Is that right or is that wrong?
Do you need it to survive?
I need to exercise to be healthy.
Not to be healthy, to survive.
Oh no, I don't need it to survive. No.
Is adding cruelty that you do not need to?
Okay. Do you think you need to? Cicada, we've already established that if you had the resources to help you adopt a plant-based diet, you said you will still continue shooting animals in the head. So starting on the premise that you don't need to consume animal products, what exactly justifies you shooting them in the head then? And what's the difference between you shooting an animal in the head and me kicking them for exercise?
When I think healthy farming, I am thinking making sure this animal's living life is healthy.
So what's the difference between me kicking an animal for exercise and you shooting in the head for optional food?
You are making this animal's living life justified.
Yeah, that's cruelty. There's a big difference. Cruelty and air gun
so
into the brain
wait a
is a
minute.
big difference.
Okay, so Cicada, if I gave this dog an injection so they don't feel pain, what's the difference between me kicking this animal for exercise or you shooting an animal in the head for optional food?
If this animal can magically be happy with this, yeah. Okay, if this animal is happy, so be it. If it is living,
why would I care?
It is happy.
Why would I care if they're happy?
Yeah.
Cicada, okay, why would I care if they're happy? Jesus Christ, like some of you bite the weirdest, shittiest bullets, man. So you're okay with me hitting a dog as long as I give them you're okay with kicking a dog for exercise as long as they don't feel the pain, correct? As long as I give them a tranquilizer so that they don't feel the pain.
As long as you're not adding cruelty, as long as it is living happy.
What does it mean to add cruelty?
It doesn't feel anything.
Yeah, it doesn't feel anything.
If it is happy with it, there are things that I cannot feel the pain of.
Dog is neutral. Dog is neutral. They are not happy. They're neither sad. They're just neutral. They literally are resting when they're beating. Yeah.
Also, Cicada, what would be this? Do you think a cow is happy to be shot in the head?
I think that's why we shoot them in the head. Is because
is a cow happy to be shot in the head?
We do not give them time to be sad.
Cicada, is a cow happy to be shot in the head?
They do not. We've shown that they don't really experience it.
What?
Cicada, is a cow happy to be shot in the head? That's the question.
It ends their life. We do not have an answer.
Does a cow want to be shot in the head?
And do you know? Like I do not think either of us can decipher a cow's wants the same way we cannot decipher the mushroom.
I can tell you for a fact that a cow doesn't want to die. I can tell you for a fact. It is factual that a cow doesn't want to die.
Asking this, by the way.
Do you think a cow wants to die, Cicada?
When it comes to like plants and stuff.
No, Cicada, we're not moving on. Do you think a cow wants to die?
I answered your question, did I not?
No. Do you think a cow wants to die?
I do not think either of us can answer that question.
Oh, okay. Do you want to die?
I have depression. I think yes.
Oh, I'm sorry you're feeling that way. Do you think an average human being wants to die?
Most people do not.
How do you know that? How do you know that if this person cannot express what they want, how do you know whether they want to die or not?
If they cannot express what they want, I don't know. If they can express, that's how I know.
I have a question. Let's say I'm going on a trip to France and I do not understand any French people. Do I just like shoot them in the head because I don't understand them?
Yeah. Maybe they want to die.
I think is wrong because I'm pack animal. I think other humans. But also I do not see the need for I do not see the need.
But maybe
for...
they want to die, Cicada. We don't know if they want to die.
Yeah, like they seem fine. And you know,
if we had the social infrastructure for assisted suicide, I would wish them to be able to choose it.
I'm a tourist. I'm not a tourist. I'm going through a street and I just feel like popping someone in the head because they seem fine. Should I do it?
I do not see this equivalency.
The question is, should I do it? It wasn't whether this is an equivalency or not.
I think answering this is a bad faith is feeding into bad faith equivalency.
Okay, how do you know? So how do you know a random person who you have no idea who they are does not want to die?
And who cannot speak your language? Who cannot tell you that they don't want to die?
I think answering this is feeding into bad faith equivalency.
No, Cicada, man, like this is the most bullshit thing. Like you're talking about bad faith. Talk about hypocrisy right now. You know that if you answer this question, you immediately have to admit the fact that you don't know that. Like you should treat animals in the same way because you don't know whether they want to die or not, and you should assume that they don't want to die. Well, I'll tell you right here, Cicada. It's simple. They're sentient. We've already established that at the beginning of the conversation. A property of sentience is that they value their experience of life. It's a property of sentience. Any sentient being has that. If they are sentient, therefore they value their experience of life. You shooting them in the head is not you valuing their experience of life.
As a hunter-gatherer pack animal is that I get sick when I do not eat meat. I think there are...
No, Cicada, wait. Cicada. No. I'm not interested in any of this, Cicada. We've already established on the premise that we will give you resources to help you adopt a plant-based diet and be healthy with access to a free dietitian. We've already established all this, and you said even in that situation, you would still pay for animals to be shot in the head. So in a situation where there is no need for you to shoot animals in the head, how is it justified? How is it moral? How is it right to shoot an animal in the head?
You are not letting me. I'm trying to retract something. You are not letting me grow. I'm trying to grow through this. And you are not letting me grow. And you're trying to be here, vegan activism, and
What are you trying to retract?
I'm trying to say I should not have answered that. I do not think I should have answered in that way.
Okay.
Which
Can
one?
you answer it again? Then in a way that you should.
I've only experienced that without meat, I am sick. I am depressed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I do
not know if veganism.
Are you eating meat now?
Cheap.
Are you eating meat now, Cicada?
Sorry?
Are you eating meat now?
Only 20 minutes ago.
Okay, and you're still depressed, so it seems like you being depressed has nothing to do with meat. You just said that.
I was. How can you not tell I was not more depressed without eating meat? But why are you only focused on depressed? Is it because you can use it to win argument? I do not know why.
It has nothing to do with arguments, Cicada. Just to be clear, Cicada, just to be very clear on everybody here. The arguments that I'm posing is to show the contradiction in your views. The reason why I want to show contradiction in your views is not to win an argument, but so that you can change. Because at the end of the day, what we care about is animals, not you. We care about you as a human being as much as we care about any other human being. We care about animals as much as we care about animals. But at the end of the day, you are presented with the option to choose to slaughter an animal or not. And you're saying, because I feel better when an animal is slaughtered, I will continue slaughtering an animal. Even if we present you with expert opinion, free access to nutritional guidelines, including with a dietitian, a professional, and you're still saying, well, no, I don't care.
You go back and use argument again.
Wait, you did retract.
I say with that information, I do not know because I've only experienced. What I have experienced is that if I do not eat meat, I get sick. I give it a shot. I give it a try.
Hold on, Cheap.
If I do not-
Let's cool it down for a second. Let Felix talk. Can we?
I'm just kind of curious. Have you actually looked into these kind of issues? For example, not too long ago, when I had a really traumatic experience, my stomach felt like shit, right? And I went to a doctor. They told me, "Oh, just take these tablets," but nothing worked. So I kept pushing and pushing and pushing, and I actually got to a point where I talked to an actual expert within the field of like I can't remember the name, but they actually knew everything about stomach. Voila, right? So I didn't just trust the doctor. I actually kept pressuring the doctor to let me go to like the expert. So I'm just wondering, have you done something similar with your issue?
For that issue, no, because it is not pressing a concern as other health issues. Because I also have heart issues that I have to press for, and I do not have the energy to press for all my issues at once.
Just for the meat-related issue, wouldn't it make sense to just press the doctor a little bit more? Like, hey, I want to deal with this without consuming other bodies.
Maybe, but it is in long line of health issues. I'm chronically ill, disabled.
Sure. We mostly, like as vegans, we mostly care about issues which we know nutritionally can be replaced, right? If it's a protein issue, amazing. Let's find you a protein source that's plant-based that can get you that thing that made you feel like shit, right?
If I had the choice, I would give it a go. I do not believe in needless death. But I also care about the earth. That's why I ask about sentientism, because I care about all life.
Yeah.
When I eat plant, I also have to respect the life of the plant that gave me that food. I respect the life of the bug that gave me the food.
That's fine. But we can talk about environmentalism in a second. So I'm going to write it down. Environment. But first of all, if you actually care about solving this issue that can prevent another individual from being oppressed and to be killed by your hands, it only makes sense for you to put more pressure onto finding an issue why something's wrong.
This is probably why I had questions about sentientism, because I do not understand the difference between a cow death and a lettuce death. They are both life.
The sentientism has nothing to do with your health issue, right?
Yeah, no, it does not. But I find
that's why I'm just trying to tell you, like, hey, let's focus on the things that can be changed and can lead into less rights being violated.
Veganism, now that I have more time to think about it, I think I respect plant life almost just as much as animal life.
Okay,
so Cicada,
wait.
I'll get
to it. I know.
All right.
I know. So, Cicada, do you care about causing less suffering to animals and plants?
Yes.
Okay, and by that, you by default should consume only a plant-based diet, correct?
Yeah, I think there are eggs and milk. I do not think. There are animals that are graze that are important for the plants that I would eat the product from, because their eggs have.
I can't even get a word out. But by default, you should consume only plants, correct?
I do not think so, because I think there are byproducts from animals that are.
You understand trophic levels.
So you know that when you want animals to be alive and to exist only for them to be exploited for you need to feed them plants, right? You want to exploit those animals on your behalf. You want them to be enslaved and be used however you want them to be used. And they also have to be fed with plants, right?
And the plants have to be fed with water and bugs.
And in relation to the trophy,
I think it is. I think the modern industry of how many. I don't think there is a healthy way to sustain how many humans are alive on the planet. But
Can
I ask you a question?
Does he eat Venus flytraps? Considered plants that eat
Yeah,
bugs.
all I want to
Does he
say
eat
is like,
carnivorous plants?
Kada, what was my question? Because I really am curious if you were even listening to me. What was my question?
You were asking. You're asking if I should default to plants because plants are used to feed animals.
That was a question from like 10 minutes ago.
Then can you repeat your question then?
And you know, like when it comes to plants, you need to feed the animals plants, probably even more than you feed yourself. Right?
Likely, but also these
Likely.
animals eat anyway. You say plant only, but I still
Fela,
eat.
can I ask a question?
Even
Just
without
one question,
farming.
Cicada.
Yes.
Cicada, if you were to find out that you had two options in front of you, one, and both of them are viable options, to be clear, okay? I'm sorry what you're going through, but let's imagine that both solutions are viable for you. Both of them provide you with the health and nutrition and everything that you need. And one solution kills more animals, more sentient beings, and exploits more sentient beings, and also kills more plants in the process. And the other kills less, but doesn't exploit any animals. Which one do you think you should choose?
I think option A, but I also do not. I also want to say that I do not know if this. I do not think this binary it fully encapsulates the question I was asked before.
So if you were faced with two options, one that kills more and one that kills less, should you choose the one that kills more or the one that kills less?
The one that kills less. But I want to say again, I do not think this binary fully encapsulates the question I was asked before.
Okay, so if we show you evidence that a plant-based diet kills less plants in the process and exploits less animals,
I already know.
Are you going to choose a plant-based diet?
I cannot choose a plant-based diet.
If you were given access to an expert, as Felix also told you, to a dietitian, somebody who can help you be healthy, and even a professional with that situation.
If you provide me dietitian, if you provide me money, because yes, cheap protein is cheaper. If I was gonna say, if you provide me dietitian, if you provide me money, because there are some nutrients which is I find that I can when I was trying vegan, I could not find a cheaper vegan alternative for some nutrients. I forgot what it was years ago when I tried vegan.
What nutrients are we missing?
Cheaper, but I wish I could survive on lentils, but apparently I cannot.
You can. You have we can tell you the resources to use.
When I tell you is that I get sick, and then I try to find out why I'm sick, and there is no. I could not find why I was sick. So
I think I know why you were sick. I think I know. Have you tracked using apps like Chronometer to look into the minerals, vitamins, lipids, and amino acids?
I just kind of use Note app. I find food nutrients and I calculate and compare to.
Oh no! Don't tell me you actually whip out a notepad and just like write things down.
If I research what I'm eating compared to what is healthy, see what it is, and compared to what my old diet was.
Yeah, hello. Let me unmute you 1 sec. What's up?
Oh, yeah, what's up?
Yeah, why did you lie on the onboarding and said that you are vegan?
Well, it's obviously supposed to be a trick question. I mean, obviously,
What
it's
the fuck
supposed
do
to
you
give
mean
you
by
some type of
that?
bias.
It's asking if you're vegan or not. Like, vegan includes sentientism, non-vegan includes vegetarianism. What's tricky about that?
Well, I don't know. Do bugs have sentientism? Do they have like internal monologues?
I don't know, but like, what does that have to do with my question? Why did you lie on onboarding and said that you are vegan, and then said that you are not
Like
vegan?
I just
You obviously
said,
understand
because
what it
was
means.
a trick question. Because what am I supposed to think? You're asking me a trick. You're still asking me a trick question. It's like, of course I lied about it. Why would I admit that?
This is why I had bad vibes about you. My vibe check is fucking perfect. So, when I ask,
more
like,
likely
hold
if I
on,
would've
hold
said, "Oh,
on,
meat eater."
hold on.
Okay,
hold on.
okay, go ahead.
Okay, so in the upper chat, I asked you, are you vegan? And you said no. So you obviously at least have some kind of a concept of what it means to be vegan. Therefore, how the fuck can it be that the same question in onboarding is tricky when you answered it so easily 10 minutes later?
Okay, I'm gonna say it one more time. You know, just real fast. I don't want to bother you too much because I do want to have some points I want to say.
Okay, get on with it.
But if I say no, I'm not a vegan, more than likely my opinion won't be taken seriously and no one will look to anything to what I say. Obviously.
To be clear, yeah, we just want some arguments. So can you
So you
give...
are up for debate no matter what. And that doesn't seem likely.
TR, just chill, okay? So what argument do you have for not being vegan then?
Well, I guess my main argument is then why wouldn't you just move to a bug diet since it procures more protein and more other valuable types of nutrients for the body?
That sounds more like a suggestion. I'm just asking what your justification is for not being vegan. Why do you think it's acceptable to exploit other sentient beings who are non-human?
Well, I guess mostly because it has to do with that, like, eating plants ultimately is still bad.
Oh, what?
It doesn't really add anything. All you're doing is still consuming. You're not really adding anything back. Sure, it's regenerative, just like animals are.
Wait, hang on. So let's just get this clear. So you're saying it's your justification for exploiting non-human animals is because eating plants exclusively would be bad? Is that correct?
In the same, not maybe in the same magnitude, but it's still consumption. It still is. You're still consuming things. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, hang on. Wait, I'm lost. Right. So do you think it's bad in health aspect, or where are you getting with this? What do you mean?
I think I understand. Let me see if I can try to steelman your position. So you are saying because there is consumption, therefore it doesn't matter which consumption it is. So there is no moral question of what you're consuming. It's just like that you are consuming at all. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, exactly. Like, let's take the story of the rabbit infestation of Mexico. Do you guys know about that story?
No, but it doesn't even matter. So just to make sure, right? Like just one more time.
It kind of does. Honestly, I do want to make this point because it does really, really matter. It does.
Yeah. I know about it.
You can say what you want to say, but I will
Bro.
talk about it after you're done.
Okay, sure. So I'm just saying it doesn't matter what the story is. I think I understand the context of it. A bunch of rabbits were killed for some plant food, correct? So yeah.
No, not even close. No, not even close.
Okay.
No.
Then let's not talk about that, right? Like what you said is consumption is equally immoral in all cases. Is that like your argument, kind of?
No, I'm just saying that consumption is consumption. It doesn't matter what you're eating. You are always consuming something. You are always taking something from the earth, from whatever. It doesn't matter what you're taking it from. You're still consuming something. So ultimately what your point is that it's more sustainable to eat plants, which isn't true either, because without farming animals, you can't have a more like nutritious nitrogen environment and more methane.
Hold on.
And more,
I know you're trying to run away. I'm just like, give me a second. T-Rex. Jesus fucking Christ, man. You came in so hot. I'm just trying to really, really listen to you and steelman your position. So consumption is consumption. All consumption, like, what do you mean? Therefore, it doesn't matter what you consume?
My God, like,
is this your position or no?
Yes, it does not matter.
Oh my god.
Okay.
It comes from a healthy balance.
Okay, TRX.
It comes from a balance of the
TRX.
environment. Like the ecosystem is very complex.
TRX. All right. Okay, so that means, right, by your view...
Jim, lettuce, can you mute yourself? Because you're like scratching. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Jem? Oh,
Yeah,
thank
no.
you. So, just to be clear, we could then kill as many humans and exploit them as much as we want, and dogs, anything, and add them to our diet in that system that you're presenting. It would be morally acceptable because no matter what, you need to consume and affect the wildlife and nature and everything like that. Is that the claim?
Well, so you don't think a calling would actually help the Earth prosper? You just think that having
I don't know how that engages with the question I asked. Do you know what I just asked you?
I'm sorry, go ahead, repeat it one more time.
Yeah. Okay. So just to be clear, because you're saying, look, it doesn't matter who you're eating or killing or exploiting, because no matter what, you've got to like affect negatively the environment and stuff like that. Would it then be acceptable morally in your view if we just killed and ate humans or killed and ate dogs as much as we wanted to, exploited them because we have to just consume some way or another? Is that the view?
Yeah, sure. But yeah, that means like if we're including dogs, we have to include like wildlife, coyotes, and dogs and other famous
So
species, right?
in your view, we can farm all the dogs and we can farm all the humans that we would like?
Right? I mean, if we were to reduce the human population by 1/3, then life would probably be paradise. Yeah.
I mean, PM, I'm good with that. Like, so just to be clear, we could put humans in farrowing crates and
You don't need to
artificially
consume them; they
inseminate
just need
them.
to be gone. Yeah, absolutely.
So, we could put them in the farrowing crates. We could like brand them. We could do all these things we do to cows, chickens. We just then take them to the slaughterhouse and slit their throat and then eat them. And it wouldn't matter, like morally, because we need to consume, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
cool.
that comes from a level of intelligence too, you know.
Yeah, which
It's
someone
funny
might be
because like
lacking.
one of the things you guys never like mentioned to say is like dolphins or anything else that has actually like a proven high intellect or anything
We
like
could
that.
farm them
shows
as
they have
well.
emotions.
Let's farm the dolphins.
Using
you
drug
know?
use too.
Based,
Like by the
yeah.
way, like dolphins actually are one of the few species to use like actively poisons to intoxicate themselves.
Yeah, and in
You know, and it's
your
always
view,
it's always humans.
Yeah.
It's always humans, puppies. It's like you're literally
Yeah,
just rage
and-
baiting people all the time, and
Yeah,
you really
and
have
in
no
your-
actual.
And in your view, we could farm those dolphins. Sorry, I actually server muted them because they're just trolling.
Yeah.
Like, if they actually have that view, then they're despicable. If they don't, then they're wasting everyone's time. So
Yeah. I'm just like, I have just like, TRX, I'm gonna unmute you for like just one question. Do you mind just like, though, like making it short? Right. Can you tell me in the chat that like you can like give me an answer without like veering into this monologue? Can you do that for me? And I'm gonna mute you for that. Do you mind? Well, you keep like talking like a lot. I just like want to ask you a question, like get that question and then like just move on if you don't mind. Like you already beat horrific bullets, so like this at this point is just like bullet biting farming. I just want to ask you one question. Do you mind? Okay, I'm just gonna unmute you for 1 second, right? So, and ask you the question. So, child prawn consumption is also consumption. Therefore, it doesn't matter if you consume child prawn or not.
I didn't really understand your like repeat your question. It's hard to understand your accent. I'm sorry. Just one more time.
That's not a problem at all. I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna write it down because I'm clearer when I'm writing it down. So, child prawn, and I hope you understand what I'm saying by that, is consumption. So it doesn't matter if you consume child prawn. Would you sign off on this?
Like, you
You know what
cannot be
child prawn is.
serious, right?
You know what child
Really?
prawn is, right?
That
Hold
just,
on. You understand what I'm saying, right? You understand the question now?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Sure.
So you can consume child
that
prawn.
is not the same thing at all.
Why not? Like your consumption is consumption, and it doesn't matter which consumption it is. If you're consuming anything, then all consumption is okay. child-prone consumption is consumption, and according to you, because all consumption is consumption, it doesn't matter what the consumption is. I'm literally just like replacing an X in your.
Point. That is like a horrible take from what I said.
Then
Wait,
just
so
to be,
that is like the worst take I've ever heard in my entire
just
life.
to be clear, that is the entailment of your view, so you need to think it through again and then maybe come back.
So maybe the
okay,
answer
I'm
is
sorry,
no. Hold on.
I
T-Rex,
was being
the
interrupted
answer is
most
no.
of the time.
I just
Okay,
want an answer.
okay.
Is the answer no? Is the answer no?
Yeah, that's pretty obvious. No,
Okay.
because that's
Why
cruelty
is
and
child-
it's taking
yeah.
advantage of people.
Sure.
People in specific.
Why is cruelty to animals okay to consume then?
That doesn't matter. It's negligible. Really, the only thing that's bad about it
why-
is that we don't use every resource from an animal
Wait.
consistently.
Is consumption of animal cruelty wrong?
You're comparing eating.
Yes,
and
I'm
being
asking. No, I'm asking a
grateful
question. Can you answer my
eating
question?
to child-
Is I'm gonna mute you again. Like, dude, be careful here, right? I
I
had
do
bad
not-
vibes
yeah,
about
I
you, and you're proving yourself with like the worst vibage. So like,
Can I just?
Yeah, go on.
How is this?
I wanna
I
change-
just don't understand how this is the same thing.
T-Rex,
This is the thing I was talking about earlier.
Stop. Okay.
Sir, I'm muted you.
Listen, when we were talking about farming individuals, okay, you seemed to think that the experience of the human and that their victimhood would be negligible also, because you believed it would be morally acceptable to farm the humans. Now we're bringing up an instance of a human being a victim, and you're like, oh my god, that would be so. That's not comparable at all. It is one-to-one the entailment of your view. So now, if you're going to be honest, okay, maybe we could discuss that you don't actually find the human experience, therefore one who is a human being a victim, to be negligible. So can we actually be honest now? Do you think the experience of a human would be negligible in a context whereby they'd be farmed?
I would be very much interested in first repeating the question that you were asked and then answer it.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
No, TRX, you repeat the question that you were asked and then answer it.
Why do I need to repeat the question? They're trying to
Because the
compare
question was addressed at
child sexual act with consumption. It's
I'm lost
ridiculous.
now.
It doesn't even make any sense.
No. You're misunderstanding. That's not what I did. I was comparing the consumption of animal cruelty to the consumption of child cruelty.
Like.
Yeah. Like consumption
okay,
of hold on.
What about
Consumption
Okay,
consumption
alright.
of child prawn is cruelty. You said it yourself. Consumption
That's
of
true, that's
animal
true, yes.
animal corpse is cruelty. I don't know how you would claim that it's not cruel to slit somebody's throat. So I'm comparing cruelty to cruelty. One is a child, the other one is an animal. If you want me to say that those two individuals are not the same, we can go there. But first, please answer: is it moral to consume animal cruelty? But also, VG asked you a question which I don't
answer
remember.
that with a question though? Can I answer that with a question?
I don't know.
How is stem cell farming any better?
What is stem cell farming? Please describe the procedure.
Basically, it's when like any type of like a post-mortem fetus or anything before that is farmed for stem cells and for research into vaccines.
Yeah,
which basically
post-mortem.
humans are already being farmed for that currently.
Yeah, post-mortem, right? Like the being is dead. They weren't killed. They
Yeah, but
died.
that's like a very low majority of them. That's like.
In what way does this answer my
point was
question?
is
In
that
what way
humans
does
are
this answer
already
my
being
question?
farmed.
In what way does this answer my question? By the way, I
know, I
asked
said that.
is
Okay,
I asked
answer the question one
if
more time.
animal
One more time.
I asked if animal cruelty is morally wrong. Can you answer that?
No, I really don't think it is at all.
Okay.
I don't think it is
What
at all.
Sure. So what is the morally relevant difference between a child and an animal that makes it okay to be cruel to animals, but not children?
Because a child can grow and then maybe figure out a way for it not to be a problem anymore.
So some
Maybe
children,
that child that
So
was murdered would be a next Einstein, a next person that develops something that would create the
Wait,
Dyson sphere
when
that
you're
would go
saying
to the interplanetary travel. It doesn't matter. It's
Jesus,
just
this is what I'm talking about. You keep like fucking. I understand the point. What do you mean, child being murdered? What the fuck do you mean by that? I'm asking you about child porn consumption versus animal cruelty consumption, and you veer into children murder. What the fuck are you talking about, man?
Okay,
No
so
question.
like when you talk about shooting an animal in the head, you also have to include humans being farmed and murdered also, okay? You can't just pick and choose and cherry pick.
We can address that afterwards because I'm paying for neither. How about you answer my question? What is the morally relevant difference between a child and an animal that makes child cruelty wrong, but animal cruelty right?
Like I said, because humans have made a giant impact on the world. They change how we live.
I'm done. If anybody wants to address this.
Okay, do not mute me. I am making my point. That is my point.
No, I want you to answer my question and not make a point. How about that?
Yeah, I think we need to move on. I don't think it.
Maybe Felix wants to have at them. Felix, you want to?
Felix, keep in mind that it may not be worth it.
I'll rephrase this question a little bit, TRX. I'll just rephrase the question and I'll unmute you. What would you remove from a human to justify farming them?
A soul.
Oh.
Oh God.
And if you let's say there are two individuals in front of you, one has a soul, one doesn't have a soul. The one who doesn't have a soul, you would be okay with farming them, correct?
Yeah, something that can't really like differentiate between good and bad. Yeah. A cow wouldn't hesitate to trample over you. A rooster wouldn't hesitate to murder you.
Hold on. Let's say I have this thing like a COVID pistol. I'm sure you're familiar with like those COVID pistols to check temperature and stuff. And if I could check that
Tem's gun.
Yeah, whatever. I just like to call them pistols because it's quite
They're
funny.
really called flu monitors, but okay, go on.
Don't worry about it. But let's say in the hypothetical sense, and I would love
clinical, by the way, just letting you know, I am clinical. I went into medical. I worked at a hospital.
Okay, don't worry. Stop.
I'm not an idiot.
No, it's fine. I like to call them pistols. Okay, it's just my thing. So let's say today we find out that we have this pistol that can actually check if someone has a soul or someone doesn't have a soul, right? And we test it throughout the entire humanity. Right? And we get to find out that arbitrary, one of the race of humans doesn't have a soul. Should we farm them?
For what? What should we farm them for?
I don't know, meat. And
why would you eat human flesh? That's proven to cause like mental issues.
No. Wait a minute. You said you worked into medical. You should know that it's not the human flesh that's the issue.
It is the brain. Yes, it's the brain that actually it's the brain that causes deterioration. The flesh causes actual like.
Stop.
Okay.
Please. So I'm not like my hypothetical doesn't like it's not about whether it's this, whether it's that. My hypothetical was just kind of created to test your logic. If you would be consistent with what you're talking about, right? So in this hypothetical, if we scan the entire human race and we find a random race of humans, you can just think of any race, to actually not possess a soul, would you be okay with farming them? If all else equals. Like
so by the way, like including your question, right? It doesn't matter what their moral subjugations are or nothing, right? Like even if they're cannibals.
That's not within my hypothetical.
Because there are certain tribes that are cannibals. Like that is an absolute fact. There are cannibals.
They're innocent.
So does that include that?
But those humans who don't have a
innocent.
soul.
They have to be innocent.
Well, hold on.
That's pretty convenient, isn't it?
Hold on. Those humans who don't have a soul literally act like anyone else. like any other human. They literally act the same as any other human. Would you be okay?
Well, that's also not possible. Not to interrupt you, but that's not possible. Every culture acts completely differently.
Okay.
You go to Africa,
TRX, prove
they
that
act
there's
completely differently.
TRX. Do you have any proof that a soul exists?
Do I have any proof that a soul exists? No, I do not. No, not at all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Did you
No,
learn
it's-
about souls in medical school?
But no, this is what I'm trying
No,
to
actually, you learn about what makes up a person and all their chemical imbalances. Yes, yeah, it's a lot different.
I wanted to
But
say.
what judges your morality then? What is it nature versus nurture? Let me ask you a question.
But I think like all I wanted to say post real quick because TARX already said that if it's found out that you don't have a soul, it's okay to farm you.
Oh, cool.
That was the whole premise of what they said.
Yeah, and you can't prove the existence of a soul. Therefore, if somebody claims that they don't have a soul, TRX, they don't have a soul. They claim they don't have a soul. I don't have a soul. I can easily make the claim that I don't have a soul. Is it okay to farm me, TRX, because I claim to not have a soul?
Well, I can just claim that TRX doesn't have a soul, and therefore we can just farm TRX right there. Yeah. Oh shit.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Oh fuck. I'm just going based on your logic, TRX. Like, I can just claim that you don't have a soul because we don't have evidence for one, and we can just like put you in a concentration camp right now and farm you.
Is it moral if we did that?
Well,
yeah. I get it, guys. Yep. Go ahead, gang up on me.
Is it moral
we're just gonna
if we
mute
did that,
you.
TRX?
That's okay. That's okay. We're just gonna
Promise.
mute you and we're gonna move on. So, I just can see the D. What's your name?
DCNNX.
DCNNX. So, what is the morally relevant difference, DCNNX, between a human and an animal that makes it morally right to farm an animal and morally wrong to farm a human?
Because they're different species.
Okay, so if you found out that some of the human races that we previously thought is a human being, they actually aren't, would it be then okay to farm them for burgers?
It's still a different species, though, isn't it? You're talking about humans to animals.
I'm saying, yeah. I'm saying one of the races, right? We have several races of human beings. We find out tomorrow that we were actually completely wrong. They are not like species Homo sapien. They are species Homo erectus instead, right?
It's strange because it doesn't exist, does it? Sorry to interrupt you, but I mean, in terms of things that are real, what does that matter when animals and humans are clearly different?
I'm not human. I'm not human.
Wait, Chip, if I can.
What do you mean you're not human?
On.
How are you not human?
Hold on. Can we please? DC.
If we talk about real things, but don't
DC,
invent
DC.
anything. Sorry, just
DC,
real
DC.
things.
Yeah. Hold on. I have I forgot to I want to socialize with you a little bit. I just forgot to. I have these questions that I ask people sometimes, just like to chill a little bit. Okay. So my question is like, if you could fly, where would you fly first?
I wouldn't fly. Well, I wouldn't move from anywhere where I am. I'm happy.
Okay, so you just answered an unrealistic hypothetical. So please answer my unrealistic hypothetical as well.
Because you forced me to.
It's physical impossibility for you to fly without a plane or something,
you told me we couldn't
right?
proceed unless we kind of do that. So that's the only reason I answered it. But continue. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I just want you to answer another unrealistic hypothetical that I asked, right? If we found out that one of the races of human beings are not actually Homo sapien, they're Homo erectus, making them a different species, would you say it's okay to farm them for burgers?
So repeat that. It doesn't exist. It was hard to envision. I'm so sorry. Repeat that.
You could envision flying.
If we
you
found
don't
a
have
new
wings,
species
right?
of humans who we then deemed as animals, or
yeah, Felix, take over.
If we find out that right now one of the races of humans actually is not Homo sapiens, let's say some science was wrong. We never looked into it because we always thought it's right, but until someone recently looked into it and realized that.
I am so sorry to interrupt. Go on. Sorry, finish. Go on.
For the sake of the argument, we found out with new science that Asian individuals are not Homo sapiens.
Okay.
Would it be okay?
I understand the question, but it doesn't exist. There's no need to go and make
I'm
this
not
argument
human.
about.
I'm not human. I just explained to you. I'm not human. I'm Homo erectus.
But do you not agree that it's not somewhat unfair?
I did
Okay,
my
go on.
DNA test, and I'm Homo erectus. Is
Okay,
it
that's
moral
fine,
to
but
farm me?
I'd consider us all the same here. Everybody in here, yeah.
Oh,
We
so
can all
we're
speak.
not
We
the
can
same
communicate.
species. So we're
You
not the
can't-
same species.
You can't do this with animals and invite these to the chat.
Okay. Well,
you
let's
can with
imagine.
us, good. So I'd consider us the same, no?
Sure. And me and another Homo erectus, we have a baby who will also be Homo erectus. But this
But
baby
guys,
will be
guys,
mute.
okay.
This
Okay,
baby
go on,
will
sorry.
be mute and cognitively impaired. They're mute and cognitively impaired. I can't speak to them or communicate to them. Is it okay to farm them?
No, because they're the same species as you.
They're not. No, not from me. Can other species, can
came
Homo
from
sapiens
you,
farm them? Can Homo sapiens farm
Okay,
them?
okay,
Is it moral if Homo sapiens farm them?
Do you not think it is a little bit unfair to go into arguments with people unless
No,
you
come
can't proceed
on,
unless
come
you
on,
said
bro. Dude, come on, just answer the questions. Why are you being so disingenuous? We're trying to get to a moral argument here. We're changing this hypothetical so much because you just keep dodging it every single time. The question, the question that we're posing is whether species is a good enough reason to exploit somebody or not. So if you want to say that it is, I urge you, please, DCNNX, tell me what a species is.
Okay. May I
What is
reply?
a species?
May I reply?
What is a species?
May I reply?
What is a species?
Is it okay if I reply and don't get muted this time? Is that okay?
If you reply to what is a species.
I'm trying to make it where we can have dialect back and forth. There's
What
no point to
is
speak over each other
a
and make each other.
species?
The same as yourself. I would consider a species.
What is
what
a
you are.
species? What is a species? I'm an individual, not a species.
Imagine Chip is
Can
a
I-
5-year-old child that's asking what is species, because science
Okay.
teacher said that.
But don't you think it is slightly unfair though you cannot proceed with this conversation unless I answer your
What is
unlogical
a
question?
species? What is a species? You discriminate based
hold
on
on, Chip.
species.
Hold on, Chip. If
can
it's
I
like
ask a
offensive,
question?
DC, if you it like offends DC, if it offends you that you are being asked questions, you are always welcome to leave. We're not making anybody have conversations with us.
No,
but when
if
you
I
do
would
have
like to-
when you do have a conversation, please answer the questions. That's like rule one.
I have. You
of
asked me what a
debates.
species is, and I believe
Yes.
a species is what we are. Is that a problem?
Yeah,
So we are
it's,
humans. This is what I
it's an
believe a
asinine
species is.
answer.
Can I?
Is that okay or
No,
not?
you have to wait,
Of course
DC.
it's
You
fine.
have to give an explanation for what a species is. Were you saying we are a species? Are dogs not a species?
Yeah, of dogs.
Okay, so they're also a species. Are cows not a species?
No, they're not. They're not
Cows are not a species, but dogs are.
cars. Vehicles, you mean?
Cows.
Cows. Sorry. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I believe
So,
cows
cows
are
are
a
a
species. Cows.
species.
Yes.
I'm just gonna help you out a little bit, right? I just like
questions?
searched species
what?
definition. Jesus Christ, I'm saying.
Sorry.
I'm sharing my screen right there, and I just like found the species definition. There are like 3 of them. Can you tell us? Those are like like not the best. Those are dictionary definitions, but we can start somewhere. Can you tell me which one vibes the most with the thing that you think a species is? What you are using in this conversation, right?
Number 1, the first one, I believe, is species. Yeah, great.
A group of closely related organisms that are very similar to each other and are usually capable of interbreeding in producing fertile offspring. Awesome. Chip, can you move on?
Yeah, okay. So the hypothetical, like this whole idea of they can produce fertile offsprings. I'm sure you're aware that a large portion of the population, a large portion of couples, I think somewhere around 20%, I'm not certain, so don't take the percentage for granted. Some of them cannot reproduce, can they? So what if we were to find out that they actually belong to different biological categories? Let's not call them species, but rather subspecies. Would it be okay that they farm each other, or we farm some of them because they're a different subspecies?
No.
Okay, so then why would it be okay if they're a different species, but not a different subspecies? Like, why do we stop at species and not at subspecies?
It's irrelevant to the point in my eyes. I mean, animals are a species, and humans are a species.
Plants are a species.
So why do we
Fantastic.
stop at species? Why do we stop at species and not at subspecies? That was the question.
What is subspecies?
That a subspecies is individuals of the same species that cannot produce fertile offsprings amongst each other for a biological reason.
Ask 2 questions, maybe.
1 second, Dister.
It's an illogical question, you know. It is an illogical question to ask why you wouldn't eat a species that does not exist if it was found that they did.
So DC, just to be clear, my question was very clear. Okay, you choose a taxonomy. You just chose one taxonomy. It's called species, and you said anybody outside of this taxonomy that I belong to can be exploited and slaughtered. And my question is, why are you stopping at this taxonomy? There are several other taxonomies. For instance, DC, you're human, you're right, but you're also male, as I'm assuming. You're also, I don't know, a certain skin color. You also belong to a certain country. All of these are groups that you belong to. They're categories that you belong to, just like you belong to the category human. Why are you stopping at the category human? You're also an animal, by the way. You're also a mammal. So why are you stopping at the category human and not the category mammal or at the category for your race? Why are you stopping at the category human?
Is that a long way of asking me why I don't eat humans but do eat animals?
Why are you discriminating based on this category and not another? That's the question.
So why I don't eat humans and do eat animals?
No. DC, why are you discriminating? I don't care what you put through your mouth hole. I don't care what you put through your mouth hole. Why are you discriminating? Why are you discriminating?
It's easier if we can just be honest with each other, you know?
No, but DC, this is the thing. I don't have a problem with what you eat. I have a problem with the exploitation, abuse, and slaughter of sentient beings. Okay? So the question is, why are you saying that it's okay to exploit and slaughter members of a different species, but not members of a different ethnicity, for example? Why are you stopping at the category called species and not at the category called ethnicity?
Because they are a different species and nutritionally give us different things than what they, you know, that's just nature.
No, DC.
Nature
you have not understood my question. DC.
I have. I don't think you've understood the way you've asked it.
I'll ask you yet again the question.
No one understands the question.
Sure, I understand.
It's not an easy question. I'd like us to discuss things openly, but if you're going to put random questions.
Sure. So, DC, I'm going to ask you the question yet again, and then I'm done speaking to you if you're not going to answer it. Because I'm trying to have good faith conversations with people. So, DC, the question was clear. You see, we can categorize individuals within nature, sentient beings. We can categorize them by species, by sex, by skin color, by the fact whether they have hair or not, whether they have eyes or not. We can create all sorts of groups of individuals. And you can be in one group or you can be in another group, okay? The question is, what makes you think that you can choose the group which is arbitrarily chosen, right? Because it's arbitrarily chosen. You arbitrarily chose a group and you said species is the group that I want to choose. And anybody who's outside of the group that I belong to is okay to exploit and slaughter. Why would you not choose the group sex and say anybody who's not male is okay to be exploited and slaughtered? Like, why did you choose this group and not another group to make this distinction?
I understand. Am I allowed to respond? Yeah. Am I unmuted? Yeah.
Why did you please respond to the question.
I will. The question, I'd respond to it because we get nutritionally things that
you can get that from both situations, regardless. You can't get it from
plants. You can't get nutritional needs from plants.
Bro, you can get No, DC. Wait a minute.
On this question, okay, I understand.
No. On this question, you said you cannot. If I were to pick the group sex, do you think I cannot get nutrition from killing a different sex?
But the difference being we are.
Can I get nutrition from killing the different?
Yo, no, you don't have to take a ticket. We can just have a discussion. I'm gonna unmute you. 1 sec. All right, what's up?
Hello. Thank you. Well, I'm out. I've never been put in the sin bin immediately.
Yeah, no, listen, it's just like a matter of we're trying to talk like one person at once. And I understand,
Sure.
like, we have this as well, right? I have like this correction impulse, and I really want to correct somebody when they're like saying something different than.
Sure. I just wanted to jump in because I like to think I have an answer that we can both agree on. Quite frankly, when it comes down to a few things, okay? Sure. If I just present my position, I'm a meat-eating chef. I work with a lot of farmers. All right, and I have vegan friends and people who are, they're vegetarian and stuff. I do have the conversation about the ethical standards of how we should practice things. So let me just start by saying that the mass production industry. Oh, 1 second, I'm getting a phone call.
Okay. Well, Zilikaze, you want to unmute meanwhile and have a discussion?
Are you streaming, BBM?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just going to say the question that I wanted to ask earlier with that guy that could probably unblock the conversation would be...
Sorry about that.
Oh, never mind.
So I just wanted to state that when it comes down to the mass production industry, we can look at the reasons why these things are unethical and harmful, all right? And there's a common enemy in this. The overproduction of, meat produce, or let's just call it, for the sake of calling it, of animals, right, leads to massive damage on the environment. It also leads to a more unhealthy diet because we do consume too much meat products on a daily basis. Our body shouldn't be consuming that amount. And the next part is the kind of immoral slaughtering practices that you're talking about go on the vast majority of the time within these large facilities. So we have a common adversary based on ethics. So let's not let our morals get in the way of it.
I don't think so, because I'm not like, I mean, obviously I do find like animal straight up torture wrong, but I also find the actual exploitation and slaughter wrong. So we're not in the same camp, not even a little bit, I think.
We have a common adversary.
I don't know if that's true.
Whether you think I'm immoral, whether I think you're morally grandstanding, it doesn't really matter. We shouldn't get involved in clashing on that
What's
level.
the evidence? What's the evidence that's moral grandstanding is the thing that?
Well, moral grandstanding would be moral grandstanding would be a conversation that I actually had in chat just before I was able to jump into here and find the link. So the kind of moral grandstanding that I do come across commonly, is when people
I don't care. You have any conversation with me right now, and unless you have evidence for a moral grandstanding in my positions, you did
ask what's the difference between harming humans and harming animals.
Okay, why is that a moral grandstanding? And by the way, I have I'm gonna stream
because the ethical standards are legal terms alone. Like if you want to attribute murder to killing an animal, that's illegal.
Wait, what do you think? What do you think moral grandstanding means? By the way, I'm streaming the definition to you. Yeah. Moral grandstanding is the use of moral talk for self-promotion where individuals express their moral or political beliefs primarily to enhance their own status or impress others, rather than to genuinely contribute to the discussion. So please provide evidence that I'm not genuine when I say it's wrong to exploit and slaughter animals for unnecessary bullshit.
Yeah, I think it's empty virtue signaling if you're not willing to go through the ethical standards to make sure that those animals have a decent life after the fact. Like you quite frankly want a world where they don't get exploited and they don't get slaughtered. But when it comes to livestock, like chickens and pigs particularly, do you understand the kind of impact you're going to have? You're going to end up you're arguing for an outcome that leads to them becoming obsolete and leads to them becoming non-existent. So it's like me arguing.
In what way is this? No. In what way is that moral grandstanding? If you're not going to answer directly to my motivations of this, then you're using words in a way that is asinine. You understand that?
Said, that I misused the term.
You're still talking.
Can you actually hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
No, I muted you.
So I literally said, yeah, that I misused the term, and I actually said that it's empty virtue signaling. So the empty virtue signaling, yeah, boils down to the fact that you want to make an equivalence, yeah? Oh, and I'll make the same equivalence here, yeah? Is what's the difference, yeah, between me saying that it's okay to harm a child?
I'm going to mute you again. Is that okay? Or are you going to stop talking? So virtue signaling,
I'm making my point.
Virtue signaling is the act of expressing opinions or stances that align with popular moral values, often through social media, to demonstrate one's good character. It is frequently used pejoratively to suggest that the person is more concerned with appealing virtues than with genuinely supporting the cause.
Yeah,
of the
I'm making
question.
the point.
Provide evidence for the claim that I'm virtue signaling.
I'm about to provide a claim. Do you understand why we shouldn't consume human beings and why animals shouldn't consume their own kind? Do you understand the facts behind that, the actual scientific impacts of it?
Sorry, what's the question? Let me write it down.
Do you understand why we should not be consuming, human beings as human beings, and why a cow shouldn't be consuming beef? Do you understand the scientific fucking negative impacts of that? Or are you just saying it based on a moral standard?
In what way does that answer my question? In what way?
Before you keep getting angry and getting upset, let me just point out.
In what way does that answer
all
my
you've
question?
done is shout. All you've done is shout over.
You're the one doing the shouting here, Dent. I suggest you be a little calmer.
Yeah, but mate, I just speak quite firmly. I'm not the one screaming and muting people. So calm down.
In what way does that answer my question?
Reality.
In what way does that answer my question?
Okay, I did answer your question, but you just keep jumping
What was
in
my
on me and muting me while I'm
What was
doing
my
it.
question? What was my question?
Your question was provide evidence that you're virtue signaling.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the evidence is that you don't care about the knowledge of the impacts, of the outcomes of you wanting a society where animals aren't consumed.
What's the evidence for that? That I don't care about the impact of my moral thing, and how is that virtue signaling?
If you can.
How is that virtue signaling?
If you can't, okay. So the evidence is if you can't answer the question, why, chickens. Yeah, why it's bad for us to release chickens into the wild, or why it's bad for us to have like nature preserves.
Who's making the claim that we should release chickens into the wild? Who's making that claim?
Well,
not me.
Well,
that's for sure.
Then what do you want? Do you want chickens to be wiped out then?
Yeah, I want chickens to not be bred into existence. Hold on. No, I don't see how. So I don't listen. I don't want chickens to be bred into existence in the first place.
Yes. So
in
you
what
want to
way?
claim?
Yeah.
You want to wait. Let me finish.
What way is that hypocrisy?
Let me finish. That's the evidence. If you want to claim that you want to, if you want to claim you don't want them to suffer, but the end result of it is you don't want them to exist in order to prevent that suffering. That's like me saying, in order to prevent child abuse, we should just not have children at all and wipe out all kids being a thing in the first place. It is moral lunacy, and it leads to moral grandchildren.
Wait a second.
No, they're livestock. That's why we don't release them in the wild.
Chickens exist in the wild. Does the
no,
red
they're
jungle
livestock.
fowl
That's why we don't.
in the
But
wild?
Can you tell me what happens if we do that?
Does the red jungle fowl exist in the wild?
Can you tell me what happens when we do that?
Does the red jungle fowl exist in the wild?
No, they're livestock, and thus this is the
Does
reason
the red jungle fowl exist in the wild?
How many times do I have to say no? There's livestock.
So there's no such bird as a red jungle fowl in the wild.
No. Okay, so when we get down to it, this is what shows that you have like the lack of understanding when it comes down to agriculture and animal care.
Does the red jungle fowl exist
this
in
is
the
an irrelevant
wild?
equivalence. So the instance is we're talking about livestock. We're talking about okay, so get your tongue out of post-mortems.
Answer a question, you don't listen.
So the reality of it is that what we're dealing with.
BPM, are you happy with this?
I don't know. I've given up.
This is utter nonsense.
I don't know. I don't know. Like, this is just like irrational. And here's the thing, I believe in Harvey Dent. You use words like weapons, and you're not willing to listen or answer the questions. And I bet you are talking right now, not even listening. I bet you're just like fucking talking, not realizing that you're muted, right? I bet if I unmute you... Oh, no, you're not talking.
No, it's just foolish to listen to somebody who's not willing to listen to yourself.
Can we start over?
Sure, we can start over. Yeah, if you don't mind your compulsive issues and jumping in on me when I'm giving a point.
Yeah, it's because like the filibustering is.
Well, it's not really filibustering, is it? I barely can get a sentence out. So the point that I'm trying to emphasise here,
can we start over? No.
Well, I can address things. Well, sure, if it sounds over, but it's still hollow virtue signaling.
Okay, I don't think you have evidence for that. So let me actually.
I provided evidence for it. Your lack of knowledge.
Let me just like give you how I see the world should be. How about that?
Sure.
So, thank you for mocking me, by the way. That was nice.
Don't clutch your pearls. We've all got thick skin. We could grow nice adults.
Yeah, no, I'm just like pointing out. You see, I'm not upset about it. I'm just pointing out that the mocking was like a cherry on top. Really, really nice cherry on top.
Really? Come on, carry on.
Yeah, you sure? You got
I'm very, very sure.
Cool.
Oh, yeah, no worries.
Okay. So I'm not against chickens existing per se, right? I don't mind if chickens would exist. I think we can make chickens exist while also not exploiting and slaughtering them billions per year, right, for unnecessary stuff. I understand that this is your profession, right? But it's like genuinely unnecessary to eat chicken flesh and therefore breeding them into existence just to exploit them for eggs or for their flesh is morally wrong. If we were breeding children into existence just to exploit them for their secretion or their flesh, I would say, yeah, those children shouldn't be brought into this world. That's my position. I don't see how it's hypocritical or virtue signaling or moral grandstanding.
I think an important thing here is when we need to understand how we actualize something to a better outcome, we need to do it ethically, and we need to step outside our moral absolutism. So the reality of it is that if I want, right, to completely eradicate like consumption of chickens, okay, that means, right, the livestock, that cannot exist in the wild, okay. Yeah, that would need to be wiped out. And look at the situation we're in, which, let's be fair here, me and you didn't create this situation, right? And there might have been more necessity for the situation to be created because we used to have kids and we used to stick them in sweatshops. That's why I had like child labour laws, for example. But we used to do that as a species, as a human being, as a society. And I would like to think we've grown further. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, sure. It was immoral to put. Yeah. Hold on. It was immoral to put children in farms, like in factories or whatever. And we decided that it's immoral, and we moved on from it. So,
well, I would split hairs, but I would say I would root my criticism in ethics more than morals.
Ethics are made out of morals.
No, ethics is how we practice our morals to minimize harm and create the most optimal and best result.
Well,
we can't just have morals, moral position. But it's really important.
Morals are the questions whether it's right or wrong. The entire practice of asking you what is moral and immoral is ethics.
And what happens when we engage in moral absolutism?
I don't care about this question. I don't want to go meta. I just want to discuss what we discussed.
Really? Because you're talking about morals, which is pretty meta.
No, it's not. I'm talking about applied ethics and normative ethics.
It's just when we talk about sentience and like the equivocation of humans towards animals, it certainly is like the conversation you were having before.
Sorry, what's
I was listening.
Point?
Well, the point that I was trying to get to is, again, was we can agree that we are in this situation by no act of fault or either one of us as individuals, by the vast majority of people and human beings who consume meat, and the vast majority of human beings who are, vegan or vegetarian. We did not get to control the scenario being the scenario as it is today. Yeah, we're simply left in that situation. So when you want to, like make chickens obsolete and like remove the consumption of eating animal flesh. Then we're faced with a very major ethical conundrum in how we actually actualize that, because you do not have the resources nor the means, to not end up culling millions upon millions of chickens. It effectively results in the idea, in order to argue against their for the sake of them not suffering, I'm going to argue for the outcome that they don't exist. This is, to me, a moral hypocrisy. That is more than a fair point to make.
Sure. So let me just like draw it up for you. Are you still watching my stream?
I'm sorry, I can't see it because I'm on the console at the moment, love.
Okay, I'm gonna write it out for my audience, and then I'm gonna spell it out for you as well. So one sec. So we have like two possible worlds. So
Do we?
world
Okay.
A.
World B.
And yeah. Oh, you've been watching me for a while, right?
No, I just jumped on today. I've had this stuff actually quite impassioned. You know what I mean? I do enjoy these conversations. I know I might come across a little bit from being, brutish, but I am like a chef. I am a northern guy. I'm sorry if it seems like I'm shouting. My voice can still be quite booming, yeah, but I am not shouting, okay?
Yeah, no problem, no problem. So world A, we exploit and slaughter. Let's say 2 billion. I don't know the real number. It doesn't matter.
So that's a lot, yeah.
Let's remove exploitation from here. Because like it's
okay with
not
using it.
relevant to the thing. Per year, we slaughter 2 billion chickens per year, every year, right? And then we have, oh fuck me, it's the first time that I'm using this thing.
No, I'm not single.
Yeah. We slaughter, so right, like world B, we slaughter 2 billion chickens once and never again.
Do you see?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Would you like me to make the point though?
Yeah.
This is just like the explanation, and then it's 20 billion. Somebody's saying in my chat. So the point is, you're saying it's a hypocrisy. Even, by the way, that's an assumption that what I mean by let's stop exploiting animals and slaughtering animals, that it's an assumption to say that what I mean by it, that we should like slaughter all the animals that we have right now, right? We could look at different solutions, but let's say, hold on. I'm accepting your assumption. I'm accepting.
There was a mischaracterization of what I said. I didn't say that. I said it's inevitable, yeah, because of the tangible resources and the means that we have, that we would end up culling animals on a mass level. That's the situation you'd be left in. Okay. I'm not saying that you'd be okay with it.
That's not the thing that it assumes, right? It assumes that we like immediately today we have like 1 to 3% of the population of vegans. It assumes that from today to tomorrow everybody becomes vegan, right? It assumes that the action is immediate and not gradual. But I'm taking that assumption on board. You think it's a hypocrisy to think, let's say that's how I'm thinking, to think that slaughtering 2 billion chickens once is better than slaughtering 2 billion chickens per year, every year in perpetuity.
Sure, I can say why, but go on.
No, I've made my point, right? Even if you're correct, which I'm not granting.
Sure, but I can elaborate, yeah? The argument is now we're getting into quantifying suffering. Okay, which I try to avoid because quantifying suffering
we were
is
talking about
incredibly
slaughter.
subjective.
No. We were talking about slaughter. In both worlds, we slaughter 2 billion chickens. In one world, we keep doing it because the other world is worse somehow, that we slaughter 2 billion chickens once and never again. Let's not go into suffering because we're not talking about suffering right now.
It's the same. It's a similar logic because and I don't think I'm being that disingenuous in this because I've literally heard in the conversation before the equivocations of human beings to animals, especially on sentience.
No, we're not going in there. You have presented the counterfactual. You have presented the counterfactual of slaughtering 2 billion chickens once and never again, and you said you're a hypocrite for choosing world B over world A. Let's not go into humans and animals are the same thing, because it would be incredibly beside the point.
To argue, yeah.
You called me hypocrite, a virtue signaler, a grandstander.
Just who's shouting now?
I am shouting now because you're annoying as fuck. Please stay on the point. In what way In what way am I a hypocrite by choosing world B?
The reason why, yeah, it's a hypocrisy. It's because you're arguing for preventing the suffering of something, yet, yeah, you are okay with it being wiped out entirely.
Yeah, what's the hypocrisy? What's the problem there?
Well, there is reasoning behind people who thought, like, slaughtering a bunch of Jews, yeah,
what's the
was doing them
hypocrisy?
favors.
What's the hypocrisy that nobody who slaughtered?
Hypocrisy.
Bro, now I'm gonna mute you and you're gonna listen to me. Now I'm gonna mute you and you're gonna listen to me. Are you listening to me? Are you listening to me or are you still talking? You listening to me? You're muted. So now I'm going to intervene before you say something incredibly stupid. You just, if I heard correctly, made the claim that the Jews in the Holocaust were killed for the Jews' best interest? Is that what you said?
Narratives, that's the kind of thinking, wait a minute, that was a narrative that was pushed out, yeah, during that time, that it was for their own best interest, right? The similar kind of thinking that you're getting onto.
Wait.
I am putting you in the camp of those who would think like that.
Oh, yeah, I'm realizing as a third generation Jew, I'm incredibly sensitive to this kind of shit. So,
Sound, you can be sensitive all you want, but we're talking ethics, not our moral
Yeah, no problem. Let's talk ethics. So you are saying it's in the best interest of
no
2 billion chickens. Hold on. It's in the best interest to breed them in perpetuity. 2 billion chickens every single year. So what are you saying?
You don't listen very well, do you? So all my shouting and talking loudly, you didn't really listen to me in my first statement that I made to you, yeah? But I sort of laid the groundwork to say that a common enemy, a common rival, when it comes down to our moral positions, yeah, is the mass production of these
this
things.
is changing the subject. I don't want you to change the subject.
It's the very foundation I started
this is the last time. This is the last time. Thank you for coming in. But this is the last time. You keep moving to like a different area and not interacting with my actual question. In what way, and I'm not gonna unmute you this time, go fuck yourself. In what way is it hypocritical of me to say world B is better for the individuals than world A? Just keep breeding animals into existence and slaughtering them. 2 billion a year, 3 billion a year, 20 billion a year. You can cope in the chat. Anybody else wants to turn on the mic and have a conversation? Crazy stuff. Moral grandstanding, virtue signaling, hypocrisy.
We're not talking about suffering, Harvey. It's exploitation. Yeah. You should learn what veganism is.
No, I already fixed his mistake, but he continues to strawman, so that's why he's muted.
Simon, MZ, you want to have a conversation? Yeah, that's my job, Henry. I am the tone police.
Dista, you want to have a conversation with Harvey? You think you'd do better?
No, definitely not.
Okay.
He's not here to listen or have a conversation. He's just to be an ass. So I'm not.
I mean, I don't know if it's an ass. Maybe it's an ass, but like he's very motivated. He said he's a chef, and there's your hypocrisy, by the way. You hold the belief that factory farming is wrong, that humans should eat less animal products, and yet you're a chef assuming that you cook factory farmed meat and provide it to humans as much as they want, frankly, as long as they're paying for it.
By his views, like by what he's saying, it leads to being immoral to not reproduce. Whenever humans have sex without reproduction, that's immoral.
Yeah, that's funny. I'm gonna also, maybe I'll add them to, I thought, oh, there you go. I'm gonna add you to Victims of VPM. I love adding. I haven't added anybody to Victims of VPM in a while. Let me just do that for you. Right there. Right there. Let me show you my section of Victims of VPM. Right there. It's my beautiful, beautiful section.
By the way, do you want to hear the questions that I had for the other guy
Sure.
when he was like stuck on species and like not wanting to answer like unrealistic hypotheticals? I would have asked, well, do you believe in evolution, like species evolution? He would probably say yes, I assume, right? And if he does, then you know that when species evolve, at some point they are unable to reproduce with each other, right? Like the previous one with. And so it is realistic that at some point humans will evolve into a different species and they will no longer interbreed. Is it moral to then farm them and kill them for animal products or whatever? Because they're no longer the same species. That is not an realistic hypothetical at all. So that's what I would wanted to ask. But yeah, I asked to answer to ask 2 questions.
Yeah, maybe we can bring
I
Grinch
didn't have
in
the floor.
here. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought you were done. I'm so sorry.
Dude, there's no need to cook an animal. I could probably cook just as well as you, Harvey.
Yeah.
I've trained as a chef. And there's no need to kill anybody for it.
Yeah. Like we have a program for like farmers moving on from animal exploitation and slaughter to like plant farming. Maybe we should do the same for chefs somehow. Like
a plant-based cookery school.
Yeah. Like, it just really seems like Gordon Ramsay for a while really seemed that way, that he just doesn't know how to cook plants without using animal products. And that's just like a sad thing for me. Like, even if Gordon Ramsay was like cooking up potatoes, he would add like animal products into it. And it's just like, and he moved on from that. He's like now capable of cooking plants in a way that I heard people recreating his plant-based foods, that it's delicious. So I think like if a chef can't cook plant-based products without using animal products, it's just like sad.
Yeah, I think so these days. But you are taught when you're training that everything revolves around the piece of flesh.
Yeah.
Yep.
So who's the
It's wrong.
hypocrite, Harvey, if you are providing people with factory farmed meat and however much they want to? Don't answer. I'm not reading your bullshit. So I have somebody in the chat who's trying to make huge claims, but then not joining VC for some reason. Isn't that weird? Isn't that strange?
A good plant-based cook in the UK is Gaz Oakley. He even has a YouTube channel and like a few restaurants already. Do you know him, Tom?
Gaz Oakley, yeah.
Yeah.
He's done some stuff with chickens that I'm just unsure if it was ethical or not. I'm leaning towards not ethical, frankly.
I'm not sure either. But from my understanding, he actually rescued them. So, and he's not eating the
He
eggs.
paid for the rescue. That charity just like sells factory farmed chickens into like homemade slavery, into like backyard chicken egg production. That's what statuary does. They rehome for continued exploitation. So it's not like he went to like a farm and rescued chickens from that. No, it's like this charity buys chickens from farmers who like the production like declines, so that instead of the like slaughtering those chickens, they just like rehome the chickens to continue the exploitation. With the cloaca prolapses, with all of that shit, you know.
Yeah,
so
if
somebody,
that's how we got them, then yeah, that's fucked up.
So a non-user, you made the claim that plants do not make sustainable nourishment, and I would really like to see evidence for it, so please join BC. Shadow Necro, you're also welcome to join VC and make the claim, which I don't know what it is, and then provide evidence for that claim. That's how it works. By the way, let me just like add World C here, just like so that it's all clear to us just how much of a straw man this is. There you go. Just so that we can see how much this is a straw man. World C. Bro. We stop slaughter take away subsidies from animal farmers, reduce take food waste and feed the animals. Oops, bruh. Escape. How did I do that? Jesus Christ. Oh man. Oh fuck. I'm such a boomer. There you go. Sorry. And feed the animals until they naturally die. And this assumes that we immediately all go vegan, which unfortunately is unlikely to happen. Isn't that unfortunate? Well, like Harvey, person like Harvey goes, wow, these animals, we would have to slaughter them. Therefore, let's continue breeding and slaughtering them. Let's just fucking continue breeding and slaughtering them. The Discord invite does work, but I'm saying to Anon, allow me to give you a different link. There you go. The Discord link does work because about a dozen people joined through that Discord link. But there we go, there's a code as well. Tone, how many people joined us today through the Discord link? A shit ton, I think, would be the correct thing to say. Let me just see. Are they? I'm gonna go to the second outreach.
Somebody wants to hunt you. would you see it as
Yes.
moral if somebody chooses to
Well,
hunt
not
you?
moral. I'm sorry. No, it's
Yeah.
not moral. No.
So why would it be moral to choose to hunt any other animal? You said also if it's a dog, it wouldn't be moral to choose to hunt the dog. So why is it moral to
think it's
choose to hunt any other animal?
it's more of a level of attachment and also intellect. I'm not really that big of a pig eater, so I don't really hunt pigs, but I hunt like deers and other wild game.
But Jeff, I'm
And
sorry, but
yep,
Jeff, I'm sorry, but you said you're not that much of a pig eater. So you're already going against your own values because that means that you do eat pigs sometimes. You did acknowledge that pigs are more intelligent than dogs.
Yep.
So the level of intelligence then means nothing in this whole thing.
Yeah, but again, this is not really that strong of an argument, but the reason
It's the
why
same link,
I
Pika.
seldomly
It's the same link.
or rarely eat pigs is
People
because,
keep
you know,
joining
my
on
family
that
cooks
link.
it.
So
And what am I gonna do? Am I gonna be like an activist in front of my family and say, no, I'm not gonna
Yeah.
eat pigs? Like, it's just
If your
not
family
practical.
eats dogs,
I'm
if your
not-
family eats dogs, are you gonna say no?
Well, you know, if that's the case, culturally, I think yes, because, you know, people in indigenous parts of the
No,
world,
no. To be
I'm not
clear,
trying to be
Jeff.
racist, but like
No,
China,
Jeff.
for example, you know, like
I'm
their
sorry, Jeff.
culture.
here they can use the code as well. They can use the link.
Argument. We're not
Thank
talking
you for
about
being a good cop,
different
though.
cultures. You yourself,
Okay.
your family, as you are now, your family tomorrow, talks to somebody on Discord and is convinced that they should be eating their dogs.
Okay.
Or not their dogs, just dogs in general. Other dogs,
Right,
dogs
right.
that they find, whatever, or stray dogs or whatever. And they start cooking dogs. Would you say no to that, or would you eat dogs also?
Well, no, in the caveat that I am, you
I'm
know,
not shutting him down, you dumbass. I'm just muting the server for a second so that they can talk to Pia.
me, the way that I'm raised now with my cultures, like I agree with you. I agree with you. Me personally, if I just answer your question straight up, I would say no. I would say that my family's crazy. I would say that my dad's crazy for suddenly advocating to eat dogs because that's not the way that our values work. But if when if my family values change when I was born, before I was born, then maybe I would, well, not maybe, I think most likely I would be okay with eating dogs because the concept of you are right now is
Drop the
it's not like
hostility?
it's
How
not
about I just time you out?
it's not singular.
What do you think?
It's not
Should I just
it's not
time you
just like
out?
that. It's not just you are what you are right now. No, you are who you are, the sum of your choices. That's the word that I'm trying to look for.
I understand.
You are
I
the sum
understand
of
what
your
you're
choices,
saying,
right?
Jeff.
Just
Yeah,
Jeff,
okay.
I understand what you're saying, but the thing about it, the reason why I pose this hypothetical is you are trying to very much to explain the reasoning behind it. But what I want you to focus on is not the reasoning behind like to compare it to why you culturally are the way that you are. I understand why you are the way that you are. But my interest is more because culture is not logical necessarily, and does not always dictate what is right or wrong. Throughout our culture, we had slavery, women didn't have rights, there was stoning of intelligent women. There was so many things in our culture that were cultural and wrong. So my question isn't whether it's cultural or not, and I understand that the culture impacted your choices. My question is, is it possible that this one choice of you consuming animal products, of you choosing to kill animals, could it be that it's the wrong choice? Could it be that it's one of those things that culture got wrong for you?
Right. Well, I think to counter your argument is this. I hope that you don't change your perspective about me, in which is that there is inherently nothing wrong at all. If I kill an animal, if I rape somebody, it's not wrong. It's just that people view it as wrong. People wholeheartedly view it as wrong. I view it as wrong.
Did you just say that rape is not wrong?
Did you really just
No,
say that
again,
rape is
like
not
that's
wrong?
why that's why I started the conversation with don't change
I
your
think
view
that
because I'm just setting an
if he was
I'm setting
raised
an
having
example. I'm
slaves,
sorry.
which he raped, and his family taught him that that was okay growing up, then it would be okay to rape and have
I'm sorry,
slaves,
but
or to rape his slaves. I
I,
think that's
I don't
basically
think
his
it's
argument.
healthy to bring up the person in a debate. I think
Why
it's better
not?
if we
Those are your
attack the
wait,
point
wait, wait.
rather than the
Those are
person,
wait,
you know?
wait, 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 wait,
Okay.
Jeff, wait. Those
I'm
are
sorry, yes.
those are ideas that you're telling us. You're telling us what you believe in, right? And when somebody says something that we find morally impalatable, we're just gonna say, what if we
Okay.
put you in the place of either the perpetrator or the victim? It's totally okay to have somebody say, I find this to be morally right or wrong, or just like this is what I believe in, and then being questioned about it while bringing that person in, because those are your beliefs. Why wouldn't we bring you into it?
I mean,
Okay.
your
Right?
argument
Yes.
is that whatever you're raised is what defines what your morals are. So if you were raised saying it's okay to rape your slaves, then it'd be okay to rape your slaves. If that's how you were raised. That's the
Is that
entailment of
what
your
you claim,
argument.
Jeff? Is that your claim? First of all,
No,
first and foremost.
that's
Okay, so
that's
please,
not what I claim. I'm sorry.
please put, sorry, we don't want to strawman you. We want you to tell us
Yes,
what your
I know, I
claim
know,
is.
I know. And
Okay.
I'm sorry for, not being able to form my arguments well. I'm sorry, guys.
No, you're doing
Also,
okay.
to clarify, yeah, okay, I'm sorry. To clarify, Bradley, there is absolutely something wrong with raping, okay? I choose the wrong word. English is not my main language. I'm sorry. I'm not that good
Okay.
in debating in English. I'm so sorry. Okay? But my point is that God damn it, it's really hard to form a
I
thought
know, I
now.
know. Let's try.
My
I'm
point
gonna
is
try
that
help
in
you. I'm gonna try help you out and like put it in words that everybody can understand. Is that okay? I'm gonna try.
Jeff, so if I may help you out there,
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, man.
Let me put it this way. The reason why rape is wrong, the reason why killing somebody is wrong,
yes,
is because they don't want that to happen to them. Is because they have an interest for that to not be the case for their life, right? The reason why take for instance, killing is a really good example, right? There are people, and as we've both established, there are people who may want to die because maybe they have a terminal illness and they're in chronic pain, and maybe killing them because they want to die is the right thing. So the difference is that if they don't want to die, then it's wrong to kill them. If they don't want to be used sexually, then it's wrong to use them sexually. So why wouldn't we apply this to any being that can have a will, that doesn't want to die, that doesn't want to be used? Like, why would we stop at humans and dogs? Why not just respect all the beings that have a will to live and an interest to live? Like, how would it be moral when we're making this as a choice, not as a necessity, but as a choice?
Well, for the like not as a necessity but a choice part, I completely, agree with you on that, in which that people have the right to, not kill, put a certain border essentially, right? Like a morality border, moral border, in which that this is okay and this is not. For this scenario, it's okay. For this is not, right? And the difference is that your morality standpoint is different from mine, and I have no problem with it. And the reason, again, I'm just gonna bring it up simply because I'm not really that good at debating and conveying my point, is that I'm here to say you my reasons. And in your live stream it said, why are you not vegan? And I'm just I'm just sharing to you why I'm not vegan.
Wait, so
you know,
Jeff,
I'm trying.
can
I
you
totally
get
get
that.
your point.
Wait, Chip, let me.
I get that, Jeff, but I'm trying to shift the perspective a little bit because I understand the reason why you're not vegan, but I'm trying to shift the perspective a little bit, and I want to ask you why. Like, do you think you should be vegan? Like, given that you know it's a choice. I don't know if you knew that before. Now you know that it's a choice.
Oh, wait, what?
Given that you know it's a choice, given that you know that on the other side, these individuals, these animals, they don't want to die. They don't want to be used for their flesh, regardless if you use the whole body or not. Do you think you should still make this choice to kill them?
Well, I think again, I'm not trying to clash your point on the should part. I think the framing of the question is what I'm like trying to.
Can you re-ask the question in a way that you are willing to answer, Jeff? Jeff, can you re-ask the question that you are willing to answer? Because you seem to not willing to answer
sure.
Chip's question. So what do you think it should sound like?
It's just that it's not about should. I think it's about could. No, and I mean
that's what Chip is saying, right? Wait. So Chip, that's what Chip is asking. Chip is basically asking, what is your justification for doing this thing, this violent thing to animals when you don't have to, right?
Yeah, like why do you think you should do it? Of course you could do it, but not everything we can do, we also should do. We can do a lot. Like if you have power over somebody, there's a lot you can do to them. Doesn't mean you should do those things. So we acknowledge you can kill animals. The question is, why should you? Like that's what we're trying to ask. Even in my question, and why are you not vegan? I'm not interested in justifications on why you are not now vegan, but why you think you shouldn't be. Because you should be, right?
Right. Well, I think for the reason that I should is because of the scenario that I told you previously, in which that first of all is the culture argument, right? And secondly, it's the self-defense argument. It's about killing, right? Not eating. Am I?
But no, wait. No. I'm asking you specifically to make whether when you're making a choice to kill, right? Like in self-defense, it's not a choice. You could argue that it's necessary for you to survive. But when you have a choice between killing an animal and not killing an animal, should you kill an animal?
Hunting would be a better word, right? Hunting.
Should you hunt an animal if you don't need to?
Yep. You shouldn't, but you could. And again, here I'm not saying that it's moral. I'm not like the previous guy. I'm not justifying my claims. I'm just saying that no, it's not moral to kill, but you could. You know?
Yeah.
And it is okay. That's essentially it. I'm sorry, man. I'm not good at debating that much, but that's essentially what I said. You shouldn't. And you did a great job. You did a great job of like conveying your points and like trying to change me. And yeah, I am on the process. I am slowly changing myself. It's just that, you know, I'm trying to engage with the community more, and that's the reason why I'm here. And that's the reason why I'm giving out my arguments, is that I shouldn't do it, but I could. And that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. But do you understand the difference between could
and
totally, should? Man.
Yep.
Yeah. So
I shouldn't.
I don't think Jeff understands that we're pointing out his internal inconsistency. It's not about our morals. It's about the fact that his morals collapse when we help him analyze them.
My internal what?
You're internally inconsistent. You have an internally inconsistent view. You're saying the arguments you make, when you apply them to other contexts, they fall apart and you reject them. So you're constantly changing your opinion. So it's not about what we care about. It's not about our morals.
I'm a moral relativist, in which that it's depending on the scenario.
Your moral system is internally inconsistent, which means you have no morals at all. Because if you have an internally inconsistent view, then you can justify anything. You need to have internal consistency, which you don't have. And that's what we're helping you see. It's not about us expressing our views and you expressing your views, and that's it. It's about us showing your internal inconsistencies. That's what Chip's been doing this whole conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, so essentially what we're trying to say is that there is a contradiction in your views.
Oh, all right. Well, the way that I see it is that there are no contradictions, but again, sometimes people don't know what they look like. They need a mirror, right? So maybe not maybe. You guys say that I have inconsistencies in my moral view, and it's okay. It's for me to improve my worldview, and it's okay for people to change, right? And that's what I'm trying to do. Now, for Nick Leaston, my counter argument is that I'm not a moral objectivist. I'm a moral relativist. So for certain scenarios, it is fluctuating. I don't have like a specific Bible in which that this is okay, this is wrong. Why? Because God said so, or because whatever, like the previous guy. So I'm a bit more flexible, and the cons of being flexible is that there are bound to be inconsistencies because
Jeff,
I'm not a smart guy.
You don't understand what moral relativism is, okay? Or moral subjectivism, which I think is what you're really trying to say. Okay. You make the point that, well, if you were raised eating dogs, then it would be okay to eat dogs from your perspective, and you're fine with that. You're comfortable with that, okay? But you weren't comfortable with saying, well, if you were raised saying it's okay to rape your slaves, then it would be okay to have slaves and to rape them. You're like, oh, no, that's objectively wrong. But wait a second. A moment ago, you were saying that it was okay if you were raised to do this thing, but now we change it to something else, and now suddenly it's not okay. That's an internal inconsistency in your own argument, irrespective of what our morals are. And you shouldn't be, you should be uncomfortable with that inconsistency that we've just pointed out in your own argument. And that's just simply one example. Throughout this entire conversation, you've been constantly showing the entailment of your views, which you continually reject. So you have certain intuitions that you've been raised to basically not question. So you have these intuitions that this thing's okay and this thing's not. But we're demonstrating to you that these intuitions you have are founded upon a lack of reflection and having been grown up with these being told this thing's okay and not actually having to really go into it to really examine whether you have an internal consistency in your own view. So we're helping you see that. And this just what so that's the way you should be approaching this conversation, is to actually allow us to help you examine your own view so you can actually have a consistent moral view that irrespective of whether you consider yourself a moral subjectivist or not. That's how we can help you, because when you're by yourself, you're not going to do that.
Right.
Yeah. So that's why it's helpful to talk to
thank you, man.
We've actually done this. Anyway, that's just what I wanted to interject.
Right.
If I can just ask a question.
This is a productive conversation. Yep.
Yeah, so I'm streaming my screen, if you can look into it, right? So,
wait.
Yeah.
Wait. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, you seen it? There you go. So imagine there are like two possible worlds. World A, we exploit and slaughter animals for unnecessary stuff. World B, we don't exploit and slaughter animals for unnecessary stuff. In your personal subjective morality, which world is more moral?
B.
Okay. If we can show you that you can start reaching B, at least in your personal life, do you think it becomes like a moral imperative for you to do so?
Can you say the synonym for imperative? I don't really get the word imperative.
Oh yeah, like obligation.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So if we showed you right now that you can be vegan in your area and you should, you would say you should be?
If I can, I should. Yes, I should.
Yeah, cool. So Chip, you wanna help us? Oh, well, actually, I have this. Yeah, I have this link. Where? Yeah, go on. Sorry, go on.
So I think that we've had a pretty good conversation so far, Jeff. I mean, there is a thing called Challenge 22, which they do help you adopt a plant-based diet and essentially not be in the position where you kill animals. But
right, thank you.
I think they can also hook you up with a dietitian if you need it and everything for free. And within your conditions, right? So if you're in a place where you might not have access to certain things, they can help you also with that.
Right.
But I'm very much interested in, obviously I would like you to try that, but there's this speech that I think you would really enjoy. It's literally called The Most Important Speech You'll Ever Hear. Let me see if I can share it now. Because I think you'll get a little bit more out of it. So you do have the resources available to help you out, as VPM posted. But you also have this speech, which I just pasted right now in the chat. Do you think you can give that speech a watch and, you know, maybe try also Challenge 22 just to see how it goes?
Oh, it's an hour. I thought it's like 5 minutes. I'm sorry. Well,
Also,
can I
use
mute
questions
up
at the end.
and like watch it?
Yeah, the speech is like 30 minutes, then it's just questions and answers. You don't have to watch the questions and answers, although I think you might want to afterwards. But the speech is the good one. And it's actually a really good speech, by the way. Like, I sent it to some of my friends. Some of them have become vegan, some of them haven't, right? So there's no pressure there. But I just think it's a good speech, and, you know, there's nothing wrong with kind of seeing a different perspective. And that's why I appreciate you being here and actually listening to this different perspective.
Yeah, and I appreciate you guys, trying your best to, have a good conversation. I'm sorry if I am not really good at, having a good argument across. I'm really sorry if I can't really convey that argument across. And, I thank you guys for your criticism as well, and the conversations that we had. It's been a good conversation, I'm gonna mute up. Thank you guys.
Yeah, keep coming back, man, okay? Keep coming back.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome to like remain in the server and just like ask questions. And if you have like, oh, VPM, I was thinking about this. Is this moral? Is this immoral? We can like have a discussion. We'll have discussions here all the time. Yeah.
I'm gonna go close the stream. I'm very tired. The pack today, like Jeff was nice, but everybody else was just plain difficult.
Oh man, you've missed the conversation with I believe Harvey, whatever his name was. That was terrible.
Was it worse?
Oh my god, that was terrible. Tone can attest. Oh, Tone.
Wait, let me share. I want to read what the questions were there. Let me see.
Well,
I believe
in Harvey Dent, that's the name. I believe in Harvey Dent, that's the name. Yeah. They came in calling me a moral grandstander, and when I showed them the definition of moral grandstanding, they said, no, I actually meant virtue signaler, and when I showed them the definition of virtue signaling, they reneged on that, and then they said, you're a hypocrite, because in order to get to the vegan world, right, in order for me to get what I need, what I think is the moral thing, we will have to kill all the animals, right? And so I wrote out this World A, World B. At first, World C wasn't part of it at first. I said, we slaughter 2 billion chickens per year, every year. And I just said 2 billion, apparently it's 20 billion chickens per year. And World B is we slaughter 2 billion chickens once and never again. Even assuming that that's my solution to just like slaughter all the animals if we suddenly all go vegan, in what way would this be hypocrisy? They're a chef. They cook meat to everybody all day. So they just like started talking about other shit. And once I muted them, I also wrote out World C, which is my preferred way to go vegan. If we all suddenly went vegan all at once, I would advocate for World C. Right?
No, yeah, but was he not capable, or were they not capable of choosing between World A and World B?
Well, no, this was the entailment of their claim. I just asked, so I wrote out the World A, World B, because they said I'm a hypocrite, because if I got my way, the entire population of farmed animals would have to be slaughtered. I said, hold my beer. I'm gonna accept your unfounded claim. And then I wrote World A, World B. and I said.
But did they answer?
No.
Did they answer to World A, World B?
Well, no, I didn't ask them, would you choose World A, World B? That's not the point. I asked them, in what way am I a hypocrite if I choose World B?
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Yeah. That's a great point. Well made. Yeah.
Yeah, like I've started being like better with counterfactuals. That's the way in morality, I think, looking at counterfactuals. Yeah, I've started being better at it.
I see it. Yeah, it's very good. Yeah.
It's more like 70 to 80 billion chickens yearly, but.
Oh shit. Well, I'll
be right back. I'm gonna go.
It's such a large number. It's.
Yeah. Go, Chip. Go. I gotta have like dinner or something. I only had breakfast. I gotta eat something. Early dinner and then late dinner. That's how I'm thinking I'm gonna go. But Simon, if you want to have a discussion, this is the time. Like, open up now, and we can have a discussion.
Oh, Ellie, I'll send you I just need to find the timestamps. I found the links, but I need to find the timestamps.
What's that?
Oh, I told Ellie that I would send her links to my Chase had me call into a couple shows of last month, and I was just gonna send Ellie the links to it, but I need to find the timestamps.
Awesome. Everybody should start working for Elle's channel, Carniv's Word Salad. We should all gain together and work for that.
Could make such a big salad.
Oh, sorry, I was
Simon doesn't have a mic,
pronouncing
by the way.
I was pronouncing your name like sort of like the friend Ellie.
Oh
yes.
yeah, I dropped the
say
I because Ellie's like too long to say. I've got things to do.
Yes.
You don't have a mic. Okay, that's okay. All right. Well, I guess then I'm gonna ask. Yeah,
I was just gonna ask were there any notable moments because I kept chopping in and out. Were there any farming moments for you?
Oh my fucking god! Yeah, I'm gonna find the timestamps and I'm gonna try downloading the horizontal VOD from Kick, maybe, and then I'll send it to you.
Brilliant. Music to my ears.
You're a little quiet, by the way, but that's okay.
I know, but I'm just about to like do the great work of getting the new mic set up, so I'm gonna have like a couple of breakdowns.
And I can. I'm gonna sign off anyways in a second. I can like help you out, like actually.
Thank you.
If you want.
Thank you. Cool. Thank
All
you.
right. No problem. Okay, I'm just gonna sign off. I want to see what Tone is talking with that person about. I'm just gonna go pop into the.
I'm gonna go as well.
They discuss what you call this thing, the limit on the human lifespan. 250 years.
I don't know. It's all debatable, but I mean, it doesn't really apply. I mean, you can go right through the Bible and you can jump all the way to Jesus, where he states that it's not what goes into a man that defiles him, but what comes out of a man. But what comes out of a man is ill intent when it means you want to kill. That's wicked intent, to take a life, and that's intent, and that's the important part. This is about, it's a moral statement.
Yeah, I can agree that killing is wrong. Like, killing has always been wrong, right?
So what comes out of a man is what defiles him, because that's a wicked intent.
So, I can agree with that.
Yeah.
I can agree with that.
I would even say that we should take that and use that to show compassion and mercy to other living beings. And if we don't need to use them, we shouldn't.
Yeah, I can agree with that. However, I don't see a world where that is possible. That's the unfortunate part. I don't see a world where that is possible, because at the end of the day, right, like, as an individual, I can make that choice. I can follow through with it, and yeah, that's it. But in order to enact that sort of change, you'd have to have the entire human race agree, and not just the human race agree. You'd have to have interests align within that agreement, right? And
well, we're becoming way more technologically advanced. We're able to ship food anywhere on the planet these days, and we can only get there by each individual taking responsibility for their own actions, which is why we talk to individuals and we're not running about trying to shut down slaughterhouses, because we can't do that. This requires individual change, and it's going to take a long, long time.
And I think, to be honest, in principle, most people will agree with me. It's in practice that they have like an issue. I can provide evidence for what I just said. Like at least evidence in you, right?
Sorry, could you repeat what you just say?
Yeah,
I didn't get it.
Yeah, you said like we would have to like get like a lot of people on board to like make an actual change. And Tone's absolutely correct comment aside, I'm saying that in principle, most people agree with me. It's in practice that they have an issue. There is like a contradiction there, in my opinion, between principle and practice. And, you know, like I'm sharing my screen, for instance, right? And if you click on it, you'll see what I'm streaming. So this is a question that I ask often of people, right? In World A, we exploit and slaughter animals for unnecessary stuff. In World B, we don't exploit and slaughter animals for unnecessary stuff. And the question is that I ask, which world is more moral, right? And I would love to hear your answer, but just to preface it, like 98% of people that I ask this question, they do say that World B is morally preferable to them. They're talking for themselves, right? It's only some small amount of people who say that those two worlds are the same. There is no moral difference between them. And, you know, that's a weird position. But most people agree with me that if we could create a world where we don't exploit and slaughter animals for unnecessary stuff, they find that world morally preferable.
I do agree. It is morally. I just don't think it's possible.
Well, it's
what
not...
about for you, though, MJ?
No, I do agree. Like, in my case, I do that, right? I can. But then the question becomes, okay, fine. Can I do it sustainably? Can I do it at...
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're doing it. We're like, VG has been vegan for 11 years. I've been vegan for 10. Tone has been vegan for like a shit ton of years. Dista basically like was born vegan or something like that. It's like...
I think the problem is BPM where he lives. He might have some issues sourcing certain types of food, which was what we were talking about earlier.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, I missed that. So where is that, if you don't mind saying? And I'm on stream, so if you don't want to say, that's fine.
Yeah, no. I'd rather not say, but just somewhere someone within the southern hemisphere. Yeah, let's put it like that.
Okay. And what evidence do you have that you can't be vegan in your area? Like how rigorous? The question was sorry. I'm just gonna make the question more what do you call it? Precise. So, what research did you do up to right now to see if you can or cannot do it?
My case, I've actually gone out, bought the groceries. I've tried like the whole. I call this thing the life part of the part of it that is more, how to put this in, is the difficult part, like the eating, right? Because I still need to eat and I still live, and I notice, hey, I'm using a lot more gas, right? So when I'm cooking, for example, the beans, the peas, and so forth, and I'm like, that's gonna cost me a lot more, right? And also, I realize that I'm going to need a lot more supplements. and that's gonna cost me a pretty penny too.
So you already take supplements, you're saying?
No, I'm not taking supplements yet.
Oh, okay. So you're not
But
gonna
then
need a
I'm
lot
looking at
more supplements. You're just gonna need supplement simpliciter.
yeah, I'm going to need supplements. Yeah, I think that's the best way
Yeah.
to put it. I'm going to need supplements because
Yeah.
actually I really do take zinc because I have a deficiency
Okay.
and my doctor
So you do
right
take
forced me to
supplements
do
already.
that.
So what you could do is like buy
Oh, it's expensive though.
B12 zinc supplement together, right? B12 supplement is one of the cheapest supplements on
Yeah.
planet Earth because the lack of B12 is like to such a detriment that there are like huge amounts of people, not just vegans, that take these supplements, and it's incredibly cheap to produce, and so it's incredibly cheap to buy as well. But you can buy like a B12 zinc maybe together. Maybe it exists, I don't know. But like, let me ask you, like, what would cost more, like a bunch of beans that you need to cook on the stove, or like meat equivalent protein? I don't know if you can
Right.
calculate that.
Okay, so I do know, for example, like per kilogram, like
Mhm.
beans and stuff are cheaper, right?
Yeah, but that's per
Yeah,
kilogram. That doesn't mean much because you need to like do like
yeah,
something like nutrition equivalent, protein equivalent, something like
exactly.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's that, but the other issue is, for example, I think cook time is also a big issue because
Yeah.
it takes significantly longer. So it's like 1 hour, 2 hours, but then like for example, with like small
Mhm.
pieces of meat,
Mhm.
it's just like a couple of minutes, like at least 15 to 20 minutes,
Yeah,
and I
well,
use a
the
lot
thing that
less
you can
energy.
do, right, when I cook up beans or chickpeas or something like
You
that,
soak them.
yeah, you soak them, but also like you cook up like 2 kilograms of that, for instance, right? And or 1 kilogram of that. And then you have like several dinners from that. And I'm not convinced that beans plus gas is more expensive than meat. In my experience in
It's
most places of the world, beans
in the long
plus
run, it should be.
gas are cheaper.
It should be long. It should be more expensive in the long run.
Well, I would
Because
need to see
I
evidence for
didn't.
that, frankly. I would need to see
I think
evidence because
I pay about what $1 what $1.75
For what?
for a kilogram of gas.
For a kilogram of what?
Of gas, about $1.75, like the cheapest
Of
for a
gas.
kilogram of gas. Yeah, but what you call this thing? Gas, yeah.
Propane.
yeah, petrol. Like not petrol, like
Propane,
a
not
gas, like protein gas. Yeah, yeah. Propane
propane.
gas, yeah.
Oh,
Sorry,
propane. Okay.
Yeah, so it's about
So how
$1.75.
much does a kilogram like provide? How many hours of heat?
So, for example, if I have, let's say, if I buy like I've got a small 3 kilograms cylinder, 3 kilograms every day for about 30 minutes. So that's about 3 days or so, 3 to 4 days.
So 1 kilogram of propane is 2 hours. Is what you're saying?
It's close to about 3 hours, I think.
Okay.
I'm just guesstimating here, but then I
Yeah,
know
yeah, yeah,
that
no problem. So let's
yeah,
say
so
you need all of those 3 hours that cost you $1.75 to cook up beans, right? Let's
yeah,
make it to the extreme. How much do like a kilogram of beans cost?
it's about 50 cents.
Oh, 50 cents per kilogram of beans.
Yeah,
And now, let me just 1 second. I'm gonna go into Chronometer and see how much protein equivalent we can do it. Oh shit! Since when am I signed out? I haven't used it in a while. Log in. Yeah, 1 second. I'm gonna need to log in. Okay. So we have
Dry beans. Dry beans or wet beans?
Dry
Sorry,
beans.
but that
They're gonna
okay.
be
Dry.
dry
Okay.
beans,
Oh
and
no,
then
like
they're
you
gonna
can't get
cook it on the stove. And both of those things cost $2.25. Am I like in the
yeah,
ballpark?
yeah, thereabout.
Okay, so let's put in. Let's say it's kidney beans, not canned, dry. Dry.
Yeah,
Let me share my screen actually, so that you can see it. Stop streaming. Let me share my screen right there. Okay. So we're putting in beans dry. Black means soup mix. That doesn't matter. Let's select use this. Dry. And then we're saying, let's say 1,000 grams. That's a kilogram. Add to diary. And then we are looking for something. Which flesh of which animal do you usually buy?
Cow intestines.
Ew. Cow intestines.
Don't say ew.
It's intestines of a sentient being, sweetie. Ew is the appropriate response. I don't have cow intestines in here. Let's say cow organs is the thing. Although I don't think they had like the same when it comes to nutrition. Not even close.
Offals or something like that.
Awful.
No, I think the reason why the information is not there is because it's not that cow intestines are not eaten in the West as much. So
no, the thing is, I just can't say in the specific intestine epithelium, you wouldn't even have that much protein. I've seen human intestines a bunch of times. There's no muscle there. There wouldn't be much protein there. That would be like a lot of nutrition, I'm guessing, from like...
There's a lot of fat though.
Yeah, lots of fat, so not lots of protein. Yeah. So like maybe like, so let's just go by calories. How about that? In order to get 3,328 calories in intestines, how much cow intestine do you have to buy?
I don't know. Oh, non-checks calories aside, like,
yeah, then you can't actually claim that it's more expensive for you to buy beans and pay for the propane to cook the beans. No, they don't know.
How many calories?
3,328. Are you asking ChatGPT?
Yeah, I already asked Google. So it's around 26 times 140. So you need around, it's called tripe, by the way, and you need around 3.6 kilograms of tripe.
Beef tripe stomach. Well, let's use tongues. 3.5 kilograms. So that much add to diary. No, that says like a shitload of calories. Sorry, no. This 300 and something like that calories. Okay.
Did I miss?
That's just carbs. That's it's me. 3,595. So 3.5 kilograms. So how much do 3.5 kilograms of intestines cost?
Should be about $2.
Yeah, so they're about the same.
It's about $2, yeah.
Yeah, so it's about the same.
Take as long to cook.
Yeah, well, you would still need Yeah. But we included in the price the propane. We included that. So propane costs you $2.25. Beef tripe outside of what do you call it? Assuming that you don't cook it at all in this case, it would cost you about $2. 3.5 kilograms, you said, right? $2 per 3.5 kilograms?
It should be about $2, almost $2. It's about
and then you use some propane to cook it as well. So that just sounds like the same to me. And it's not like you have to like.
Similar, but
sorry?
I spend less time cooking. the intestines.
You don't have to like. Do you have to hold the gas the entire 2-3 hours?
Isn't when you're cooking, right? You switch off the gas. When I'm cooking the beans as they're boiling, it's 2 hours as compared to 30 minutes.
Yeah, but you don't have to like stand there and hold the gas, right? So it's not like your time.
It's not my time.
Yeah,
gas costs money.
Yeah. We included that in the price. What are you not understanding? Let me spell it out for you, actually, right?
Okay.
Let me just really spell it out for you. Yeah.
Can I ask you, how do you know, like if you, so you have to boil for 2 hours, you said, how much gas, because that, you don't have to boil them at a high, like you have to boil them at low, what do you call it, at low intensity. So you'd actually be using very little gas. You would be using very little gas. So how can we know how much gas you're using to cook
we assume, right? 3 hours of gas,
gas flow.
Plus beans.
Okay,
hold on. 3 hours of gas plus beans is $2.25. And then 3.5 kilograms of tripe plus some kind of a gas, but let's forgo that for a second, is $2. Am I missing something? Like, if I add the gas, surely it's gonna be 25 cents. Surely cooking up 3.5 kilograms of something takes some gas, like at least 30 minutes.
Yeah, so it's, by the way, it's 0.3 kilograms per hour of gas. So that means 3 hours, it's less than a kilogram.
So it just sounds like buying beans and cooking up beans is gonna be cheaper for you. Are you willing to accept that answer if it's correct? And go vegan?
If it's correct, yeah.
Yeah, it just sounds to me like I was as charitable to your position as possible, right? I said 3 hours, not 2. It takes only 2 to like cook up beans that you soaked, right? Yeah, I said 3 hours of gas plus beans is $2.25. And then 3.5 kilograms of tripe, not even including the cooking time, or the cooking propane price is $2, right? So if you will reduce this to 2 hours, this is going to reduce to under $2, right? This is going to be like $1.85 or something like that. I don't want to count. I'm not really good at counting. And then if you add the propane in here, it's going to be over at least $2.25. So it just sounds like buying beans would be cheaper for you.
Also, I'm assuming you don't go to a restaurant or anything if we're calculating it to this extent. Because if you care about every single cent, then no restaurant is. Okay.
No, I don't. Like, restaurant is like something you go to like once every, like what? Once every month, 2 months or so?
Oh, if you go once a month, you already are making an impossible calculation. That's already so much more expensive that you saying you care about a couple of cents is ridiculous.
When I say restaurant, I mean fast food. Sorry.
Yeah.
Like not goes like expensive restaurants. Like
so fast food would be like more expensive than beans plus gas.
No, it should be. Yeah, to be significantly more expensive.
Yeah, there you go. So
to be significantly, and that's like the thing that you eat once a month. I'm talking about like day-to-day living. It is every day.
But my point to be clear, my point was if you do go to a restaurant once a month, then when you go there, you do not care about every single cent if you do that once a month. Because if you did care about every single cent, you wouldn't go even once a month.
Guys, I'm gonna sign
that
off.
Once a month. Okay, because that once a month.
Sorry, guys, I'm fucking starving. I'm gonna go sign off. I'm gonna go help Elle to not lose their shit when installing a new microphone. And I'll see you on Friday, guys. I guess I'll see you on Friday, and I'll try to remember doing the prediction. I keep forgetting because I'm out of practice. But I'll actually write it down for myself to do a prediction. Brett is going to be happy because he wins it a lot. Join my server if you haven't already. And like actually, participate in it. How about that? See you next time, guys.